Zhu Lin hurried back to the tribe and quickly asked people to gather the young females of childbearing age. When he thought of the red-billed chuffs who had made great efforts, Zhu Lin decided to go and invite them in person. The chief is here again. The chief is here again. Help! The good things I just found will not be taken away again. Is this still our chief? Hide quickly. The red-billed chuffs that just noticed Zhu Lin's figure immediately began to hide in a hurry. Seeing the red-billed chuffs in chaos, Zhu Lin's mouth twitched. He randomly caught a red-billed chuff bird orc, and a scream seemed to pierce his eardrums. Ah! It's gone. I have nothing. Let me go. Ah! Zhu Lin. Those who don't know would think he was forcing this male orc to do something. This time I came to tell you something good. The red-billed chuff paused for a moment and became restless again. They complained. You said the same thing last time. Zhu Lin, feeling guilty, smiled awkwardly, then said loudly, Do you still want to have cubs? Hearing this, the red-billed chuffs finally quieted down. A total of 15 females were selected this time, and Zhu Lin gave them 3 quotas for females as compensation. The red-billed chuffs were overjoyed. After all, Liang Jingjing can be found again. But cubs are not something you can just want. Chief, if the female can successfully get pregnant, then these will all be given to you, one of the male orcs said with pain. Zhu Lin held back his laughter. These are not necessary, but I want to ask you, where did you pick up that yellow, feces-like thing from before? Red-billed chuff. Don't say that about our shiny gem. That's a golden treasure. Yes, I didn't say it's not a treasure. It's just that the shape is a little ugly. Zhu Lin laughed. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Where did you pick up that treasure? The bird-beast man who picked up the nugget gold recalled for a moment and said excitedly, I remember it. In Xiufu Mountain. The red-billed chuff flew far enough. Zhu Lin thought so, and then he wrote down the name of the mountain and asked it in detail. After the questioning was over, the best female chuff was also selected. They followed Zhu Lin to the witch doctor's cave in a hurry. Because Zhu Lin didn't have a partner and was a male, it was difficult to say anything, so he found a witch doctor and asked the witch doctor to explain it to them. However, Zhu Lin didn't reveal much, just saying that it was a treasure he found by chance. The witch doctor hesitated. Chief, is it really effective? What if it doesn't work after taking it? Zhu Lin said firmly, It is definitely effective. If you don't believe me, you will know in 7 days. For some reason, he believed what the little female of the god-cat tribe said from the bottom of his heart. The witch doctor nodded and made arrangements. When the little females heard that it could increase the chance of pregnancy, they were very excited. They wanted to have babies so badly. Therefore, everyone rushed to drink a bowl of water made from the elixir, and then hurried back to find their beast husband to have a good discussion. Zhu Lin returned to the beast cave alone. He didn't think there was any problem in the past, but now he felt that the beast cave was particularly deserted. At this time, the face of Yun Kai appeared in his mind again. For some reason, when Zhu Lin thought of Yun Kai, his heart felt a little bitter and empty. Zhu Lin, who had never tasted the taste of love, didn't know that he actually fell in love with Yun Kai at first sight. It was just that after taking the loyalty pill, this kind of love was more difficult to suppress than before. Zhu Lin had no choice but to walk out of the beast cave and walk around. With so many people and things to do, he wouldn't always think about the beautiful but stupid little female. This day was the day agreed by Black Snake and Feng Jinjin. Yun Kai took Feng Jinjin's arm, and the two of them walked to the back mountain together like good sisters. Along the way, the two talked and laughed, and occasionally played around. Yun Sai's beautiful face and innocent smile just broke into the eyes of the black snake hiding in the dark. He was full of amazement. He heard that Yun Kai gave birth to so many cubs, but her body shape was like a young female who had just grown up. No, it was even more beautiful than them. When he succeeded, he must taste this sweet little female. A disgusting smile appeared on the black snake's face, and his eyes were full of greed and desire. The black snake spit out its tongue and looked at the wandering beast man next to it, the proboscis monkey, who also had a sultry face. The proboscis monkey smiled obscenely, with an excited face, and his big red nose like an eggplant was standing up. The black snake had promised him that he could try the two little females. The wandering beast warthog waiting on the other side bared its long fangs, panting heavily in its fat nostrils, and its hooves had begun to rub. The three of them were all high-level Xian-grade beasts, and they were wandering beasts that the black snake met by chance on the way to escape. They were able to hit it off immediately after hearing the black snake's plan. With Feng Zhenjin as the lead in front and the three of them as high-level Xian-grade beasts behind, it would be easy to deal with the little female Yin Kai. What's more, he had a backup plan. As soon as the black snake gave a signal, the three of them immediately moved. Black snakes were crawling on the ground, proboscis monkeys were jumping on the trees, but the warthogs were running so fast that the ground shook, attracting everyone's attention. The ground shook, and Yun Saicai's sight was fixed on the warthogs in the distance. They are coming. But where is the black snake? Yun Kai narrowed her eyes and looked around. A black snake crawling close to the ground was looming, and Yun Kai smiled. It's good that it came. I've been waiting for you. A top-grade dagger quietly appeared in Yun Saicai's hand. The ground began to shake. Feng Zhenjin was terrified and held Yun Saicai's arm tightly. What's wrong? What's that sound? Why is the ground shaking? Are they coming? She was very scared and asked questions one after another. Yun Kai frowned. She had no time to comfort Feng Zhenjin. If you don't want to die, go hide behind the big rock next to you. Okay, I'll go right away. Feng Zhenjin quickly calmed down, let go of Yun Saicai's arm, and ran to the side obediently. She couldn't hold Yun Kai back. Seeing Feng Zhenjin so obedient, Yun Kai relaxed for a moment. In the eyes of the three stray beasts, Yun Kai was just scared and stayed in place. They looked down on her. Such a big scene for a little female was also giving her face. The warthog was in the front, getting closer and closer to Yun Kai. It panted excitedly. They had agreed that whoever took the delicious little female back first would have the first time. Closer, closer. Its fangs flashed a sinister light, and its nostrils flared and became bigger and bigger. Yun Kai frowned. It was really too ugly. Just then, the huge impact force made the warthog sink deeply into the ground. The bamboo bear stood up, and in a huge pit lay a flattened and silent warthog. With just one encounter, the warthog was dead. Yun Kai was amazed. People in the world think that bamboo bears are gentle and cute animals. They feed on bamboo and live a peaceful life. But in fact, the bamboo bears in the animal world are huge in size and amazing in strength. They can be said to be real beasts. Ganlai is worthy of being her killer weapon. It's broken. There's a trap. Seeing that the situation was not good, the black snake and the proboscis monkey immediately turned around and prepared to escape. However, at this moment, high-level orcs gradually appeared in all directions, surrounding Black Snake and the others tightly. Feng Zhenjin dared to lie to me. You wait. Hee. I want you to die. Hiss, 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 hiss. Black Snake made rhythmic sounds. Soon, a group of black wolf spiders crawled out of the dense forest behind them and appeared behind everyone. Black Snake smiled coldly. You forced me to do this. Hearing the rustling sound, the orcs who were gathered together hurriedly turned around. I saw that the wolf spiders had hair like wolf hair on their backs, and they had 8 eyes. Although the wolf spiders were not big in size and of low grade, they could spray spider silk to tightly wrap the enemy and then inject venom. The higher the grade of the wolf spider, the stronger the toxicity, and the injection of venom would cause the death of the orcs. The dense wolf spiders came overwhelmingly. The black snake laughed loudly. You will all die here today. The proboscis monkey also laughed loudly towards the sky. You are so good, Black Snake. You have the ability to drive the wolf spider. Haha, let's see what tricks they can come up with. So much talk. Ganlai punched the proboscis monkey on the nose. Your nose is so big and ugly. I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. The proboscis monkey felt pain in its nose and flew backwards. It wiped its face with its hand and found blood all over it. He gave Ganlai a vicious look, stretched out his long arms, swung flexibly between the trees, and with a push, he kicked Ganlai hard with both feet. At this moment, the orcs had already started fighting with the wolf spider. Yun Kaikai shouted, "Be careful not to get caught in the wolf spider's silk. Beware of the venom." Yinghua was standing right in front of Yun Kaikai. The silver tiger was so majestic that all the wolf spiders died, with one claw. At this time, the wolf spider leader appeared. It was huge and fast, and it rushed directly towards Yun Kaikai. Yinghua jumped up and kicked the wolf spider leader hard. At the same time, while the battle was in chaos, the black snake crawled towards Yun Kaikai like a ghost. Feng Xinjin and Yun Kaikai were not far away. He wanted to bite off Feng Xinjin's neck first and then take Yun Kaikai away. His snap. The running Yun Kaikai had already discovered the black snake's little movements. She turned into a beast in an instant, and lifted the black snake away with one claw and then jumped into the air. Snap! The black snake was deeply embedded in the tree stump. The black snake felt a burning pain all over his body, but his mind was extremely clear. Was it the little female named Yun Kaikai who hit him just now? She actually had such a strong power. The black snake's eyes became brighter. This little female had such a special physique. She would definitely give him many, many cubs. Yun Kaikai, he must take her away. The black snake exerted force, and the tree stump collapsed. He didn't care about Feng Xinjin, and his eyes were fixed on Yun Kaikai. He was careless with this little female just now, and now he would not show mercy. He wanted to defeat Yun Kaikai like he defeated Feng Xinjin. Hiss the black snake was as fast as lightning. He wanted to keep it alive but couldn't use its fangs, so he decided to wrap up Yun Kaikai with its body. But he was fast, and Yun Kaikai was even faster. She jumped and was above the black snake. Yun Saitsai's eyes became fierce, and a silver light flashed in the sunlight, and the black snake fell heavily to the ground. He looked at the expressionless little female in front of him in disbelief. How could she be faster than him? Unless her rank is not yellow rank, but higher than his. Heaven rank. Where in the Orc continent has there ever been a little female with such a high rank? If he were handed over to the super tribe, he would definitely be treated as a guest of honor. The black snake groaned unwillingly. Heaven. Heaven. But before he could finish his words, he died, with only shock in his eyes, and perhaps a hint of regret. Yun Kaikai was about to add a few more stabs. But Feng Xinjin mustered up the courage to step forward, looking at the black snake on the ground with resentment. "Goddess, can you let me deal with this black snake?" Yun Kaikai paused, then stood up, handed the dagger to Feng Xinjin and said expressionlessly, "Leave it to you." Yun Kaikai turned around and walked towards the orcs trapped by the wolf spiders, starting a new round of fighting. Feng Xinjin looked at the dagger in her hand. Tears could not stop flowing down. The stray black snake that had humiliated her for a year was now dead at her feet. But even if the black snake died, she would not let him leave his body intact. She, Feng Xinjin, must resolve the hatred in her heart. At this moment, Feng Xinjin, who had never hurt any animal, raised the dagger. Her face was covered with tears, and she stabbed it hard with one knife after another. Ganlai, who was full of power, fought with the proboscis monkey, which was one level lower than him, as if it was a joke. Ganlai was dissatisfied with its ugly nose, so he beat it to pieces and felt a little better. The proboscis monkey was already unconscious. Ganlai stretched out his foot and stepped hard, and the proboscis monkey fell directly into the pit. But in just a few minutes, the proboscis monkey died at Ganlai's feet. Over there, Yinghua ran into trouble. There were actually 3 giant wolf spiders of the heavenly grade. They surrounded Yinghua, and Yinghua's left hand was bound by spider silk. He took out the dagger and slashed it hard, and the spider silk broke instantly. Seeing this, the giant wolf spider became agitated. Almost just a little bit, its venom could be injected into the silver tiger. 3 wolf spiders, each with 8 eyes, are frightening to watch. Yinghua's voice is low, and a threatening tiger roar sounded. Yinghua leaped up, stretched out his claws, and one of the giant wolf spider's eyes was instantly half-blinded. It was in great pain, and continued to shoot spider silk at Yinghua, while the other two wolf spiders also attacked him. His left arm hurt slightly, but Yinghua ignored it and continued to fight with the three heavenly wolf spiders. Ganlai, who successfully killed the proboscis monkey, quickly returned to Yun Kaikai and helped her clean up the dense and annoying little bugs. Yun Kaikai looked around and didn't see the man, so she immediately said, "Leave this to me, Ganlai. You go helping Hua deal with the giant poisonous spider." Okay. Ganlai immediately looked around, and soon he heard a tiger roar from the north. Ganlai's heart tightened, and he rushed over as fast as he could. The poisonous spiders were small in size and weak in strength, but there were too many of them. Under wave after wave of attacks, many orcs were poisoned by the poisonous spiders. Fortunately, these wolf spiders were weak in strength and the toxicity of their venom was also low, but even so, the redness, swelling, and itching made people uncomfortable. Just as everyone was getting more and more tired, a series of crisp sounds rang out from a distance. Chirp, chirp, chirp. I saw a beautiful ribbon bird with two silver white tail feathers flying in the air, followed by a group of birds. They flew over in an overwhelming manner. The birds leaned over and rushed towards the wolf spiders on the ground, pecking at them with their hard beaks one by one, causing them to flee. The beastmen's eyes lit up and they all breathed a sigh of relief. With the help of the bird tribe, the troublesome wolf spiders were soon solved. Yun Kaikai stopped and watched Julin walk towards her with a slightly red face. She nodded at him, smiled slightly, and was about to say something nice. But the next second, her eyes fell behind Julin. Seeing that scene, Yun Kaikai suddenly felt cold all over and froze in place. She felt as if her blood had solidified. She wanted to move forward, but her legs and feet had no strength. The bamboo bear took big steps and ran towards him like a whirlwind, with an anxious look on his face. In its arms, it held a huge silver tiger tightly. The tiger originally had a gorgeous fur, but now it looked dull. Its body kept shaking as the bamboo bear ran, as if it had lost its vitality. It turned out that although Yinghua was fighting fiercely with three powerful giant wolf spiders, he still managed to kill one of them. However, during the battle, his left arm was unfortunately injected with highly toxic juice by another wolf spider. Facing the attack of the remaining two wolf spiders, Yinghua knew that he must not retreat. Fortunately, Ganlai arrived in time after hearing the roar of a tiger in the distance. With Ganlai's help, the situation quickly turned around and the two wolf spiders gradually lost and eventually died tragically in the hands of the two. When they finished the battle, nodded to each other, and prepared to set off to return, something unexpected happened. Yinghua suddenly fell to the ground with a. Ganlai was shocked and hurried forward to check, only to see that Yinghua's face turned blue and purple, and the situation was very critical. So, Gon didn't have time to think about it and quickly picked up the big tiger with both hands and rushed back at full speed. He knew how important Yinghua was to Yun Kaikai. When he thought of the little female crying, he wished he could take her place. Moreover, Ganlai was looking forward to it. The little female was the goddess favored by the beast god. If she was faster, would she be able to save Yinghua? At this critical moment, Ganlai rushed to Yun Kaikai like a gust of wind, shouting, "Kaikai, it's bad." Yinghua was poisoned by the venom of the Tianpin wolf spider. Yun Kaikai heard this, and her heart suddenly tightened. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, but her hands trembled slightly uncontrollably. Suddenly, Yun Kaikai remembered the detoxification pill. Yes, she still had the extremely precious Tianpin detoxification pill on her. As long as there was the detoxification pill, Yinghua would be able to be saved. "It's okay, it will be okay," Yun Kaikai murmured in a low voice, as if to cheer herself and Yinghua up. She held the detoxification pill tightly in her hand, her eyes firm and resolute. Yinghua's lips had turned black, and his condition was critical. Yun Kaikai did not hesitate to pry open Yinghua's tightly closed teeth and put the life-saving pill into his mouth. The pill quickly melted as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into a stream of clear water flowing into Yinghua's body. Yun Kaikai was worried that only one detoxification pill would not be able to completely resist the fierce invasion of the venom, so she immediately put in 3 more pills in succession, hoping to enhance the efficacy and completely remove the toxins in Yinghua's body. Enough, enough, host. Lu finally couldn't help shouting, her tone full of heartache and reluctance. Hearing the anxious and concerned voice of the system, Yun Saitsai's originally somewhat dazed consciousness gradually became clear. She silently communicated with Lu in her heart. Yinghua should be fine, right? After all, he has taken several detoxification pills. He will be safe, right, little Lu? The pomegranate was silent for a moment, as if thinking about how to answer this question. Finally, it said, "Don't worry, he won't die." After getting the affirmative answer from the pomegranate, Yun Saitsai's tense nerves instantly relaxed, and the whole person seemed to be much lighter. Yinghua is not only her first beast husband, but also the first man who has truly entered her heart. As long as Yinghua is by her side, she feels at ease, as if she has endless courage and strength to face all difficulties and challenges. Just. The hesitant voice of the little pomegranate sounded again. Just what? Yun Saitsai's heart tightened. A detoxification pill can detoxify the wolf spider, but the venom is so powerful that it may have hurt Yinghua's insides. Although the toxins have been removed, the injured area is still damaged. I have a recovery pill. Yun Kaikai immediately put the pill into Yinghua's mouth. But after the recovery pill was swallowed and waited for a few minutes, Yinghua did not wake up. What's going on? Yun Kaikai was a little anxious. Little pomegranate couldn't help but said, after the main system was updated, the recovery pill can only be used to recover the body after childbirth. Yun Kaikai lowered her eyes for a moment, which means that the original bug was fixed by the main system. She bit her lip and continued to ask, is there any pill that Yinghua can use in the mall now? If so, use your points to exchange for one. Little pomegranate shook his head. The host doesn't need to worry too much. As long as he wakes up, there shouldn't be any big problems. But the problem is he can't wake up. Yinghua is now like a lifeless body, no different from a vegetative person. What are the chances of a vegetative person waking up on his own? It's very slim. Yun Kaikai never wanted to see Yinghua trapped in such a desperate situation forever. At this moment, an amazing scene happening. Yinghua's fur began to gradually glow with its former glory, which showed that the toxins in his body had been completely eliminated. Witnessing this, Yun Saitsai's originally anxious mood finally calmed down. As long as Yinghua still has a breath, there is hope. As long as he is alive, Yun Kaikai will do everything she can to wake him up. Little pomegranate, when I upgrade again, can I wake Yinghua up? Pomegranate looked left and right, then gritted his teeth and directly blocked the main system, and his baby voice became anxious. Host, you give birth to more cubs to improve your grade, so that I can try my best to get you everything you want. Zila, a burst of electric current sounded, and the pomegranate returned to its normal tone. This problem exceeds the system authority. Please solve it by yourself. Yun Kaikai was stunned, and then she knew it very well. She had guessed something from the little pomegranate's words before. The pomegranate was a novice system, but there was still the main system above her, and there were some things she couldn't completely decide. Her cute little pomegranate must have done something just now to remind herself so bluntly. Yun Kaikai felt a warm current in her heart, and she didn't say anything more, for fear of revealing the secret to the system again. Is Yinghua going to be okay? Gan Lai's excited voice sounded in Yun Saitsai's ears. Yun Kaikai said truthfully, the poison has been resolved. It depends on when Yinghua wakes up. It's good that the poison is removed. If I had found him first, it would have been great. Gan Lai felt a little guilty. As the main force of this plan, he failed to discover the existence of giant poisonous spiders in the first time, and there were 3 of them. If Yun Kaikai hadn't asked him to find Yinghua, the consequences would be disastrous. Yun Kaikai looked at the dirty Gan Lai and said softly, "You are not hurt, are you?" Gan Lai was moved. "I'm fine. It's good that you're okay. Dissolve this pill in water and let each of the orcs injured by the poisonous spiders drink a sip. These low-grade poisonous spiders are not very toxic, but it will take 3 to 5 days to go away. During this period, the itching is unbearable and very painful. They are all her people, so she will not let them down. The orcs drank the detoxifying water gratefully, and the itchy parts of their bodies were instantly healed, and their strength was restored a lot. Yun Kaikai negotiated with the 100 Birds tribe and agreed to give them a lot of food as a thank you. The 100 Birds tribe stayed where they were and cleaned up the battlefield. After all, these little bugs are a rare delicacy for them. Yun Kaikai arranged the recovered beast men to garrison here. After all, there are still bird beast men from the 100 Birds tribe. Later she will replace Song He, who is watching the cubs in the beast cave, and now she has no energy to clean up the things behind. However, heavenly beast men have always been rare, let alone poisonous insects, and 3 heavenly poisonous insects came at once. Could it be that because the wolf spiders have lived in the deep mountains and old forests for many years, they had some adventure? How did the black snake drive them? Yun Kaikai pondered for a moment, but couldn't figure it out, so she had to put it aside for the time being. Let's go back to the beast cave first. Yun Kaikai touched Yinghua's fur, and then made room for Gan Lai. Gan Lai changed into a beast form and picked up the big tiger with one force. At this time, Feng Jinjin also came back.
Goddess here.
She had a clean dagger in her hand. Yun Kaikai glanced into the distance, and the black snake had become a pool of meat paste. Give it to you. For me? Feng Jinjin pointed at herself in surprise. This time, you used it very well. Yun Kaikai said a few words lightly, and Feng Jinjin was very excited. The goddess was praising her, right? Feng Jinjin clenched the dagger and followed Yun Kaikai back. At this moment, a loud voice sounded behind them, and everyone turned around.
Cry.
With a loud cry, a huge golden eagle with golden feathers swooped down like a meteor. Its broad and powerful wings flapped rapidly, bringing up a gust of wind, rolling up the dust on the ground, and rushing towards everyone like a sandstorm, catching everyone off guard. In an instant, the orcs were covered in dust. The golden eagle had a clear goal and pounced directly at Yun Kaikai. Yun Kaikai suddenly felt a sharp pain in her back. She didn't even have time to react before the whole person was lifted off the ground and soared into the air by the powerful impact of the golden eagle. Everything happened so quickly that when everyone came to their senses and tried to open their eyes that were dazzled by the dust, they were shocked to find that Yun Kaikai had been taken far away from the ground by the golden eagle. This sudden change seemed to happen in the blink of an eye, which was jaw-dropping.
Kaikai.
Gan Lai shouted in pain.
Goddess.
Everyone spoke out in worry. Gan Lai was shocked and angry, and he only hated that he didn't have a pair of wings to rescue Yun Kaikai immediately. He turned around abruptly, faced the distance, and shouted at the top of his voice, "Zhulin, catch up." Gan Lai's voice was like thunder, resounding through the sky. Zhulin looked up and also discovered the movement of the golden eagle. He turned into a ribbon bird first and chased closely behind the golden eagle that was soaring in front of him. At the same time, seeing this, many orcs of the 100 Birds tribe also turned into various bird and beast forms, following closely behind their patriarch, hoping to lend a helping hand. The golden eagle's sharp claws were like iron hooks, firmly grasping Yun Kaikai, and it laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha, I have to thank Black Dragon, little female. Now you belong to me." Yun Kaikai was about to say something, but was interrupted by the whistling wind. She had no choice but to swallow her words and look down. She saw that the orcs on the ground had become as small as ants. At this time, Yun Kaikai felt a burning pain on her back. She remembered that the golden eagle was very fast, and its claws were extremely sharp. It left several deep scars on her back. It was obviously not a wise move to confront the golden eagle head-on at this time. After all, in the high altitude, once it fell, it would be very dangerous. It will surely be smashed to pieces, and its life will be in danger. Yun Kaikai suppressed the restlessness in her heart and tried to calm herself down. Now, She could only wait for the golden eagle to land and then find a way to escape. However, now, she would not let the golden eagle have an easy time. She was very depressed because of Yinghua's poisoning, and now was the perfect time to vent her anger. Yun Kaikai stretched out her arm fearlessly, and when her fingertips touched the hard and gorgeous feathers of the golden eagle, she held it tightly and pulled it with all her strength, accompanied by a sharp and piercing cry. "Little female, what are you doing?" The golden eagle gasped in pain and shouted angrily. "What are you doing?" Yun Kaikai sneered in her heart, but her hands did not stop moving. She groped for the soft fur on the golden eagle's abdomen again and pulled it mercilessly. Another burst of shrill bird calls resounded through the sky. The sudden pain made the golden eagle's body tilt involuntarily. It flapped its huge wings desperately and flapped twice before it could barely stabilize its body. At this moment, the golden eagle was obviously completely enraged. It widened its eyes and roared angrily. "Little female, if you dare to pull out one of my feathers again, believe it or not, I will throw you off the cliff immediately." Facing the threat of the golden eagle, Yun Kaikai remained calm, with a firm and resolute light flashing in her eyes. Since the golden eagle knew her difference from the black snake, how could he bear to throw her away? Yun Kaikai smiled slightly. "Today I will let you know that it is easier to invite a god than to send him away." As soon as the golden eagle finished speaking, Yun Saitsai's hands continued to move mercilessly. I pull again.
Cry.
In the sky, a golden eagle flew crookedly, and its miserable cry sounded from time to time. "Little female, you are too much. I really want to throw you down." Yun Kaikai hugged its slender bird legs tightly with her backhand. "Throw it. If you have the guts, throw it down." The golden eagle shouted angrily. "Ah, little female, you wait." While its claws were slightly loose, Yun Kaikai grabbed the golden eagle's feathers and began to climb up. After a moment, she turned over and sat directly on the back of the golden eagle. It was much more comfortable now. Recovery pills were useless, and the injury on her back could not be treated, so she had to take painkillers first. Fortunately, the burning pain on her back was reduced a lot soon. Yun Kaikai rode the bird comfortably and plucked its feathers mercilessly. The feathers fell, and the golden eagle screamed in anger. When he got to the place, he must teach this ignorant little female a lesson. Yun Kaikai plucked the feathers while sighing. Wow, plucking feathers can also increase speed. How fast. If she has the chance in the future, she will also collect a big bird to play with. At present, fortunately, Yinghua's poison has been cured. Gan Lai is in charge of the tribe, and Hua Yan and Song He are also in the beast cave to take care of the cubs. I hope they can remember what I said before. Don't act rashly, and wait for her to return to the tribe. Zhulin gritted his teeth and tried his best to catch up with the golden eagle in front of him, but there was a huge gap between the two sides in terms of size and speed, which made him feel powerless. Not long after, the golden eagle flapped its wings a few times and quickly disappeared without a trace. Zhulin refused to give up and continued to search everywhere, but in the end, he only found a few feathers floating from a distance and could no longer find any clues about the whereabouts of the golden eagle. Faced with such a result, Zhulin felt helpless and could only fly back to the Shinmao tribe with full regret. At the same time, Gan Lai returned to the beast cave with a heavy heart holding the unresponsive big tiger. His hands clenched involuntarily, and his heart was full of contradictions and entanglements. For a while, he didn't know how to face Hua Yan and Song He, who were taking care of the cubs in the beast cave. Before leaving, they clearly agreed to come back and eat hot pot together. Now, Yinghua is unconscious, and Kai Kai is even more. Hua Yan heard the voice and tilted her head. A face that was indistinguishable between male and female appeared at the dark entrance of the beast cave. Gan Lai, you are back. Hua Yan came up excitedly. But the next second, he found something wrong. Why are you holding Yinghua? What happened to him? Hua Yan looked behind him. Where is Kai Kai? Why didn't Kai Kai come back?
Oh,
I know. Is she talking to that stinky bird? I'll go find her. Hua Yan was about to go out aggressively, and Song He also came out. At this time, Gan Lai's weak voice sounded. Don't go. Yinghua is poisoned. Kai Kai. Song He said anxiously. What happened to Kai Kai? Gan Lai said with difficulty. Kai Kai was captured by a golden eagle. Suddenly, Hua Yan's footsteps stopped, and he looked at Gan Lai in disbelief. Song He's head was buzzing, and he was weak all over, and he couldn't help but hold on to the wall of the cave. Gan Lai placed Yinghua in the beast cave and quickly told them what happened. Zhulin has already gone after them. Hope there will be good news. Now is not the time to be depressed. There are still many things to do. Hua Yan, take care of the cubs, and Yinghua. Song He, you are the young patriarch of the divine cat tribe. Next, it is your turn to step forward. Thinking of Yun Kai Kai, Gan Lai felt a pain in his heart, but he knew that if he panicked, others would only panic more. Therefore, Gan Lai clenched his fists and said in a calm tone, Don't forget what Kai Kai said to us. We must believe her and not lose our composure. Hidden in the darkness, Song He raised his head. He suppressed the bitterness in his heart and returned to his usual gentleness and stability. Okay, leave the rest to me. Song He held the wall of the cave until he regained some strength. Then he stood up and left the cave. Gan Lai looked at Hua Yan, who was standing there, and reminded her again, Take good care of the cubs. Hua Yan said blinked, and a bean-sized tear slid down her cheek. He was really worried about his little female. It would have been better if he was the one who was captured. Gan Lai sighed and patted Hua Yan's shoulder. He was as sad as anyone else. However, as the strongest fighter, he had no time to cry. Hua Yan wiped away her tears and said in a hoarse voice, Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. He turned back to the beast cave and took care of the cub as usual. Gan Lai breathed a sigh of relief. When he thought of Song He's condition, he was also a little worried, so he walked out of the beast cave. Song He went to the back mountain and saw the traces left behind, and he knew how fierce the fight was. It was only later that a golden eagle flew out to do something bad, which caused Yun Kai Kai to suffer. Song He didn't dare to think about it anymore. If he thought about it any further, he was afraid that he would collapse. Although he seemed humble in the past, he was actually arrogant and conceited in his heart. He had hurt Kai Kai once because of his arrogance. Later, he was in great pain. Fortunately, Yun Kai Kai did not expel him, but forgave him instead. At that time, he decided to put Yun Kai Kai first in everything in the future. Of course, he did it. Yun Kai Kai also valued him more and more, praised him generously, and gave birth to many cubs for him. Song He had already regarded Yun Kai Kai as his life. At present, he would listen to Tsai Tsai's words and take care of everything in the tribe until she came back. But he would not sit and wait for death. He would mobilize all the relationships he could to search for Tsai Tsai's whereabouts. If Kai Kai had any problems, Song He, would never live alone. After figuring out the joints, Song He finally felt relieved and relaxed. He knew what he should do next. First of all, he needed to appease the restless orcs in the tribe so that they could do their jobs with peace of mind to avoid chaos. So, Song He personally walked to each orc and communicated with them in a gentle and firm tone, telling them that the goddess would be safe and sound, and everyone just needed to do their own things well. Secondly, Songha gave due rewards to the male orcs who participated in the encirclement and suppression of stray beasts. These brave orcs used their strength and courage to protect the safety of the tribe and deserve respect and reward. Finally, Songha transferred a large amount of food from the warehouse as a thank you to the 100 Birds tribe for coming to help. This generous gift not only expressed Songha's gratitude to the 100 Birds tribe, but also further deepened the friendship between the two tribes. Under Songha's orderly arrangements, the panic that had been pervasive in the tribe gradually dissipated. The orcs began to believe that their goddess would definitely return safely. They silently prayed for the goddess in their hearts, hoping that she could return to the tribe safely as soon as possible. When everything was arranged properly, a beautiful ribbon bird suddenly flew back. Its two long tail feathers sparkled in the sunlight, as if it was a messenger sent by God to deliver good news. Song he stared at the beautiful bird, and a surge of expectation surged in his heart. Perhaps it really brought news about the goddess. Seeing the ribbon bird getting closer and closer, Gonlai and Song He's eyes also became extremely bright. They asked in unison, "How is it? Have you found Kaikai?" Their voices were full of expectation and anxiety. Julin did not dare to look directly at their hopeful eyes. He slightly turned sideways, shook his head gently, and showed a guilty look on his face.
I'm sorry.
The golden eagle is too fast. I lost it. Julin's voice became lower and lower, with deep self-blame. He knew that he had disappointed everyone, but facing such a powerful opponent as the golden eagle, he was really powerless. The bird and beast people who originally followed Lin also came back one after another, in twos and threes. They originally wanted to help the chief to track the golden eagle, but they were helpless because their own beasts were small and of low rank. They couldn't even catch up with the chief, let alone the huge golden eagle. Song he felt a little heavy in his heart, but he also knew very clearly that most of the members of the 100 Birds tribe were small birds, so how could they easily catch up with the golden eagle? The 100 Birds tribe had come to support them this time, and had paid a lot. If they felt disappointed because of this matter, it would be wrong. Song He and Gonlai looked at each other, and Gonlai nodded slightly to show his agreement. Song He immediately understood what Gonlai was thinking, and the two had exactly the same idea. Julin, you have worked so hard. This time, thanks to the full assistance of your 100 Birds tribe, we were able to repel the wolf spider so quickly. Here are some small gifts we prepared. Please be sure to accept them. Song He's tone was very gentle, but Julin seemed a little uneasy. He originally thought that he would be blamed and accused, but he never expected that the young chief of the Divine Cat tribe would be so considerate and reasonable. Song He could forgive him, but Julin could not forgive himself. It tried its best to chase the golden eagle. When it was closest, it saw Yun Kaikai under the claws of the golden eagle, but when the golden eagle noticed it, it flapped its wings and Julin fell far away. When Julin thought that he was so close to Yun Kaikai but failed to save her, his heart seemed to be burning. If he had been more careful, would the golden eagle not have discovered it? Julin didn't know why, but when he saw the little female of the Divine Cat tribe being abducted, his heart seemed to follow her. Julin smiled grimly. I failed to save the goddess. How can I have the face to accept this generous gift? But Song He seemed to see through him and said, You have tried your best. We know that, and Kai knows it too. Hearing this, Julin's heart moved slightly. Did she really know? Song He's voice sounded again. Besides, these foods are not for you, but gifts from the Divine Cat tribe to all the beast men of the 100 Birds tribe in order to thank the friends of the 100 Birds tribe for coming to help. Julin looked back and saw that the bird and beast men also looked tired. They all leaned against the trees to rest. Song He, thank you then. Julin knew that what Song He said made sense and no longer refused. He took the initiative to say, although our 100 Birds tribe is of low rank, it is also inconspicuous. I will send the bird and beast men out to inquire about the whereabouts of the goddess when I go back. Song He was delighted. The 100 Birds tribe was well informed. With their help, perhaps they would soon know the location of Kai. Song He bowed slightly to Julin and said gratefully, That's great. I would like to thank Chief Zhu on behalf of our Divine Cat tribe. For some reason, Julin turned slightly aside and did not accept Song He's greeting. He shook his head and said, This is what I should do. After they finished discussing, Julin divided the bird and beast people into two groups. One group followed him back to the tribe first, and the other group stayed behind to walk back to the tribe with food. At this time, Yun Kaikai was still sitting comfortably on the back of the golden eagle, plucking the bird's feathers from time to time. She glanced down from time to time and saw that the golden eagle had already flown out of the Taiga Mountains with her. After a long time, the flying golden eagle suddenly felt a chill on its head. It was originally numbed by Yun Tsaitsai's torment, and it shuddered as if it had been electrocuted. It's over, it won't be plucked bald, right? This terrible thought flashed through the golden eagle's mind, and it immediately screamed, Cry. Little female, are you done? However, the golden eagle's roar did not receive a response. Instead, it was replaced by an even more intense pain. Yun Kaikai smiled slightly. Not satisfied with the result just now, she pulled off a handful of feathers again, and then threw them down. Those feathers scattered like snowflakes, sparkling in the sun, and looked very beautiful. Ah! Looking at the feathers flying all over the sky, the golden eagle fell into despair. It flapped its wings desperately, trying to find a safe place to land. At this moment, it could no longer endure this torture, and a raging anger ignited in its heart. It vowed to teach this hateful little female a lesson. The golden eagle looked down and found that it had flown over the Wuwang Sea. This is a vast ocean world. The vast sea is surging and the waves are rolling. It is boundless at a glance. In this vast sea area, there are only a few islands dotted among them, as if they are lonely and dazzling like pearls in the sea. These islands are of different sizes and shapes, but they are all covered with dense vegetation, revealing a mysterious atmosphere. The golden eagle circled in the sky, and its sharp eyes swept across the islands below. Although it was full of curiosity and desire for this mysterious area, it did not dare to land easily. Because according to legend, there lived extremely powerful beasts here, and any creature that broke into their territory would face a catastrophe. The golden eagle knew that its strength could not compete with those powerful beasts, so it could only watch from a distance in the air. But at this moment, the golden eagle suddenly found several uninvited guests flying in the distance. Its eyes instantly became alert, and after a closer look, it turned out to be its mortal enemy, the peregrine falcon. These peregrine falcons are known for their fierceness and ferocity. Although the golden eagle is not afraid of fighting them one-on-one, there are actually 5 peregrine falcons in front of it. Moreover, it has long had a deep hatred with the peregrine falcon tribe, and now it is alone. If it encounters head-on, I am afraid that this time it will really be in danger of losing its life. It's that stray golden eagle. One of the sharp-eyed peregrine falcons first discovered the figure of the golden eagle. It was it who took the lead in robbing the little female of our tribe. Another peregrine falcon shouted angrily, "We must not let it escape." The other peregrine falcons echoed, and then they rushed towards the golden eagle like an arrow. Faced with a fierce enemy, the golden eagle knew that the situation was not good. It dived down without hesitation, trying to find a place to avoid the attack. He couldn't care less. Even if there were powerful beasts on the island, it would be better than facing these irrational peregrine falcons. The beasts might favor him after seeing his bravery. Besides, he just hid and waited for these ferocious peregrine falcons to leave. He would leave immediately, and the beasts might not be able to find him. Thinking of this, the golden eagle became faster. When Yun Kaikai heard the voice of the peregrine falcon, she was refreshed, and she stood up. Yun Kaikai held the golden eagle's feathers tightly with one hand to stabilize her body, and waved the other hand desperately at the peregrine falcons. Yun Kaikai shouted at the top of her voice, "Save me. I am the little female of the divine cat tribe. The golden eagle wants to kill me. Help!" The peregrine falcons were furious when they heard the words, and they shouted angrily, "Another little female has been abducted by the golden eagle. It's so abominable. Golden eagle, if you have the guts, don't fly. Little female, don't be afraid. We are here to save you." The peregrine falcons roared and quickened their speed to chase after the golden eagle. There was a determined light in their eyes, and they had only one thought in their hearts: they must rescue this poor little female. In a flash, the originally calm sea surface suddenly became turbulent, and huge waves rose one after another, causing waves as if to submerge the whole world. A huge and earth-shaking wave slammed over, and the golden eagle and the little female on him disappeared without a trace in an instant. The peregrine falcons were terrified and hurriedly flapped their wings to fly high, trying to escape this terrible disaster. However, the waves came too fast, and they were almost swept into it and buried in the sea. The peregrine falcons who lost their target were anxious, and they were like ants on a hot pot. They anxiously looked around for the golden eagle and the little female, but there was only a vast ocean in front of them. Where was their trace? Let's wait here a little longer. A peregrine falcon suggested. Yes. If the little female floats to the surface of the sea, maybe she can be saved. Another peregrine falcon echoed. Okay, then we'll wait a little longer. The other peregrine falcons responded one after another. So the peregrine falcons decided to stay where they were for the time being and wait for the little female to appear. They circled over the sea, scanning every corner with sharp eyes, not missing any possible clues. Time passed by, and the peregrine falcons never gave up. They flew from east to west and shuttled back and forth above the sea, carefully searching for the little female. However, as the sun gradually set and night fell quietly, they still found nothing. The peregrine falcons were exhausted, and the hope in their hearts became increasingly slim. In the end, exhausted, the peregrine falcons had to accept reality and left with full of regrets and helplessness. When the peregrine falcons returned to the tribe and told this matter, the peregrine falcons in the tribe immediately became angry. This abominable golden eagle, it's good to die. It's just a pity for the little female. Which tribe is she from?
It seems to be some cat tribe.
We don't seem to have such a tribe here. We'll ask around then. I wonder where the golden eagle was captured from. It's so pitiful. A female sighed. Okay, let's go to the sea again tomorrow. If we find that poor little female, we can collect her body for her. Her husband agreed immediately. I'll go tomorrow too. Knowledge point. The peregrine falcon is a medium-sized bird of prey, but it has an extremely tough personality and is known as the fighter in the sky. Peregrine falcons are like lynxes on land, and they dare to challenge animals that are larger than themselves. If they don't obey, they will fight. The peregrine falcon's attack method is very fierce. Someone once saw it preying on a heron, and it used only one claw to scratch an egg-sized hole in the heron's back. A huge wave came, and the feathers on the golden eagle's body were all wet, leaving only a bald head without hair, which looked very funny. The golden eagle was almost choked by the freezing cold seawater. It kept making gurgling sounds. Soon it was up and down with the turbulent waves. It stopped twitching and looked like it had been drowned. But before the huge waves hit her, Yun Kaikai quickly closed her mouth and nose. Although her hair and animal skin clothes were soaked by the seawater, fortunately, she was not choked by the seawater. However, at this moment, she suddenly felt dizzy and her body could not help but dive down. Yun Kaikai tried her best to hold her breath, and her cheeks were flushed because of holding her breath. At this time, a pleasant voice of a young man came into her ears. Little female, you can breathe now. Yun Kaikai couldn't help wondering, who is talking? She puffed her cheeks and looked around vigilantly. Seeing this, the golden dragon couldn't help laughing and said, Little female, you are sitting on me. Yun Kaikai looked down and was shocked.
This
is actually a dragon. She stared at the huge creature under her with wide eyes in disbelief. The dragon's body was slender and winding, and it exuded an unparalleled sense of power. Its scales shone with dazzling golden light, as if inlaid with countless brilliant gems, which made people feel awe. Dragons actually exist. Yun Saitsai's heart was filled with indescribable excitement and shock. She had never thought that the legendary dragon would appear so realistically in front of her. At this moment, she was personally experiencing the majesty and magnificence of the dragon. This feeling was like a dream, but it was extremely real. Yun Kaikai couldn't help but sigh. She has made it. Today, Yun Kaikai actually rode a dragon. After coming to her senses, Yun Kaikai suddenly found that she could breathe freely and smoothly under the sea. She took a deep breath and felt a fresh breath going down her throat into her lungs, which made her feel refreshed. I can breathe now. Yun Kaikai shouted excitedly, with a gleam of surprise in her eyes. At this moment, Jean Long's voice sounded again, and it seemed to have a hint of pride and complacency. Of course. I have the secret treasure of our dragon clan, the water repellent bead. As long as you have this water repellent bead, no matter how big the wind and waves are, you can easily make a dry road. Walking in the water is as easy as walking on land. Long Yu continued, his tone full of pride. There really is a water-repellent bead. Amazing! She exclaimed sincerely. I didn't expect that there would be such a magical treasure in the world. I don't know what I should call you. My name is Long Yu, what about you? Long Yu asked curiously. My name is Yun Kaikai.
Got it.
Yun Kaikai couldn't help feeling a little strange when she heard Long Yu talking like an innocent child, but she was also very curious and asked, So, Long Yu, why did you roll me into the sea? In fact, if there hadn't been an accident at the last moment, she should have been saved. Thinking of this, Yun Kaikai couldn't help but feel a little sorry and helpless. But Long Yu said angrily, I heard it all. That golden eagle actually tried to kill an innocent little female like you. It's really a heinous crime. Such an evil person shouldn't be alive in the world. Long Yu became more and more angry as he spoke, and seemed to be full of resentment and disgust towards the golden eagle. Then he added, Little females need to be well protected, and we must not let that bad guy succeed. He is so bad. For a bad guy like him, it would be a good thing for him, even if he is drowned. After listening to this, Yun Kaikai fell into silence for a while. It turned out that her cry for help was too loud at that time, and Long Yu accidentally heard it, which led to the later hero's saving beauty incident. Forget it. Since she has come here, let it go. What's more, she has always been full of curiosity about the legendary creatures such as dragons. Perhaps it is because she is a flower-growing family, so she has an innate love for dragons in her bones. If there is a chance, she must find a way to abduct a giant dragon back to her tribe. Little female, I saved you. You are mine. I will take you home now. Long Yu said happily. Yun Kaikai. There is such a good thing? Take down a dragon as soon as you meet. Could it be that the Lord of the Beasts really heard her inner thoughts? Just thought about it, and it came true? She hadn't made a move yet, but she succeeded in conquering him. Yun Kaikai swallowed her saliva furtively, and then asked her the question she had just asked in a sweet voice. Long Yu, are you an adult? After hearing this, Long Yu was stunned for a moment, and then immediately replied, Soon. I will be an adult soon. Then, he asked curiously, Little female, what about you? You look younger than me. How long will it take for you to become an adult? Yun Kaikai smiled and said, I'm an adult. I'm older than you. Hearing this, Long Yu was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped. He exclaimed, Ah, what? You're already an adult? Yes, how long will it take for you to become an adult? Yun Kaikai secretly prayed that the age difference between the two would not be too big. If there was a big difference, she would feel a little embarrassed to make a move. Long Yu seemed to have noticed her thoughts, and said quickly, I will be an adult in 2 months. Time flies. We are actually about the same age. He spoke very quickly, as if he was afraid that he would be disliked by the other party. Then we are almost the same age. Yun Kaikai breathed a sigh of relief. There is only a 1-year age difference, and a sister-brother relationship is not bad.
Then,
Sister, I will take you home. The arrogant voice came again. I promise, you will definitely like my home. Okay, Yun Kaikai agreed with a smile. She was looking forward to what the home that Long Yu mentioned would look like. In the sea, the golden dragon is the undisputed overlord. Moreover, because it was carrying the little female, it used water-repellent beads, so there was almost no resistance for the golden dragon. Long Yu was very fast, and Yun Kaikai, who was riding on the golden dragon, was unstable. She subconsciously grasped the dragon horns of the golden dragon. Feeling a soft and slender hand holding his horns, Long Yu shivered and couldn't help but groan. Yun Kaikai felt that the dragon body under her seemed to shudder, and she, who had been through many battles, immediately understood something. She curled her lips and smiled, and pinched the dragon horns with evil intentions. It was not as hard as she imagined, and it was moderately soft and hard, and it was elastic when pinched, and it was unexpectedly easy to pinch.
Ah, sister.
Long Yu, who was stimulated again, slowed down his speed for a moment, and said in a trembling voice, Don't touch my dragon horn. Yun Kaikai hastily took her hand away and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Long Yue, you were too fast just now, I almost fell down. Feeling Yun Tsaitsai's little hand taken away, Long Yue relaxed all of a sudden. It was also the first time he knew that his dragon horn was so sensitive. It was so embarrassing. Almost. He really wanted to become an adult today. It is hard to imagine what a wonderful feeling it would be to be close to my sister. After coming back to his senses, Long Yue said shyly, No, don't blame you, I didn't expect it, because my sister is the first little female to ride on me. I will go slower next time, don't worry. If you can't sit steadily, you can hold the mane beside my dragon body. Long Yue reminded again.
Okay.
The gloomy mood of Yun Kaikai at first was now mostly driven away by the innocent and lovely Long Yue. Yun Kaikai grabbed the mane on both sides of the dragon body, which was a little hard and a little rough, but it was really stable to hold it in her hand and ride on the dragon. Long Yue regretted it a little. It's not impossible to let my sister pinch the dragon's horns more. If she gets used to it, she won't feel it anymore. He is really too hypocritical. The mane is too hard. Will it scratch my sister's hand? Long Yue was a little worried. He had to keep the balance of the dragon body fast and steady. But during the parade, some shocks were still unavoidable. Feeling that Yun Kaikai would occasionally pull the mane beside his dragon body when she was not sitting steadily, Long Yue's face suddenly turned red. How could he feel even his sister touching his mane? What happened to him today? Fortunately, he was a dragon, and his sister could not see his appearance. Yun Kaikai, who didn't know what Long Yue was thinking, looked at the beautiful underwater world and relaxed rarely, and her mind became clearer and clearer. The fact that the golden eagle did not dare to land casually was enough to show Long Yue's strength. The seabed is a world of its own, and it is also feared by the beast men outside, which is just right for Yun Kaikai. This is a good place no one disturbs, and it is isolated from the world. When the cub in her belly is born, Long Yue will be an adult soon. At that time, she can continue to give birth to cubs and improve her rank. At that time, maybe the system can exchange her for a potion that can wake up Yinghua. But what is born with the dragon? Is it a little dragon or a dragon egg? In Yun Tsaitsai's wild imagination, a seabed dragon palace shining with brilliant light appeared in front of Yun Kaikai. This dragon palace seemed to be built of countless pearls and gems, and the whole palace exuded an intoxicating brilliance. The walls of the palace were shining with colorful light, like a dreamlike fairyland. How sparkling it was! To be frank, Yun Tsaitsai's eyes were almost blinded when she saw the first side of the dragon palace. Yun Kaikai raised her hand to block it, closed her eyes slightly, and opened her eyes carefully again to adapt to the dazzling dragon palace in front of her. As they gradually approached the dragon palace, more details appeared in front of them. Outside the dragon palace, there were groups of colorful fish. They swam happily, as if welcoming the return of their master. Only when you get closer do you realize that the palace of the dragon palace is built of huge stones, and the outermost layer is inlaid with many crystal gems, which is so eye-catching. 2 huge coral columns stand at the entrance of the palace, and the columns are inlaid with various shells and pearls, which look extremely gorgeous. Long Yue stopped at the entrance of the palace, his claws touching the ground, and his clear voice rang out, "Sister, we are home. Please get off the dragon." Yun Kaikai smiled slightly when she heard it, and gently and carefully got off the dragon's body. After she stood firm, Long Yue transformed into a human form. Yun Kaikai waited for Long Yue's human form to appear with full expectation and curiosity, wondering what he would look like. Yun Tsaitsai's eyes were bright. The beast men in the beast world were all good-looking. The golden dragon must be more handsome when it turned into a human form. However, when she saw it with her own eyes, she was stunned. Yun Kaikai stared straight at Long Yue in front of her, and the perfect smile on her face froze instantly. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Seeing this, Long Yue was puzzled, so he walked forward and waved in front of her. Long Yue had long white hair, a little doll tied on top of his head with a rope, and 2 cute golden horns on his head. His eyes were a beautiful azure blue, his skin was white, he wore a blue and white robe and a sparkling jade. He looked like a well-fed young dragon.
But
Long Yu's human form was definitely that of a little boy who had not grown up. Long Yue was not 1 year younger than him. He was more like 10 years younger. Ah! Yun Sightsai's inner groundhog screamed wildly. What did she just do to this little brother? She actually teased him secretly. Really? If she knew he was still so young, Yun Kaikai would never have done it. What a sin! Sister? Hearing Long Yu's voice, Yun Sightsai's dull eyes moved. She smiled with difficulty and then asked, Long Yue, didn't you say that you will become an adult in 2 months?
But you look so young. Tell me, how old are you?
Tell the truth, I won't be angry. Yun Kaikai looked at her face, which was more childish than her brother Yun Hai, and couldn't help rubbing her temples. Long Yue said angrily, Sister, I didn't lie to you. I really became an adult in 2 months. Help, this angry look is even cuter. You really didn't lie to me? But you obviously look very young. Sister, I won't lie to you. Am I really small? Long Yue pouted and touched his face unhappily. He likes big things. Everything must be big. But no one has ever said that. Long Yue continued to defend himself. Seeing his face full of confidence and depression, Yun Kaikai chose to believe what Long Yue said. Maybe it's just that he looks young. Hey, she's lucky. It's not impossible to have a little brother. She still has this beast husband. Looking at the little golden dragon who was somewhat suspicious of Long Sheng, Yun Kaikai smiled and said, Long Yue, I like your face very much. With one sentence, Long Yue was happy. Hey, let's go home together. When Yun Kaikai followed Long Yue into the Dragon Palace, a fresh and slightly salty seawater smell came to her face. The palace was spacious and bright. Yun Kaikai walked in it, feeling the unique atmosphere here. Are you the only one living here? Yun Kaikai asked carefully. My father and mother went out. They may be back soon. My father is so fierce, and my mother is so gentle. I really don't know what my mother likes about him.
Don't worry about them.
I'll take you back to the stone cave to rest for a while. After walking for a while, Long Yue stopped. Sister, would you like to live here? Long Yue lifted the curtain covering the sea, and a spacious stone cave appeared in front of Yun Kaikai. The bottom of the stone bed was covered with soft seaweed, and on top was a soft cloth. The head of the bed was inlaid with a white and a blue bead. The 2 beads emitted a faint light, and the light of the white bead was brighter and softer, illuminating the entire stone cave. In short, it feels very comfortable here at first glance. Okay, I like it very much. I'm glad you like it. My stone cave is next to it. If you have anything, just call me. Long Yue smiled lightly, and his little tiger teeth were exposed. Yun Kaikai was really itchy and couldn't help but rub Long Yue's little choo-choo. Long Yue successfully blushed. Yun Kaikai stopped teasing the little golden dragon and asked curiously, What are these 2 beads? The white one is the night shining pearl, which can be as bright as day even at night. The blue one is the water-repellent pearl. Without seawater, it will be more comfortable when sleeping. Long Yue explained with a red face. If sister sleeps, you can buckle this part down to block the night shining pearl. Long Yue stepped forward to demonstrate, and Yun Kaikai praised the little golden dragon generously. I didn't expect that the golden dragon tribe in the underwater world has been ahead of the outside world. Without looking at Long Yue's outfit, just look at the stone cave. Even the stone bed has a small mechanism. Sister, you take a rest first, and I'll call you to eat when the meal is ready. Long Yue suggested.
Okay.
After such a long time, Yun Kaikai was also a little tired, and her back was aching. I almost forgot that she was still injured. Just when Long Yue was here, let him help. Long Yue, wait a minute. Yun Kaikai hurriedly called out to Long Yue, who was about to go out. Long Yue stopped when he heard Yun Sightsai's voice. He turned around with a puzzled look on his face and asked, Sister, is there anything I can do for you? Yun Kaikai smiled slightly with a hint of cunning in her eyes and said softly, Brother Long Yue, I need your help. There was a bit of tenderness in her voice, which made people feel pity and love. Long Yue nodded, walked closer to Yun Kaikai, and asked with concern, Okay, sister, how can I help you? Yun Kaikai did not answer directly, but turned slightly to the side, with her back to Long Yue. Then, she gently unbuttoned the fur coat on her upper body with a natural but seductive movement. As the fur coat slipped off, her smooth and delicate skin was exposed to the air, exuding a faint fragrance. Long Yue stared blankly and couldn't help holding his breath. From his angle, with just a slight glance, he could see the snow-white softness. Knowing what it was, Long Yue blushed from head to toe, and he quickly turned his head away from looking at the charming scenery. Then, Yun Kaikai slowly lying on the soft stone bed, her figure was graceful and curvy, like a beautiful painting. Her long hair fell on the edge of the stone bed like a waterfall, swaying gently, adding a touch of romance to the whole scene. If it weren't for the 2 hideous wounds on her back, everything would have seemed beautiful. Seeing Long Yue awkwardly turning to the side without looking at her, Yun Saicai's consciousness moved, and she immediately found the corresponding ointment in the space. It was in a small pottery, and it looked the same as the medicine in the beast world. She put the medicine aside and said, "Long Yue, help me apply the medicine." Medicine? After hearing this, Long Yue suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Sister is injured. Long Yue turned back suddenly, and when his eyes fell on the terrible scar on Yun Saicai's back, his pupils suddenly shrank. "Sister, how are you injured?" Long Yue's voice was filled with anxiety and concern that was hard to conceal. After asking, Long Yue suddenly remembered why he wanted to bring Yun Kaikai home. His voice was full of anger. "Sister, was it that dead golden eagle that hurt you?" Yun Kaikai nodded slightly, indicating her agreement, and said, "I was injured when he abducted me from the tribe." Her tone was calm, but her eyes revealed a hint of worry. She wondered how the beast husbands would react when they saw her being captured. Although Yinghua was unconscious, with Gan Lai here, there shouldn't be any problem. "I hope they all listen well. Sister, the wound is too deep. You can't use medicine casually. I'll ask the witch doctor to take a look at you first." Long Yue frowned. "Long Yue, use this medicine. This is the magic medicine of our tribe. It will heal quickly after using it." Yun Kaikai made up a story without changing her expression. Although this is not the tribe's medicine, it is indeed a medicine rewarded by the system. If you apply it, the effect will definitely be much better.
Well.
Okay, but if there is no improvement, sister, you have to listen to me and let the witch doctor take a look. Okay. Long Yue gently picked up the ointment that had been placed aside and then carefully applied it on Yun Saicai's back. As soon as the ointment touched the wound, it suddenly felt hot and painful. Hiss. Yun Kaikai couldn't help but gasp. Long Yue immediately raised his hand and said distressfully, "I'm sorry, sister. I'll be gentle." "It's okay." After a while, the burning sensation finally disappeared and was replaced by a cool feeling from the wound, which made people feel very comfortable. "Is this strength okay?" Long Yue asked seriously.
Well.
Yun Kaikai sighed comfortably. "Sister, it doesn't hurt so much now, does it? Do you want me to be gentler?" Yun Kaikai. Why does this conversation sound so emotional? She is a serious animal, okay? "Sister, the medicine has been applied. How do you feel now?" Long Yue asked with concern. "Thank you, Long Yue. I'm much better," Yun Kaikai said gently. Long Yue looked at the delicate and gentle woman in front of him, and a ripple appeared in his heart, but he tried hard to control his emotions and said softly, "Then sister, you should rest first." Yun Kaikai nodded slightly and replied, "Okay." Her voice was soft and melodious, as beautiful as the sound of nature. Long Yue turned and left the cave. When he reached the entrance of the cave, he was about to put down the thick seaweed curtain, but suddenly he caught a glimpse of Yun Kaikai getting dressed. Through the looming curtain, Long Yue vaguely saw a beautiful scenery. His heartbeat instantly accelerated, and his cheeks flushed involuntarily. He didn't dare to look at it again, and hurriedly turned his head away, then ran away quickly, like a frightened rabbit. Long Yue didn't stop until he ran a distance, gasping for breath. The scene he just saw kept emerging in his mind, and his heart was full of shyness and uneasiness. "What's wrong with me? I'm so embarrassed." Long Yue was secretly annoyed, and at the same time he vaguely realized that they had only been together for half a day, and his feelings for Yun Kai seemed to be even more special. He had never had such an impulse towards other females. Yun Kai looked towards the cave entrance and curled her lips. This cute and innocent little thing. After putting on her clothes, Yun Kai lay on the stone bed, closed her eyes, and then her consciousness entered the space. Little pomegranate, can you help me check the situation of the cubs in my belly? Since she became pregnant with this baby, not only has she not responded, but her belly is still as flat as before, and the cubs have hardly moved. Several times, Yun Kai forgot that she was pregnant. Pomegranate immediately responded, "Okay, host, please wait." About a minute or two later, Pomegranate's voice rang again. "Host, the cubs are all healthy, please rest assured." Yun Kai felt relieved and continued to ask, "Then why is my belly so flat this time when I am pregnant?" Due to unlocking the 5th level mall, the extra reward is that you will be as light as a swallow during pregnancy and will not have any morning sickness reaction, which will not affect the host's daily life. Yun Saitai's eyes lit up. "This is good. Does that mean that all my future pregnancies will be the same?" "Yes, host." Yun Kai was very satisfied. "Thank you, my caring little pomegranate." In the past, in order to improve her rank and strength as quickly as possible, she cooperated with the system to take in beast men and gave birth to cubs. She was almost constantly pregnant and gave birth to cubs. She had pain-free pills and recovery pills during childbirth, but no one could replace the difficulties of pregnancy. She had experienced constant morning sickness, drowsiness, fatigue in the early stages of pregnancy, inconvenient movement, back pain, edema in the late stages of pregnancy. She had experienced all of these. But because it was her choice, she never complained, let alone regretted her choice. In the 13 years of the apocalypse, she was alone, walking in the darkness, living from hand to mouth, and finally died tragically at the hands of the zombie king. Now she is in the wild beast world, and it seems that the situation is not much better than the apocalypse. But she has a group of family members who care for her with the help of the system, and while giving birth to a group of cute cubs, she also being able to improve your rank and strength and increase your voice. This is the life that many people dream of. Wanting to improve your strength without paying anything is a daydream. Otherwise, why did the system choose you alone? Yun Kai has always been very clear about this fact, so she has never rejected the process of pregnancy and childbirth. What's more, now she has felt the kindness of the system many times. So she thought, since she is bound to the system, let them become better and better together. She also wants to see, if she has enough cubs, to what extent will her strength be improved? When that day comes, where will she stand? Yun Kai is very daring to think. With beautiful expectations for the future, Yun Kai fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, Long Yue foolishly ran a long way, and when he regained consciousness, he returned to his cave in annoyance. After he gulped down a bowl of water, his pounding heart finally slowed down. At this moment, an idea suddenly flashed through Long Yue's mind, and then he ran back to his mother's cave like a gust of wind. He saw with his own eyes that his sister was only wearing a dirty animal skin dress. So, Long Yue began to rummage through his mother's clothes, trying to find 2 beautiful new clothes for his sister. Finally, after a while, after a lot of effort, he found 2 beautiful new robes that his mother had never worn before, and then he left with them in his arms, feeling satisfied. After returning to his cave, Long Yue carefully put the robes aside, ready to give them to Yun Kai after she woke up. After doing this, Long Yue's eyes suddenly turned cold, and there was one thing he would never forget. Long Yue ran out of the palace, his figure flashed, and the moment he jumped up, his body quickly changed, and a domineering golden dragon appeared. The golden dragon swam quickly in the sea, stirring up waves. Its eyes were sharp and determined, and it had only one goal: to find the dead golden eagle. Whoever dared to hurt his sister would have to pay the price. It was not enough to just drown it. He wanted to tear the hateful golden eagle into pieces with his own hands and feed it to the fish. With his keen perception and familiarity with the ocean, Long Yue roughly estimated the possible location of the golden eagle's body. He began to search every corner carefully, not missing any clues. Time passed by, and half an hour passed in a flash. Long Yue had shuttled back and forth between the seabed and the sea surface many times, but still found nothing. Maybe it was eaten by a sea shark. It's really a bargain for him. Oh no. So much time has passed without me realizing it. I have to go back to prepare food for my sister. The golden dragon swam quickly towards his own cave. He wanted to prepare more delicious food for his sister. When he thought of Yun Kaikai, Long Yue's originally unhappy mood immediately improved. My sister will definitely like the food from the sea. Deep in the sea, the sun shone through the dense leaves, casting mottled light and shadows. A breeze blew, bringing the unique salty smell of the sea. Cough, cough, cough. Accompanied by a weak cough, the golden eagle who had just regained consciousness tried to open his eyes. He felt his throat dry, and his body was in great pain, as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. Seeing the figure standing in front of him, the golden eagle endured the pain, restored his human form, and struggled to sit up. He remembered that he had wanted to return to his beast cave in the Wandering Beast Alliance with a captured little female, but he ran into his nemesis, the peregrine falcon. In order to escape the pursuit of those peregrine falcons, he decided to go to the island to hide. But just as he was flying at a low altitude, a sudden huge wave swept them into the sea. He couldn't swim and lost consciousness soon. When he opened his eyes again, the golden eagle was there. He looked at the unfamiliar environment around him, his heart filled with fear and gratitude. "Thank you for saving me," the golden eagle said in a hoarse voice, and his eyes fell on the man standing in front of him. Hearing the golden eagle's voice, the man slowly turned around. When the golden eagle saw the other's face clearly, his eyes widened instantly, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. The man in front of him was actually Leader. "It's you." The golden eagle never thought that the leader of the Wandering Beast Alliance would appear in the Wuwang Sea. He was shocked to the point of being speechless. After a moment, the golden eagle came back to his senses and hurriedly straightened his body, kowtowed and thanked. "Thank you, leader, for saving Jinsher's life." The man waved his hand and motioned for him to get up. "What's the matter? Didn't I forbid you to go to the hopeless sea?" The leader's voice was full of majesty. "Also, Jinsher, why are there only you, Monkey Da, and Pig Lao San?" He frowned slightly and asked dissatisfiedly. When the golden eagle heard the leader's questioning, he did not dare to hide it and told the whole story. It turned out that Feng Jinjin was pregnant with 2 cubs in 1 year, and she was very proud of it and spread the news everywhere. The surrounding tribes knew everything, and the news slowly spread to the Wandering Beast Alliance. The leader of the Wandering Beast Alliance was very interested and sent his men to capture Feng Jinjin. When they arrived near the Divine Cat tribe, they encountered the Black Snake. They approached intentionally, and the Black Snake was happy to have help. Now, Jinsher and others learned that Feng Jinjin had been abducted by Black Stone, and it was not like the rumors at all. Instead, it was another low-key female, Yun Kaikai, who had amazing fertility. Therefore, they made a plan for a sneak attack and abduction. Jinsher had the highest rank, and everyone was led by him. Originally, he was hidden behind and did not need to take action, but who knew that the Divine Cat tribe gave them a big surprise? The first monkey and the third pig were killed one after another, and the Black Snake and a group of wolf spiders were also unable to escape. Jinsher seized the opportunity and kidnapped the little female Yun Kaikai. Jinsher quickly recounted what happened next. When he thought of Yun Kaikai, Jinsher couldn't help but grin, with a face full of resentment. "I've lived for so long, and I've never met such a little female." He gritted his teeth viciously, as if he wanted to bite the hateful little female to pieces. "That little female is really cruel and ruthless." Jinsher became more and more angry as he spoke. "She not only plucked the hair on my body, but also plucked all the hair on my head." As he spoke, he pointed to his bald head, which looked as funny as it could be. The Wandering Beast leader looked at Jinsher's miserable condition. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but he quickly looked away the next second, as if he couldn't bear to watch it any longer.
But
The wandering beast leader suddenly changed the subject, and a trace of barely perceptible interest flashed in his eyes. This little female sounds quite interesting. A ferocious kitten. He laughed softly, not knowing what he was thinking. Jinshi touched his bald head and rolled his eyes and said, I originally wanted to present the little female to you, the leader, but now I don't know if the little female is still alive. The wandering beast leader glanced at him, as if he saw through Jinshi, and he warned in a serious tone, I don't care what you were thinking before. Hide it now. Seeing the leader's unfathomable eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything, Jinshi couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He recalled the leader's various methods, those horrifying punishments and tortures, and couldn't help feeling a chill on his back. He knew very well that if he went against the leader's wishes, the consequences would be disastrous. So Jinshi hurriedly lowered his head and said in panic, Jinshi dare not. His voice trembled slightly, showing his inner tension and fear. The leader seemed very satisfied with Jinshi's performance. He patted Jinshi's shoulder gently, with an imperceptible smile on his face. Hearing the leader's words, Jinshi's eyes lit up instantly. Thank you, leader. Crying. A golden eagle with a quarter of its feathers missing rushed to the sky with difficulty. It was a little difficult for him to flap his wings, but he was very happy in his heart. When Jinshi thought of the reward, he immediately became energetic. He no longer felt pain in his body, and his wings were strong. He now just wanted to fly to the Wandering Beast Alliance as fast as possible. Seeing the golden eagle flying away, the leader of the wandering beasts also jumped into the sea. The moment he entered the sea, he transformed into a beast. Soon, his figure disappeared from the sea. He must get the kitten with bared fangs and claws. Young master, what do you want to eat? Zhangde will make it for you right away. In front of a stone table, an octopus danced its 8 tentacles and spoke confidently and firmly. I want to try it myself today. Long Yue tried to make his expression look as natural as possible.
wow.
Did I hear it right? You want to cook for yourself? The octopus's face was full of shock, and even its 8 tentacles stopped moving because they were too surprised. Didn't you say before that even if you were beaten to death, even if you never find a female, you would never cook in this life? Long Yue was speechless after hearing this. Is it not okay for me to regret it now? Zhangde, teach me how to cook quickly. Long Yue shouted angrily. Okay. An imperceptible smile appeared on Zhangde's face. He thought to himself that his young master might have a favorite female, right? It's really not easy. So, Zhangde began to teach Long Yue hand in hand, and Long Yue learned very seriously. A pot of shrimp, a pot of sea fish, a pot of bright green seaweed mixed with salt, a plate of abalone, a pot of scallops, a pot of... Isn't this simple? Long Yue said proudly. Zhangde complained that it was very simple and smiled. As long as you learn, there is nothing you can't learn. Of course. Long Yue raised his head and walked out with the seafood. The stone table was full and almost couldn't be placed. Long Yue was about to go to the stone cave to call Yun Kai for dinner. At this time, a teasing voice came. Aunt, I haven't seen you for a few days. Long Yue can actually cook? I'm in for a treat now. A beautiful woman with long curly hair like seaweed smiled slightly. Her eyes were full, and her cherry lips were curved. Stinky Aili. It's not made for you. And why are you here with my mother again? Long Yue frowned, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Haha, you're still so easily mad. Haili chuckled and said softly. Hearing this, Long Yue suddenly widened his eyes, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Every time he stays with Haili, people around him always think that he is the younger one. He is obviously 1 month older than Haili, but Haili always behaves so gentle and steady. In comparison, he seems a little childish. Especially Haili's expression that is always smiling and extremely gentle, which makes Long Yue feel very helpless. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, this stinky mermaid is so hateful. Okay, Long Yue, you have to quarrel with Haili as soon as you meet. You grew up together. What a deep fate. Long Yu's mother Hylon had a headache seeing Long Yu like this, and she spoke helplessly. Hylon wanted to match Hyli and Long Yu, but the two would always have some unpleasantness when they met. That's right, Long Yue, be honest. Long Yu's father, Long Bao, said in a rough voice. Long Yu's face darkened for a moment, but when he thought of the little female who was still resting, he endured it again and again. He couldn't be beaten by his father again. He had to leave a good impression in front of his sister. Dad, Mom, you're back. Seeing that Long Yu rarely did not get angry on the spot, Hylon and Long Bao looked at each other in surprise, but they didn't say anything else. The three of them walked to the stone table, and Hylon smiled and said, "What day is today? Why is the food so good?" Long Yu smiled shyly. "Today, I saved a little female."
Ah?
Long Yu told his father and mother everything that happened. Long Yu did not forget to glance at Hyli. "My sister is only 1 year older than me. She is very beautiful and gentle. Yes, she is 100 times more beautiful and gentle than Hyli."
Aili.
This silly Long Yu, this is bringing bad luck to that little female. Hylon frowned after hearing this. It was unknown where this little female from the backward continent came from, but she had already won Long Yu's heart after just one meeting. Long Yu was really making trouble. She immediately felt unhappy and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Where is that little female?" Long Yu was stunned for a moment, thinking that something seemed wrong with his mother, but he didn't think too much about it. He continued, "She is injured and is resting in the cave." Long Yu's eyes lit up when he thought of something. "By the way, Hyli, you are here. Come with me to see my sister." Hyli looked at her aunt. Hylon nodded meaningfully, and Hyli followed Long Yu out. Hearing the footsteps coming from outside, Yun Kaikai sat up and looked at the entrance of the cave. "Sister, sister." With a shout, Long Yu lifted the seaweed curtain and walked into the cave first. "Have you been awake for a long time? Are you hungry? I just made a lot of food for you." Without waiting for Yun Kaikai to answer, Long Yu said, "My father and mother are back too. We can go out for dinner together later." Long Yu was still talking incessantly. At this moment, there was a sudden noise behind him. Yun Saitsai's eyes were instantly attracted to her, and when she saw who was coming, she couldn't help holding her breath. The person's long seaweed-like hair fell to her waist like a waterfall, her skin was as white as snow, and her figure was graceful, like a fairy descending from the sky. At this moment, Yun Saitsai's mind was blank, and she could only think of one sentence. She had never seen such a beautiful little female. Hyli, who was also looking at Yun Kaikai, was also shocked. The little female in front of her seemed to be shrouded in a layer of hazy clouds, making it difficult to grasp. As Long Yu said, she was indeed beautiful and heart-moving. "Hyli, don't stand there stupidly. Come here and show your sister the injury on her back." Yun Kaikai asked in surprise. "This is the witch doctor of the tribe? Such a young witch doctor is rare." Long Yu smiled and said, No, Hyli is not a witch doctor, but she is better than a witch doctor." Hyli smiled slightly and said softly, "I am the only mermaid with healing talent." Yun Kaikai suddenly realized, no wonder she is so beautiful. It turns out she is from the mermaid tribe. That's not surprising. However, healing talent? In the Beast World continent, she has never heard of the concept of talent. Yun Kaikai was surprised in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. It seems that she made the right decision to come to the bottom of the sea. "Let me see the wound on your back." Hyli walked forward and said gently. Yun Kaikai was curious about how magical Hyli's healing talent was, so she lay on the stone bed, revealing the hideous and turned-out wound on her back. Seeing this shocking wound, Hyli couldn't help but frown slightly. Although it is no longer bleeding, it can be seen from these scars that the previous injury was quite serious. Long Yu said with heartache, "This is much better than the initial time."
Let me try.
Hyli did not say much, just placed her hand lightly on the top of Yun Saitsai's back, then closed her eyes, concentrated her mind, and tried her best to stimulate her talent. In the blink of an eye, a ball of green light emitting vitality appeared in the palm of her hand. This ball of green light seemed to have life, slowly falling and covering the wound on Yun Saitsai's back. Yun Kaikai suddenly felt a warm current surging up her back, which felt both comfortable and wonderful. Not long after, the green light ball gradually dissipated, and Hailey moved her hands away.
Okay.
These two simple words revealed a kind of confidence. Almost at the same time when Hailey finished speaking, Long Yue was surprised to find that the scar that had made him so distressed had disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by a piece of skin as white and delicate as mutton fat white jade. The wound on Yun Saicai's back was healed in such a short time. At least you are of some use. Long Yue happily patted Hailey's shoulder vigorously. Hailey was swayed and almost lost her balance, but she managed to stand firm.
Hailey.
Yun Kaikai reached out and touched her back. It was smooth and delicate. The originally hideous wound had been completely healed, and there was not even a scar left. This healing talent is really magical. She pulled down her fur coat, turned around and thanked her in surprise. Hailey, thank you. Then, Yun Kaikai asked worriedly, will using this healing talent have any effect on you? Hailey just smiled gently and said softly, don't worry. Treating unconscious and seriously injured beast men will have no effect, but as long as time is enough, I will recover. Hearing this, Yun Kaikai breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Hailey, if it weren't for you, it would take me some time to get better. This time thanks to you. Yun Kaikai sighed in her heart at Hailey's healing talent, and also silently remembered this favor. Then why not? Promise me one thing? Hailey's gentle and smiling voice sounded again, and there seemed to be a hint of imperceptible cunning in her tone. Yun Kaikai was slightly stunned, looking at Hailey in confusion, secretly guessing what she wanted. After hesitating for a moment, she still asked softly, what's the matter? Hailey's eyes swept over Yun Kaikai lightly, and then stopped at Long Yue, who was standing aside. Long Yue suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He stared at Hailey nervously, trying to catch some clues from her expression. However, Hailey just smiled and did not reveal any flaws. She said softly and slowly, how about you give Long Yue to me? Yun Kaikai widened her eyes, obviously not expecting Hailey to make such a request. What an oversight! Hailey is actually her love rival. And Long Yue was even more frightened by these sudden words. Hailey, you. What nonsense are you talking about? Yun Kaikai looked at the gentle and indifferent little female in front of her, with slightly upturned cherry lips, and laughed out loud. Hailey, don't tease Long Yue, look how scared he is. Long Yue is a rare golden dragon in the beast world. He is not something that can be exchanged at will. It is his freedom to choose who to be his little female, and I can't interfere. Hailey, you know that, right? Hearing what Yun Kaikai said, Hailey's smile deepened. She gently opened her cherry-like mouth and said slowly in an extremely gentle tone, of course. Hailey cast her gaze on Yun Kaikai, her eyes full of kindness and tenderness, but in that tenderness there seemed to be a hint of sadness. Yun Kaikai also smiled in response, but her brain was working fast. Looking at Hailey like this, something is wrong. There must be something wrong. It seems that the little golden dragon is not so easy to take down. Long Yue glared at Hailey fiercely. You are as annoying as always. This kind of joke is not funny at all. Hailey, give up. Anyway, I will not choose you as a little female. Well, it's my fault. Hailey looked at Long Yue helplessly, and then looked at Yun Kaikai apologetically. Yun Kaikai smiled and said, then Hailey, I still owe you a request. Hailey was a little surprised that she mentioned it again, and then she suddenly understood. This little female was telling her that although Long Yue could not let her go, she would not forget that he had helped her heal, and would not let her suffer in vain. Okay, let me think about it. Long Yue interrupted their conversation at this time, and he said excitedly, Sister, try on the new robe I picked for you. Sister, after you change, let's go eat together. I'll wait for you outside. Long Yue's voice trembled a little, and he suddenly remembered the scene he had seen before, and he couldn't help feeling a little shy. Therefore, without waiting for Yun Kaikai to respond, Long Yue put down the robe, then walked out with blushing cheeks. Hailey looked at Long Yue's departing back and smiled slightly. She turned to look at Yun Kaikai and said considerately, This robe is worn differently from the animal skin suit. Do you need my help? Yun Kai was delighted. She nodded immediately with curved eyebrows and agreed happily, okay. As a little female in the beast world, it was her first time to wear this kind of robe. Naturally, she had to act not so skilled. Besides, she was unfamiliar with the place, so it would be best to get close to the little female and become friends. She also wanted to slowly ask about talents in the future. Of course, the most important thing is that Yun Kai said that she really likes to see beautiful sisters. Thinking of this, Yun Kai couldn't help but smile sweetly. Hailey was infected by Yun Sai's smile and laughed too. She picked up the robe, gently unfolded it, and carefully explained to Yun Kai how to wear it. You need to tie it here and here. Compared with the animal skin clothes, it would be a little more cumbersome to put on. With the help of Hailey, Yun Kai put on the robe. Hailey gently adjusted the collar for Yun Kai and then said gently, okay. Kai, you are the most beautiful female I have ever seen. The female who changed into the robe immediately became different. The new robe made her look more graceful. Hailey's eyes were full of amazement. Yun Kai's eyes sparkled. Isn't this a telepathic connection? She smiled and said, Hailey, you are also the most beautiful female I have ever seen. The two smiled at each other and walked out of the cave together. Long Yue, who was outside the cave, saw Yun Kai wearing the robe. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, Sister is so beautiful. Yun Kai heard Long Yue's praise, smiled at Long Yue and said, Thank you, Long Yue. The robe is very beautiful. Where did you find it for me? Hearing this, Long Yue's cheeks became hot, and he scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He avoided talking about the source of the clothes, but just smiled and said, hee. As long as you like it, I will give you more beautiful robes in the future. Let's go eat first. After saying that, he walked out of the cave with Yun Kai and Hailey. Long Bao and Hailon sat upright in front of the stone table. Their faces were serious. Long Bao frowned slightly, and there was a hint of impatience in his tone. It's been so long. Why haven't they come yet? As he spoke, he looked into the distance from time to time. Hailon pursed her lips lightly, and a trace of worry rose in her heart. Is the injury of the little female rescued by Long Yue really serious? Her eyes revealed concern. Although she didn't like this little female she had never met, she was also full of curiosity. Long Bao's face became a little ugly, and he complained indignantly, Long Yue is about to become an adult. It's unlucky that a little female suddenly appears at this time. Hailon sighed softly, trying to calm Long Bao's anger. Let's wait and see. Maybe Long Yue is just impulsive. After all, he saved the little female out of kindness. However, Long Bao became more and more excited. His eyes widened, and his voice rose 8 octaves. Long Yue is so disobedient. Doesn't he know that the male orcs of our sea tribe can only mate with the young females of the sea tribe? Long Bao became more and more angry. He clenched his fists, and even wanted to find Long Yue immediately and give him a good lesson. Okay, keep your voice down. Are you afraid that others don't know? Let's see what's going on first. Hailan's voice was faint. Long Bao curled his lips, but obediently said nothing more. At this time, 3 figures came from far away and slowly appeared in front of Long Bao and Hailon. Yun Kai looked over. One was a male beast man with long golden hair, golden eyebrows, and beard. His eyes were bright and majestic. The other was a female with long silver hair and a pearl necklace. Although there were some fine lines at the corners of her eyes, her appearance was still as gentle as jade, and her charm was as good as before. Yun Kai exclaimed in her heart, This is Long Yue's father and mother. This is the face she has seen. The youngest old orc. It turns out that those who can give birth to such a good-looking person are all extraordinary in appearance. Long Bao and Hailon looked closely and saw that the little female walking side by side with Hailey had long light golden hair, which fell on her shoulders like a waterfall. Her eyes were curved, like 2 crescent moons, and her smile was particularly charming. In addition, she was wearing a light green robe, and the whole person looked fresh and refined and beautiful. Compared with Hailey, this appearance is indeed not much worse. No wonder Long Yue was bent on saying good things to her. Hailon thought so. This little female has a good eye, and the robe makes her look even better.
Just wait.
Why does this robe look so familiar? Hailon looked at him secretly, and her face became darker the more she looked. Isn't this the robe that she was reluctant to wear and carefully put in the bottom of the box?
Long Yue.
It must be her eldest son. This Long Yue, who hasn't even formed a partner with this little female, has already become extremely biased towards her. Hailon's chest was heaving with anger. She tried hard to suppress her anger and kept repeating in her heart, biological child, biological child. She only gave birth to such a child. However, after this incident, her impression of Yun Kaikai became even worse. Sister, this is my father and mother, you can call them with me. Long Yue introduced shyly. Long Bao and Hailan's faces darkened instantly when they heard Long Yue's words. Yun Kaikai glanced at the two people who were sitting upright but with somewhat unfriendly expressions, and her mind turned in circles, but she still greeted them with a polite smile on her face. Chief, Madam Chief, sorry to bother you. Seeing that the little female in front of them did not take this opportunity to rely on Long Yue, the two of them looked a little better.
Hailan spoke first. Sir Miling Daini Fili. Gai, Sai.
Sit down quickly. I heard from Long Yue that you are a little female from the outside continent. I wonder if you can get used to the food in the sea. Eat something to fill your stomach first. There was a bit of arrogance in her tone. The food in the sea was not rare, so let this little female broaden her horizons. It also let her know that even if she was sought after by males in the outside continent, she was not worthy of the only descendant of the dragon clan in the Wuwang Sea, the golden dragon, Long Yue. Long Yue raised his face and smiled brightly. Sister, come and try my cooking. Kai looked at the stone table, which was full of seafood. She was about to smile, but the next second, she saw a crab still moving, and her smile froze on her face. It looks like, after being knocked unconscious, it was washed and served in a basin, right? Do you usually eat like this? Long Yue nodded. Yes. It's delicious. Sister, try it. Hailey also said softly, have you never eaten it before and don't know how to eat it? Sister, I'll make it for you. Long Yue reached out to take the shrimp, and then Yun Kaikai saw the foot of the shrimp's lid twitched. Really? It's not dead yet. She really can't eat raw seafood and various meats.
Wait.
Yun Kaikai immediately stopped Long Yue from putting it in her mouth. Sister, what's wrong? Long Yue held the shrimp in his hand with a puzzled look. It's okay. I just have a new way to eat it, and it's very quick. Why don't you wait a moment? I'll make it for everyone. Yun Kaikai slightly shifted her gaze and stopped looking at the kicking shrimp.
No.
Sister, you can't do it. Long Yue, why don't you come with me? Yun Kaikai said immediately. Long Yue blushed, then. Okay.
Hailan.
Long Bao. Under the table, Hailey gently pressed her aunt's hand and said sympathetically, okay, I want to try new flavors after eating the same food every day. Kai, I'll go and help you.
Hailan Sai said go.
She wanted to see what this little female was going to do. Long Bao looked at the empty table and shouted, nonsense. Don't we always eat like this? The little female from the backward continent is just fooling around. Hailon glanced at him indifferently. Why are you shouting? Why didn't you say it just now when you were so powerful?
I'm
not. Isn't it easy to argue with a little female? Long Bao said weakly. Then argue with me? No, how dare I? Long Bao smiled. Just wait obediently. Okay, Lon, don't be angry. I'll get you a bowl of water first. After saying that, Long Bao ran to the back dejectedly. Hailon touched the hair on her forehead. If she can't deal with the little dragon, can she not deal with the old dragon? Oh, how can she make Long Yue and Hailey form a couple obediently? Thinking of this, Hailon felt a headache. Looking at the stone cave with nothing in it, Yun Kaikai slapped her forehead helplessly, almost forgetting that this was the bottom of the sea. Sister, you tell me, I'll do it. Long Yue, I need some dead branches and leaves that won't get wet. Yun Kaikai looked at him apologetically and really needed him to work hard. Long Yue immediately said, "I'll go to the island to get it for you. There are water-repellent beads, so they won't get wet. Sister, don't worry, I'll be quick." "Okay." Hailey said curiously, "What about me? What do I need to do?" Yun Kaikai smiled slightly and said, Can you lead the way for me? Where are the bigger stones? I need to make 2 stone pots." Hailey readily agreed. "Okay, I'll take you there, not far from the cave. But making stone pots and the like is a strenuous job, right? I'll call a male beast man for you," Hailey said as he walked. "Okay, but ordinary male beast men won't work." "Hailey, what other tribes are there in our Wuwang Sea? In addition to Long Yue, are there other male beast men with sharp claws?" Yun Kaikai asked. "Don't underestimate the Wuwang Sea. In fact, there are only 7 tribes: the Golden Dragon Tribe, the Mermaid Tribe, the Dolphin Tribe, the White Whale Tribe, the Black Turtle Tribe, the Octopus Tribe, and the Sea Crab Tribe. All tribes are headed by the Golden Dragon," Hailey said softly. "As for the male beast men, with sharp claws you mentioned," Hailey pondered for a moment, then smiled. "Well, there really is one. Kaikai. Wait for me." Hailey walked away with a frown, and Yun Kaikai also remembered the names of the tribes she had just mentioned. A minute later, Yun Kaikai looked at the person Hailey brought over, and her smile broke again. Seeing Long Yue's father, Yun Kaikai, who had a serious face and exuded the aura of "stay away from me." "Uncle, the stone pot is handed over to you," Hailey said in a brisk tone, blinked her eyes, and was full of cunning. Yun Kaikai, who received the signal, looked helpless. She didn't expect that the gentle little sister had such a naughty side. Long Bao was so angry that his nostrils were about to smoke, but he couldn't get angry, so he had to say with a gloomy face, "The little female rescued by Long Yue. How to make the stone pot, you said? Chief, please trouble me. You need to dig a hole in this stone a little bigger. Yes, this should be longer as a grip, and the other should be removed and polished." Yun Kaikai said. Long Bao did it with a dark face, and soon 2 stone pots were made. "Wow, the chief is really amazing." Praising Yun Kaikai again, Long Bao's serious face slightly raised, and then quickly retracted. "This little female, it's not without merit. We need 2 more stone platforms to put the pots on. Can the tribe leader help us?" Long Bao stroked his beard. "Isn't this easy?" "Yes, that's right. Just make a connection here, and make it a little smaller than the pot." "Wow, it's really great." Seeing the brand new stone pot, stone platform, and stone spoon, Yun Kaikai did not hesitate to praise Long Bao and immediately praised him.
"Wow.
I just said that simply, but I didn't expect that you, the tribe leader, could really make something exactly like what I said. You are so amazing." Hearing Yun Kaikai's praise, Long Bao's face showed obvious joy and happiness, and his originally tense expression relaxed. "Well, this little female has good taste." Yun Kaikai seemed to have noticed Long Bao's mood changes, and she said very considerately, "Chief, you must be very tired, right? How about this, Hailey? Let's move these things back first, so that the chief can have a good rest." After hearing this, Long Bao waved his hand and said in a heroic tone, "Can this little work be considered tiring? How can you 2 little females do such hard work as moving things? Get out of the way of this chief." "Yes, yes." Upon hearing this, Yun Kaikai obediently pulled Hailey back 2 steps. Long Bao stepped forward, piled the 2 stone platforms together, and stacked the stone pots and stone spoons on the stone platforms. Then he lifted up all the things with one force. His arm muscles were tense, and a confident smile appeared on his face. "This is not easy," Long Bao said proudly. Long Bao strode towards the stone cave, and Yun Kaikai and Hailey followed behind him. The 2 looked at each other and covered their mouths with their hands to laugh. The 2 little females had the same cunning and cute eyes. When they reached the corner, Yun Kaikai stopped and said, "Hailey, you go with the tribe leader first. I'll go back to the stone cave to get something." "You go." Hailey smiled slightly. Yun Kaikai returned to the stone cave, bent down to pick up the original animal skin clothes, rummaged around, as if taking something. When she took her hands out, a pair of black stone flints suddenly appeared in the palm of Yun Sai's hand. When Yun Kai returned to the original corner, she saw Hailey still standing there. Hailey, why didn't you go to find the tribe leader? Yun Kai asked in surprise. Hailey turned around when she heard the voice and explained in a soft tone, there are not only many stone caves here, but they are all the same. I was afraid you would go the wrong way. Yun Kai smiled. Thank you very much. Kai, did you get your things? Hailey asked. Yun Kai nodded. I got them. Let us go.
Okay.
When they returned to the stone cave where they cooked, Zhangde was staring at the stone pot. He picked it up and kept touching it. Use this to make things? How do you make it? We have never used it before. I'm so curious. Zhangde, who turned into a human form, was so anxious that his claws came out. As the chef of the sea tribe, he is very motivated. Yun Kai followed suit and said, I'll make it for everyone when Long Yue arrives, but... Zhangde came forward and said, But what? But these 2 stone pots and stone spoons need to be cleaned.
Hey,
leave it to me. Zhangde patted his chest and immediately began to clean them with water. At this time, Long Yue also came back with a large bundle of firewood. Sister, do you think these are enough? Yun Kai looked at the thick bundle of firewood and smiled. These are enough, Long Yue. Thank you for your hard work. He, not tired at all. Long Yue put down the firewood and saw Zhangde washing things. He also surrounded him, picked up a stone spoon, and said in surprise, What is this? Why are there so many round holes? This is a stone spoon, including the stone pot and stone platform you see now. They were all made by the clan leader. Yun Kai said with a smile. What? My father made it? Long Yue couldn't help but exclaimed when he heard this. He looked at his father in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. His father usually had his eyes on the top of his head, but when was he willing to make these little things himself? Is this still his unruly father? Long Yue was full of doubts and shock. At this moment, Long Bao snorted, then raised his head and looked at Long Yue with a disdainful look. That expression seemed to say, your father is very powerful. Long Yue was a little scared by this look. He swallowed subconsciously, then quickly turned his eyes back to Yun Kai and asked, Sister, how do you use this stone spoon? You will know in a while. Long Yue, come and help. Yun Kai said in a brisk voice. Okay. Yun Kai added a pot of water to the stone pot, placed it on the stone platform, and asked Long Yue to put a small amount of firewood under the stone platform. After the firewood was put in place, Yun Kai squatted down and took out a stone flint. With a light strike, a crisp sound was heard. What is this? Everyone was puzzled. They held their breath and watched the movements of the little female carefully. Hai Lan, who had been waiting outside, couldn't help but heard the noise of everyone talking and had quietly come over.
Pop, pop,
snap. Suddenly, a faint flame flickered. It was like a small life, struggling hard, trying to break free. Then, a thin smoke floated, and the firewood was quickly ignited. Everyone looked at each other in shock. Zhangde widened his eyes and took a breath. Hiss. Is this sky fire? Yun Kai did not stand up. Instead, she continued to squat and fiddle with the firewood. When the flames grew stronger, she dusted her hands, stood up and said, It's done. But at this moment, time seemed to have frozen. No one spoke. They just stared at the burning firewood in amazement. Yun Kai ignored their stunned looks. After lighting the firewood under the other stone platform with a stone flint, she waited patiently for the water in the 2 stone pots to boil. Gurgle, gurgle. Soon, the water in the pot gradually heated up, and small bubbles began to emerge. Then these small bubbles gathered into large bubbles and made bursts of sound. Then, the water in the pot began to boil. Everyone stared closely, fearing that any step would be missed. However, Yun Kai would not make a complicated meal this time. She only planned to boil the seafood in hot water. Seafood has its own salty taste. After a little cooking, it is fresh and tender, which is very suitable for the sea beast men who are eating cooked food for the first time. Yun Kai looked at the various seafood in front of her, including shrimps, fish, abalone, scallops, and among them, abalone takes a relatively long time to cook, so abalone was put in the first stone pot, and shrimps were put in the second stone pot. Each shrimp is as big as a palm. After entering the boiling water for a while, it turned red, and it looked so delicious that people couldn't help but want to taste it. Long Yue, stone spoon. Okay. Hearing Yun Saicai's voice, Long Yue immediately came back to his senses, turned around, and handed over the stone spoon. The shrimps were already cooked, and Yun Kaikai scooped them with the stone spoon, and the shrimps remained in the stone spoon, and the water flowed back into the pot through the small holes on it. Sister, let me do it. Long Yue, who suddenly realized something, took over immediately, and soon, a large basin of shrimps was out of the pot. Yun Kaikai was so happy to let go. She said, Long Yue, continue to put into this stone pot. Long Yue carefully put in which were as big as a round plate, but they were too big, so they had to be put in 3 times before they were all cooked. At this time, the abalone's skirt became yellow and white, and it was ready to be out of the pot. After the abalone was fished out, the scallops were put in, and when the scallops opened, Yun Kaikai said, It's done. Long Yue obediently fished them out. Just like that, after a busy period, a simple yet extremely sumptuous seafood dinner was finally freshly prepared. The rich aroma, mixed with the breath of the sea, makes people salivate. Everyone widened their eyes, staring at the pots of shrimps and on the table. Their throats rolled up and down unconsciously, and they kept swallowing saliva. Not to mention others. Even Yun Kaikai was a little greedy. Seeing everyone looking at her, she had an attitude of not eating if you don't let us. Yun Kaikai said softly, Everyone try it and see if it suits your appetite. It's just that it will be a little hot when it comes out of the pot, so eat slowly. After saying that, she took the lead in picking up a shrimp and started to peel it, and they followed her. The shrimp meat was so elastic and tender that it was so delicious that it was almost eyebrow-dropping. After Long Yue ate the first one, he began to clamor for it. Long Bao didn't tolerate him and immediately started to fight with Long Yue. Hailon was a little anxious. She couldn't bear to lose face to grab it, but the food made by this little female was so delicious. In a hurry, she reached under the table, touched the soft flesh of Long Bao's thigh, and then twisted Long Bao hard. Hiss! Long Bao couldn't help but take a breath. He turned his head and saw the eager look of his female. He immediately grabbed a handful of shrimps and put them in front of her. Hailon then gave her a look that said, You know what's good for you. Long Yue is not to be outdone, and immediately put several in front of Yun Kaikai. Thank you, Long Yue. Eat quickly, these are enough for me. Long Yue smiled shyly at Yun Kaikai and continued to fight with Long Bao. This was done by the little female he identified. Shameless Long Bao, he ate too much. Hailey was eating shrimps silently on the side, and a crab suddenly appeared in front of her. It was given to her by Yun Kaikai. Yun Kaikai smiled at her and said silently, Eat it quickly, or there will be no more. Hailey chuckled, nodded, and the speed of eating seafood became visibly faster. The seafood on the bottom of the sea is big and filling. Yun Kaikai ate a few shrimps and tried some scallops, and she was already full. Hai Li and Hailon also stopped what they did, and in the end only Long Bao and Long Yue were left at the table. Yun Kaikai took a wooden basin, put a little of each seafood, and handed it to Zhangde, who was drooling in the corner. For me? Yes, our chef must taste it. You are so kind. Zhangde immediately hugged the wooden basin in his arms, said with tears of gratitude, and ran to his stone cave to eat. When Yun Kaikai sat down again, Long Yue and Long Bao had eaten all the remaining seafood. Sister, it's delicious. So delicious. Long Yue touched his bulging belly and was about to cry in his heart. It turns out that food can be eaten like this. He really lived in vain for the first 10 years of his life. Hailon and Long Bao also nodded secretly in their hearts. This little female is really amazing. Yun Kaikai really wanted to rub the lovely Long Yue, but in view of his parents here, she had to resist the urge to rub her hands and said, Different foods have different ways of cooking. Let us eat something fresh tomorrow. Long Yue's eyes lit up. Really? Sister, you are so kind. Hailey looked at Long Yue enviously. She wanted to eat too, but she had to leave tomorrow. But it's normal to stay at my aunt's house for a few more days, right? After the meal, the relationship between everyone seemed to have become closer. Not only Long Bao, but even Hailon had a greatly changed opinion of Yun Kai. She couldn't help but ask, "Little female, has the outside continent developed so fast? Can you just take a few stones and snap them to make a fire?" Hailey and Long Yue also looked at her curiously. This is not an ordinary stone. This pair of stones is called flint. Currently, only our Shinmao tribe has it. Yun Kai said slowly to clear up the confusion for everyone. Hailon was relieved. I said, "If there is this flint in the outside continent, there is no reason for our Sea clan not to know it. Little female, this flint. Can our tribe exchange it with yours?" Long Bao asked with interest. He won him over after trying the boiled seafood once. Now Long Bao was smiling, cute, and kind, and he didn't look as serious and arrogant as when he first met Yun Kai. Yun Kai smiled apologetically and said, "The output of flint is extremely scarce and very rare." Is that so? Long Bao stroked his beard, feeling very sorry. However, if we find flint again in the future, our tribe will definitely exchange it with the Golden Dragon tribe first. Yun Kai said again. Okay, then we've got a deal. Long Bao agreed immediately. At this time, Hailon pulled the corner of Long Bao's clothes, motioning him to talk aside. Long Bao glanced at her, nodded slightly, and said, "Long Yue, you young beasts should talk together. We will go back to the cave to rest first." Okay. Long Yue can't wait for them to leave. In the cave, Hailon looked at Long Bao with bright eyes. The little female rescued by Long Yue is not only well-behaved and pretty, but also delicious when cooked. Seeing Hailon, who was always gentle and elegant, suddenly behave in such a cute manner, Long Bao's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. His female was really pretty. He agreed, indeed. So, how about we keep her here? Hearing this, Long Bao was dumbfounded. What? Hailon continued, "We only have one male cub, Long Yue. Haven't you been coveting the little female for a long time? The little female is 1 year older than Long Yue, and Long Yue just happens to be missing a sister." The more Hailon talked, the better she felt her idea was. "I'll recognize her as our little female, and I'll definitely treat her very well. It'll also help Long Yue give up the idea of her and become a couple with Hailey. Isn't this a happy ending?" Long Bao scratched his head and said after a while, "But I think this is not a good idea. If you want to stay, I have to stay too. And don't you know what Long Yue is like? The things he has determined." Long Bao shook his head. "This won't work." Hailon was a little discouraged, but this little female is really good. She was bribed with a meal? Long Bao teased his female. Hailon glared at him with her beautiful eyes. "You didn't." Long Bao laughed awkwardly. He had been bribed by that sweet-talking little female a long time ago. With just a few words, he was willing to help her work for the whole afternoon. Long Bao paused, looked at Hailon, and said in a low voice, "Otherwise, we let Long Yue and this little female form a couple?" Hailon was shocked for a moment and said, "Impossible. What are you talking about? Don't I want to help Long Yue? But the Golden Dragon tribe can only give birth to cubs with the little females of the Sea clan. All the golden dragons who found a mate in the outside continent before not only died early, but also had no cubs. Do you want the Golden Dragon tribe to be extinct?" Hailon's chest heaved with anger, and her eyes were slightly red. Long Bao sighed deeply, and his mood became low. Hailey looked at her aunt's receding back, not knowing what she was thinking. "Sister, what delicious food are we going to eat tomorrow?" Long Yue glared at Hailey, who didn't know the tact, ignored her again, turned around and started to hang out with Yun Kai. Yun Kai thought for a while and said, "There are many islands in the Wuwang Sea, and there must be many wild animals on them. How about we go to the islands tomorrow to have a look?" Okay. Long Yue was naturally supportive. As long as he was with his sister, he would be happy even if he didn't go anywhere and just stayed in the cave. At this time, a weak voice sounded.
"Can I
go with you?" Long Yue directly and ruthlessly refused. "No." Go back to your mermaid tribe quickly, and don't disturb me and my sister here. Hai Li didn't even look at Long Yue, but looked at Yun Kaikai pitifully. Who was Long Yue? She only knew that only by following Yun Kaikai could she have a delicious meal. Yun Kaikai looked at the pair of beautiful sparkling eyes and smiled helplessly. Go, go. Let's go together. Hai Li then smiled happily. Kaikai, you are so nice, Long Yue. The world of two people is ruined again. This stinky mermaid. So annoying. Yun Kaikai said, I have no choice. She is smiling at me. A peerless beauty is impossible to refuse, okay? However, Long Yue, I will make you delicious food tomorrow, but you have to do me a favor. Without the elders, Yun Kaikai finally rubbed Long Yue's head. Hai Li's eyes were full of surprise. Long Yue actually let someone touch his head? He didn't even let his aunt. Long Yue felt that Yun Sai's fingers inadvertently touched his dragon horn again. Long Yue couldn't help but blushed and said, Sister, do you think there is anything you need me to do? I'll go right away. Can you take me back to the tribe? Yun Kaikai asked softly. After hearing this, Long Yue's hands clenched slightly, and his face showed a little panic. Sister, are you leaving here? Why so soon? Long Yue murmured to himself, with a hint of loss in his voice. Yun Kaikai lowered her eyes and sighed softly. I just want to go back and take a look. At that time, I was suddenly captured by the golden eagle, and I was worried that the beast husbands and cubs in the tribe would worry about me. After they see that I am safe and sound, if you really plan to be my partner, then I will go back to Wuwang Sea with you to live alone for a while. A roar suddenly rang in Long Yue's mind. Beast husband? Sister, do you have other beast husbands? His eyes were full of shock and disbelief, as if the whole world collapsed at this moment. Without waiting for Yun Kaikai to answer, Long Yue swallowed hard, smiled, and said, Yes, yes. Sister is already an adult. Females are precious. You must have a beast husband to take care of you. I didn't expect. Seeing Long Yue was a little lost, Yun Kaikai felt bad. Polyandry is the norm in the beast world, so she didn't think about it at first, but when she saw that Hailon only had Long Bao as her partner during dinner, her heart skipped a beat. She didn't want to hide the fact that she had a beast husband and a cub from Long Yue. She wanted to be a partner with Long Yue, and she knew that Long Yue had a good impression of her, but if Long Yue couldn't accept this, although it was a pity, she wouldn't force it. Besides, looking at the looks of Hai Lon and Long Bao, it was clear that they wanted to pair Hai Li and Long Yue. If Long Yue couldn't make up his mind, then she would have made plans early. Hai Li glanced at Long Yue, and seeing that he was hit hard and speechless, she planned to take another drastic measure. So, she asked softly, Kaikai, how many beast husbands do you have?
4.
From what you said, you have cubs too. Yun Kaikai said concisely, Yes. And I have a baby in my belly now. Hearing this, Long Yue's face turned paler. He pursed his lips and said, Sister, I'm a little tired. I'll go back to the cave and rest for a while.
Okay.
Yun Kaikai watched Long Yue walk out unsteadily, and Hai Li's voice came to her ears. If you don't say it, at least Long Yue won't know before they get married. Long Yue is very good. I don't want to hide it from him. Yun Kaikai said expressionlessly. Thank you for giving the mermaid tribe another chance. Hai Li also murmured as she looked at Long Yue's receding back. The golden dragons are the overlords of the sea, and with their help, the tribe will benefit greatly and food and safety can be greatly guaranteed. Just like after my aunt and uncle became a couple, their mermaid tribe has never been invaded by other tribes again. Since then, the tribe has developed steadily, and now it has become one of the largest tribes in Wuwang Sea. In addition to his strong strength, Long Yue also has a good appearance, and he has always respected females, and the Golden Dragon tribe is famous for protecting their children. Which little females in the Wuwang Sea are not vying to form a couple with Long Yue. Hai Li's beautiful eyes were once again stained with some sadness. And the Golden Dragon has always been proud, and the little females who form a couple with him can only have a beast husband, the Golden Dragon. Maybe this time, he will agree to form a couple with the mermaid tribe. After a long silence, Long Bao said, Otherwise, let's tell Long Yue the truth. If he knew, he would not be so willful again, and he would form a couple with Hai Li. Hylon nodded with red eyes. I wanted to wait until he comes of age. Well, a few days won't make a difference. That night, they arrived at Long Yue's cave. The always proud Xiao Long now had some hesitation in his eyes. He asked as if nothing had happened. Dad, Mom, do you have something to talk to me about? Hylon had already learned a reason from Li. She held back her heartache and pretended not to know and asked, Long Yue, can I ask you why you hate Li so much? Long Yue frowned, but still replied, It's not that I hate her. We grew up together, but I don't have any other feelings for her. But you adults always tie us together. When we were young, we would be laughed at by the sea beasts when we walked together. Mom, I really don't want to be a couple with Li. Long Yue said seriously. Hylon glanced at Long Bao, who looked depressed. Well, there are some things you should know. Long Yue was a little confused. What's the matter? He grew up in the Wuwang Sea. Is there any secret that he doesn't know? This is what your grandfather told me in person. This story started in ancient times. At that time, in addition to the current 7 tribes of golden dragon, mermaid, dolphin, beluga, black turtle, octopus, and sea crab, there were also the Mosasaur tribe and the Koi tribe in the Wuwang Sea. Long Bao's low voice sounded. Long Yue listened quietly, without interrupting. At that time, the Mosasaur tribe was the most powerful tribe in the Wuwang Sea, but they acted cruelly and had ill intentions. That day they deliberately found an excuse to attack the Koi tribe, and then all the fish orcs in the Koi tribe went into their stomachs. What? Long Yue was shocked by the news. He said angrily, These are all orcs from the Wuwang Sea. Mosasaur, are they also from our dragon clan? They actually eat orcs? This is too much of a discredit to our dragon clan. Long Bao smiled coldly. Dragon clan, they don't deserve it. They were originally a tribe of cliff lizards on the Orcish land. They incurred public anger and were expelled by dozens of tribes. They believed that they could not continue to survive on the Orcish continent, so they dived into the Wuwang Sea to find a way to survive. They are thin and short in shape, and when they found that they could survive in the sea, and that the sea was rich in life, they were tempted, so they secretly settled in a corner of the sea tribe. But the Koi tribe is a tribe that has survived in the sea for a long time after all. How could a mere thin and short cliff lizards, no matter how many there are, destroy and devour the Koi tribe in one breath? Long Yue couldn't help asking. A quick thought about it made it unreasonable. Yes, if they hadn't changed, the Koi tribe wouldn't have ended up in such a tragic end. The cliff lizards seem to be natural sea people. No, they are even more powerful than the sea people. Since they entered the Wuwang Sea, their bodies have expanded dozens of times in just 10 years. The originally thin and short cliff lizards became one of the largest beast-shaped orcs in the sea 10 years later. Since then, they have changed to the Mosasaur tribe. When we encounter them, even our golden dragon tribe has to avoid them, let alone the Koi tribe, which is the weakest. After this incident, all the tribes in the sea were shocked and angry. This time it was the Koi. Will it be their turn next time? So, our golden dragon tribe reached an agreement with other tribes to kill the evil Mosasaur together. That's right. Mosasaur deserves death. Long Yue frowned, his face full of anger, wishing he could kill him with his own hands. But it is because of the encirclement and suppression of the Mosasaur tribe that our golden dragon tribe is in big trouble. Long Bao said sadly and helplessly. The Mosasaur tribe is large in number and strong in strength, but it is still at a disadvantage against the 7 tribes with our golden dragon tribe as the main force. But no one knows that the witch doctor of the Mosasaur tribe actually has the ability to curse. He used his own life as a trigger to curse the offspring of all the tribes in the Hopeless Sea to be weaker than the previous generation and never to mate with females outside the sea for the rest of their lives. Originally, everyone thought he was talking nonsense. At that time, the orcs of the Hopeless Sea tribe could still mate with the outside continent at will. But the words of the Mosasaur witch doctor turned out to be true. Although the orcs who stayed in the Hopeless Sea had difficulty in having offspring, most of them at least had cubs. But all the orcs who married outside, both male and female, did not have a single cub, and most of them died suddenly and prematurely. No matter how powerful the orcs were, they could not escape the curse of the Mosasaur. Because of this incident, our Golden Dragon tribe lost more than half of the orcs. In addition, the cubs of all the tribes in the Wuwang Sea are weaker than the previous generation. At that time, our Golden Dragon clan could go to the sky and into the earth, but now we can only survive in the sea and walk on land, and can no longer soar in the sky. After discovering this, there was a news that there were powerful people living in the Wuwang Sea, and no orcs could stay there without reason. This is what Grandpa and others spread to protect the orcs in the Wuwang Sea. They were afraid that the tribe would really decline in the future, so they tried their best to protect it as long as they could. Long Bao's voice was full of helplessness and lowness. After hearing these words, Long Yue felt his throat dry, and he was a little speechless. Hailon then said, "I want you to be a couple with Hailey. First, over the past few hundred years, the mermaid tribe is the tribe that has given birth to the most cubs among the 7 tribes. Second, it is because Hailey has awakened her healing talent. Maybe after you two are a couple, a miracle will happen." Long Yue cleared his throat and said, "But I am a mid-level Tianpin, and my strength is top-notch no matter where I am." Long Bao said faintly, "I am a top-level mid-level, and your great-grandfather is a primary saint level. And our ancestors are infinitely close to the god level. Don't think it seems okay now, but your cubs may be Xian level." Long Yue was silent. This was too much of a psychological problem. Hailon advised, "Long Yue, Yun Kai Kai is a little female from outside. You can't be a couple with her. Don't be willful. You have the Golden Dragon tribe on your shoulders, and you have to give birth to more cubs to strengthen the tribe. You should try to spend more time with Hailey." But Long Yue's mind showed the face of Yun Kai Kai. He pursed his lips, still refusing to agree. Hailon was a little annoyed. She directly poked Long Yue's heart. "Would you rather not have a cub, maybe die a violent death someday, than to be her 5th beast husband? Don't you want the pride of your Golden Dragon clan? Can you think about me and your father? You are my only cub." One harsh but true word after another was thrown in front of Long Yue. He could no longer escape. Long Yue's heart was torn. He said hoarsely, "Mother, give me some time. You only have 3 days. When the time is up, send the little female away immediately. You saved her life, and she also let us taste the food. Even if we are even, don't let her have any pressure." Long Yue nodded with a pale face. Long Bao and Hailon looked at each other and walked out of the beast cave with worries. They only hoped that Long Yue would think it through quickly, let it go early, stop feeling so uncomfortable, and then honestly become a partner with Hailey. Yun Kai Kai, who was in the stone cave next door, had mixed feelings. She really didn't want to eavesdrop, but this stone cave was really not soundproof. The words of the 3 of them all went into her ears. The stone cave that Long Yue chose for her was only separated from Long Yue's cave by a thin layer of stone walls, and Long Yue, who was lying on the stone bed with a confused mind, had completely forgotten about it. Yun Kai Kai sighed in her heart. Sure enough, there was a reason why Hailon and the others were so opposed to her and Long Yue. And this secret reason involved his life and the future of the Golden Dragon tribe. Long Yue, what would he choose? Yun Kai Kai thought about it, and there was no suspense at all. The curse was mysterious. If she were Long Yue, she would definitely choose Hailey and save her own life first. Suddenly, in her heart feeling a little annoyed and reluctant, she had to think about what to do next. The next day, Yun Kai Kai prepared to find Long Yue. She has never been a person who is entangled and twisted. She plans to open up and make everything clear. Only by letting Long Yue know the whole situation can he make a real choice from the heart. Of course, she is not distressed about Xiao Longlong's entanglement. However, when Yun Kai Kai arrived at the beast cave next door, she did not see Long Yue. She looked around and couldn't help thinking, Long Yue, where is he going? At this time, the little golden dragon has turned into a human form and is sitting on an island. He wants to find his little friend and ask him for a favor. Although he was sad, he did not forget what Yun Kai Kai told him yesterday. Feng Nian, I'm here. Why don't you come and meet your father? Little boy, I'm your father. When Feng Nian heard Long Yue's voice, he came out cursing. A red-haired young man came out of the forest. He had a handsome face and clear eyes. Just by listening to his words, you could tell that Feng Nian's temper was not very good. Feng Nian, I need your help with something. Long Yue chuckled. You take advantage of me right away. Is this your attitude of begging for help? Feng Nian raised his eyebrows. Am I not deliberately provoking you to come out? We're friends, right? Feng Nian pouted. Tell me, what's the matter? Long Yue lowered his eyes slightly and said, Please help me pass a message on behalf of the Divine Cat Tribe, saying that the little female in their tribe is still alive and well, so that they can rest assured. Feng Nian wondered, why do you have to pass a message to the Divine Cat Tribe? Where is the Divine Cat Tribe? The most important thing is, what is your relationship with that little female? Why can you, a dignified golden dragon, trouble me to come here and let me, a dignified phoenix, deliver the message? A series of question marks were thrown on Jinlong's head, so he had to roughly say one or two things. The Divine Cat Tribe is in the Taiga Mountains, far away from us. It's because I rescued a little female, and she is now in our tribe, recovering from her injuries, and will return to the tribe when she is well. Feng Nian circled around Jinlong, staring at him and making Long Yue feel a little uncomfortable.
No.
When did you become so kind? Tell the truth quickly. Are you attracted to that little female? Long Yue. Is it that obvious? He pursed his lips and refused to say anything. Feng Nian snorted coldly. If you don't want to say it, go find someone else for help. Long Yue was instantly severely controlled. Who made this dead phoenix the only one who can fly in the Wuwang Sea? At this time, Feng Nian's eyes flashed with a hint of teasing. You don't have to say it, then you promise me one thing. Long Yue breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, you promised? Then bring the little female here. Let me see what kind of little female has seduced my brother and made him so shy. Long Yue, you are talking nonsense. I didn't. Yes, yes. The two of them bickered for a long time, just like 3-year-old cubs who could only quarrel. The two smiled at each other. After such a quarrel, Long Yue felt a little more relaxed. He sat on the ground. Forget it. I'll tell you, you help me sort it out. My mind is very confused now. Feng Nian immediately sat next to Long Yue and handed him a handful of wild fruits. Come, eat and talk. Long Yue. Is it really good to gossip like this? Long Yue took a fruit, took a bite, and it was unexpectedly delicious. He concealed the secret of the Golden Dragon tribe and told the rest truthfully. Feng Nian's eyes brightly said, I said you fell in love with that little female, right? I am such a great phoenix. Long Yue's mouth twitched. I asked you to help me make decisions, not to ask you to praise yourself. Feng Nian said while biting the wild fruit, This is very simple. How is it simple? You don't like Hailey if you insist on being together. Are you sure you can have cubs? Feng Nian asked. Long Yue shook his head again and again. No, it's absolutely impossible. I don't want to mate with her. That's it? If you are with Hailey and you don't have cubs, then why are you wasting her time? Do and listen to your father and mother fooling you, saying that you have the responsibility of the tribe on your shoulders. You must have more cubs and strengthen the tribe. Feng Nian took another bite of the wild fruit and said. Long Yue hesitated, but what they said makes sense. Hey, you are so gullible. You have the responsibility, but your father has no responsibility? Then why didn't he have more cubs and only gave birth to you? Long Yue is stunned. They don't want to, but it is difficult to have offspring in the beast world. They shouldn't be able to give birth. That's it? They have tried so hard for so many years, but they only have you. How can you guarantee that you will have cubs if you mate with Hailey or other females? Can your parents guarantee it? Long Yue shook his head blankly. No. Feng Nian continued. That's it. The Golden Dragon tribe has only you as a cub until now, and it's not your fault, right? Why do all the problems fall on you? Long Yue, if you think that it will be the same no matter who you mate with, you might as well choose a female you like. At least you are willing to mate with the female you like, and the possibility of having cubs will be higher, right? Long Yue suddenly realized and nodded. Feng Nian had finished eating the wild fruit in his hand. He threw the fruit core and continued. As for the female having 4 beast husbands, it is even less of a problem. You said she had cubs in the tribe, and now she has a cub in her belly, which shows that her fertility is amazing. What's strange about having many beast husbands? It's wrong to have few beast husbands, right? Long Yue suddenly felt as if a door to another world had been opened. Yes, why didn't he think of this? However, if Feng Mian knew that the Golden Dragon tribe was cursed, he might not have made such a suggestion. Long Yue smiled bitterly. Thank you, Feng Mian. At least now I understand my feelings completely. I won't say more, just help me deliver the letter. Hey, who made me so kind? Feng Mian stood up slowly, stretched, and then turned into a huge phoenix. The phoenix had a huge body, and its feathers were bright red, like a burning flame. Its wings were spread, as if containing endless power. The phoenix held its head high, and its eyes revealed majesty and domineering. It soared in the clouds, its posture elegant and agile, and the gentle flapping of its wings brought gusts of wind. Wherever it passed, the clouds rolled, forming a spectacular scene. Seeing Feng Mian disappear, Long Yue, the beast form of Feng Mian, dived into the sea. When he returned to the cave, he saw the little female he had been thinking about standing at the entrance of the cave, as if waiting for him. Sister. Sister. Are you looking for me? Long Yue's voice was so low that Yun Kaikai almost didn't hear it. She looked at Long Yue in front of her. His eyes were dark, his face was haggard, and she could tell at a glance that he hadn't slept well. Long Yue, I was in the beast cave next door yesterday and heard your conversation. Yun Sai's tone was flat, but her words were like a thunderclap exploding in his ears. What? Long Yue then remembered that the walls of the two caves were very thin, and there was no sound insulation at all. And his parents didn't know that the cave he arranged for his sister was so close to him. And they came from the other side yesterday, which means that his parents couldn't see the little female in the cave at all. Long Yue tried desperately to recall yesterday's conversation, whether there was anything wrong. He felt like he was caught on the spot saying bad things about someone. Facing Yun Kaikai with a calm face in front of him, Long Yue was shocked and ashamed, and his mind was in chaos for a while. At this time, a voice sounded from behind Long Yue. It's good that you heard it. You also know the truth of the matter. Although we like you very much for the life of Long Yue and the future of the tribe, you can't be together. It turned out that Hai Lan and Long Bao happened to pass by and heard the conversation between the two. Little female, please keep it a secret for our Sea clan. Hai Lan's voice was full of apology and request. Seeing this, Yun Kaikai directly asked the question in her heart. Of course, but since it is a curse, there should be a way to break it, right? Long Bao's face turned black when he heard this. The Mosasaur group is bad beasts. It's better not to have a way to break it. Dad, what is the way to break it? Long Yue's eyes lit up when he heard it. It's good to have a little hope. Alas, after the Mosasaur which Doctor recited the curse, he laughed loudly and then said arrogantly that if you want to break the curse, there is only one way, that is to find a female who is above the heavenly grade and can give birth to 10 cubs in one litter. Do you listen to what they say? Is it beastly? For thousands of years, no female has been born of the heavenly grade, let alone 10 cubs in one litter. They deliberately don't want us to break the curse, so they set a way that is impossible to achieve. This Mosasaur is bad to the core. Long Bao said coldly. After listening, Long Yue's eyes darkened. Can their Sea tribe really not break the curse? Are they going to watch the cubs become fewer and weaker with each generation, and then finally disappear? But the difference is that after listening, Yun Kaikai was stunned. She felt complicated. This, isn't she the key to breaking the curse? Yun Kaikai looked up at the family with sad faces and said, Or, look at me? Hai Lan looked over in confusion. Look at you. What are you looking at? Aren't you a yellow grade female? Me too. Do you think you are a heavenly grade? I know you like our Long Yue too, but I absolutely will not allow you to be a couple. Hai Lan's tone became a little bad when she thought of these bad things, and naturally, she was angry at Yun Kaikai. Little female, be sensible. Long Bao, who always held his head high, also looked over. This was the first time he looked at this little female so seriously. His eyes fixed and he looked carefully. then the whole dragon was not well. Similarly, Long Yue had never explored the rank of Yun Kai, because whether in the Wuwang Sea or the Beast World continent, most of the females were ordinary, and the yellow grade was already rare. He didn't think that the little female he rescued would have such high strength, and he also felt that it was very impolite to stare at the little female. Suddenly, he heard his mother mention it, and then he subconsciously went to investigate. And then, Long Yue and his father were visibly frozen in place. Little female, let Long Yue take you around for the next 2 days. Just think of it as playing. You can leave the day after tomorrow. Long Yue will be a partner with Hai Li.
Hai Lan con tin.
Long Bao suddenly shouted. Shut up. Hai Lan was startled. She looked at Long Bao with dissatisfaction. What do you want to do? Are you going to scare me to death? Am I wrong? She is just a little female from outside, not worthy of being with a dragon. Stop talking. Long Bao was furious and couldn't help but push Hai Lan. The little female is of the heavenly grade. She is a little female of the heavenly grade. How is that possible? Isn't she of the yellow grade? Her grade is much higher than yours. Of course you can't see through it. Hai Lan, who had just stood firm, suddenly felt weak in the legs again. What is the concept of a little female of the heavenly grade? With her, does it mean that the curse of the mosasaur can be broken by half? Will their cubs no longer decrease or become weaker? But what did she say to the little female just now? She said that she would never allow Long Yue to be with the little female. Will the little female abandon Long Yue in a rage? Then she would be the sinner of the entire tribe and the entire Sea clan. Thinking of this, Hai Lan was shocked and scared. Her face turned pale, her eyes rolled back, and she actually fainted.
Hai Lan.
Long Bao immediately carried Hai Lan into Long Yue's cave and put her on the stone bed. Hai Li, who had gone out of the cave to look for her aunt, came back empty-handed. At this time, she heard a faint quarrel at the end of the cave, and finally a scream. It sounded like her aunt and them. What happened? Hai Li quickened her pace and rushed over in a moment. Hai Li, it's just a good opportunity for you to come over and see if your aunt is okay? Long Bao said hurriedly. Hai Li's eyes showed worry, and she walked over without saying a word. She placed her hand lightly on Hai Lan's chest, then closed her eyes, and a ball of green light emitting vitality appeared in the palm of her hand. But after a few breaths, Hai Li let go of her hand. She said softly, Anna's fine. She just fainted from fright. I have protected her heart meridians, and she will wake up soon. I'm glad she's okay. Long Bao felt relieved. He turned to look at Yun Kai, bowed deeply, and was about to kneel down. Yun Kai supported Long Bao. Chief, there is no need to do this. Long Bao said embarrassedly. We are sorry to you. My attitude was not good from the beginning, and Hai Lan said such words just now. Yun Kai exerted force, and Long Bao stood up. If my cub faced this situation, I would be worried and angry as well. Long Bao cupped his hands apologetically. Thank you for not caring, and please save the sea people. If you agree, our Golden Dragon tribe promises that all the tribes in Wuwang Sea are willing to be commanded by you unconditionally for 100 years. This promise was not light, but Yun Kai just smiled. She stared at the young man in front of her, opened her cherry lips, and said, Long Yue, I know that the Golden Dragon clan has its own pride. If you don't want to be my 5th beast husband, he's willing. Hai Lan, who had already woken up, couldn't help but said loudly, Long Yue, please agree soon. When she thought of what she had just said, she couldn't help but slap herself twice. She regretted it so much. If she had known that Yun Kai was a heavenly female, she would have worshipped her long ago. It was all Long Bao's fault. Those 2 dragon eyes grew on his head every day, big and lifeless. He didn't even know to look at the grade of the little female. Otherwise, how could she make such a joke? At this time, why was Long Yue still standing there stupidly? The 2 of them, one big and one small, are really a worry. Looking at Hai Lan's anxious face, Yun Kai said helplessly, Don't worry. Even if Long Yue disagrees, I have a way to lift the curse of the mosasaur. Long Yue, don't worry about others. Just ask yourself. If you are willing, we will be a couple when you come of age. If you don't want to, I cannot be a couple and just have a litter of cubs with you, or I can also be a couple with orcs from other tribes of the Sea clan and have cubs. You saved my life back then, and I promise to lift the curse that has trapped the Sea clan for many years. Now you don't have so many burdens on you, Long Yue. I don't want to force you, and I don't want you to force yourself. Just ask your heart. No matter what your choice is, I will gladly accept it. Yun Kaikai stood there, smiling. Her tone of voice was extremely relaxed, as if it was just a trivial matter. As soon as her words came out, the shackles on Long Yue were removed in an instant, greatly soothing the uneasiness in his heart. Ask your heart. Hearing Yun Saicai's words, Long Yue was shocked. For so many years, only his sister cared so much about what he really thought in his heart. When he was young, his father and mother pushed Hai Li to his side, saying that they would grow up together so as to cultivate feelings. No one saw his disagreement and resistance, and they just thought he was throwing a tantrum. In addition to this, there are many small things. They are adult orcs. He only saw what he wanted to see, and no one whispered to ask him what he thought. Therefore, in the eyes of the orcs of the Sea tribe, he, Long Yue, was just a grumpy and willful cub. He was just lucky enough to be born in the Golden Dragon tribe, so everyone was willing to praise him. Thinking of this, Long Yue smiled. Now that there are little females who see him and are willing to listen to his heart, he is no longer the grumpy Long from before. In front of his sister, he is willing to be a well-behaved little dragon. At this moment, Long Yue was extremely sure of his feelings. He suppressed the complex emotions churning in his heart, plucked up the courage to hold Yun Saicai's hands, his blue eyes full of piety. It is my honor to be your fifth beast husband. The corners of Yun Saicai's mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. She tightly grasped Long Yue's hand, firmly and warmly. Long Bao secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. His originally tense nerves finally relaxed, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. At the same time, Highland's face also bloomed with a brilliant smile, and she laughed happily with crow's feet. However, in this harmonious and beautiful atmosphere, only Hai Li stood quietly by the side. Her eyes were a little confused, and her thoughts had already flown far away. When she heard their conversation just now, her mind was like a rolling wave. Why did her aunt want Long Yue and Yun Kaikai to be a couple as soon as she woke up? Didn't she always like her? And why did her uncle, who was always proud, become so humble? Curse. What is Yun Kaikai talking about? Can she break the curse of the mosasaur? Then isn't she a little female of heaven? When she thought of this, Hai Li's eyes were about to widen. Is this true? The curse of the Sea clan is about to be broken? She doesn't have to. Sister, didn't we agree to go to the island to find wild animals to eat? Let's go now. The biggest problem was solved. Long Yue couldn't wait to be alone with the little female. Dad and Mom should just take a good rest. Okay. Yun Kaikai agreed very happily. Seeing the way Long Bao and Hai Lan looked at her like a treasure, Yun Kaikai secretly shuddered in her heart. She still liked their previous unruly and eyes on the top of their heads. Hai Lan urged, Long Yue, take Kaikai out to play well and protect her. Long Bao warned, if Kaikai gets bumped, I will break your legs. Long Yue said helplessly, Dad and Mom, don't worry. Hai Li came back to her senses, and a gentle smile flashed across her eyes. I'll go too. Long Yue frowned. Can't you just stay here and talk to your aunt? Hai Li was not angry. Instead, she looked at Yun Kaikai and said softly, You agreed to take me with you. Yun Kaikai, go away. Help. She really couldn't stand the killing look of the super gentle beauty. After leaving the cave and reaching the outside, Long Yue glared at Hai Li with dissatisfaction. He had said it so clearly. Why was this little female still sticking to him? He said coldly, It was agreed in advance that only sisters can sit on the back of my dragon. Hai Li smiled unchanged. You don't have to worry about me. That's the best. Long Yue transformed into the form of a golden dragon, then prostrated himself at Yun Saicai's feet and said softly, Sister, please get on the dragon. Yun Kaikai. Hearing this, she was sorry. She had some wrong thoughts. Yun Kaikai shook off the unhealthy thoughts in her mind, raised her feet, and sat on the back of the golden dragon. She grabbed the mane and said, "Okay. But, Hailey, can you really do it?" Yun Kaikai asked worriedly. Hailey smiled at her, and then in an instant she transformed into a fishtail, sparkling and beautiful. "I'm also very good in the water." Long Yue rolled his eyes. "Good? As good as me?" Long Yue, who was full of competitive spirit, rang out his pleasant voice. "Sister, sit tight. We are leaving." Hearing this, Yun Kaikai grabbed the mane tightly. Feeling the mane being grabbed, Long Yue began to swim freely in the sea. Yun Kaikai looked back and saw the mermaid Hailey swimming desperately, following closely behind. Seeing this, the golden dragon sped up, and sure enough, Hailey fell behind.
Ah, sister.
Long Jiao was pinched by his sister again. So embarrassing.
His speed slowed down, all of a sudden.
Yun Kaikai pinched the dragon's horn and smiled. "This distance is fine, little bad dragon. You can't see Hailey if you're too far away."
"Got it."
"If he changes into a human form, you will definitely see Long Yue with rosy cheeks like a young wife, and he is quite well behaved." In this way, Long Yue maintained the current speed, and soon swam to the place where the island was. Bainiao tribe. "Chief, there is news about the goddess." Zhu stood up suddenly and looked at the little sparrow with bright eyes. "Great. Where is the goddess?" The little sparrow, who has always been quick-talking, has a choked throat at this moment. The goddess. What happened to her? Zhu heart was suddenly hanging in the air. He couldn't help but frown, secretly speculating on various possibilities in his heart. Could it be that the goddess was seriously injured? Or did she encounter some danger? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. The little sparrow looked at the ugly-looking patriarch and sighed in his heart. These days, the patriarch had not eaten much. Not only did he send most of the bird and beast people in the tribe out to find out the news, he himself almost never stopped and just returned to the tribe today. It seems that he has fallen in love with the goddess of the divine cat tribe. I hope that after their patriarch knows the news, he will not be too sad. Hurry up and say it. Zhu face was full of anxiety. He grabbed the little sparrow's shoulders tightly with both hands and shook it vigorously. The little sparrow closed his eyes and shouted out, "The goddess, she is dead." "What did you say?" Zhu couldn't believe what he heard. He felt that he must have heard it wrong. His mind was blank and he couldn't turn around at all. "The goddess is dead. She was killed by the golden eagle." The little sparrow repeated it again, with sadness in his voice. Zhu felt as if his head was hit hard by a heavy hammer, and with a buzz sound, he collapsed and fell on the wooden chair beside him. "How is it possible?" "Don't talk nonsense. You saw it when we went to help that day." "How powerful is the goddess? She is not an ordinary little female. She also eliminated so many wolf spiders alone." Zhu muttered to himself, as if he was still immersed in that thrilling battle. "She can't be dead. She is so powerful." Zhu eyes became empty and lifeless. He couldn't accept this fact. When he thought of the little sparrow's words, Zhu heart ached badly. "I don't believe it. Who did you hear it from? Did it see it with its own eyes? Where is the goddess now?" Zhu suppressed the grief in his heart, and he continued to ask without giving up. The hoarse voice of the little sparrow came. A few peregrine falcons were talking about the goddess, and were heard by the bird-beast men who went to look for news. They said they came specifically to deliver the news. Now, it is estimated that we are almost at the divine cat tribe. "No, I don't believe it. I want to go and ask in person." Zhu ran out.
"Chief."
The anxious cry of the little sparrow did not stop him. Swish! A ribbon bird quickly flew to the divine cat tribe, and a little sparrow was worried and flapped its wings desperately to follow closely. The divine cat tribe should be ahead.
"Oh."
"This divine cat tribe is far away from our tribe. We have been flying for so many days. If we hadn't met a few bird beasts on the way to show us the way, I'm afraid we wouldn't have found it yet." "Who made us see the little female beast for the last time?" We have to tell her family and hope they will come out soon. Alas, it's all the fault of that golden eagle. Otherwise, there would be no. Who said it wasn't? It's so tragic. We have been searching on the sea for so long and didn't even find the body. Alas, let's not talk about it. Let's go to the Divine Cat tribe quickly. I have to rest for 2 days after this trip. After the 3 peregrine orcs finished speaking, they accelerated their flying speed in the direction of the Divine Cat tribe. Coincidentally, Zhu Lin and the peregrines arrived at the Divine Cat tribe at almost the same time. At the entrance of the tribe, they saw Zhu Lin with an anxious look on his face and a few unfamiliar male orcs who were shaking their heads with a look of pity on their faces. Song He's heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition came to his mind. Why did they come here? Upon hearing the news, except for Yinghua, who was unconscious, the other beast men, and the old patriarch and witch doctor of the Divine Cat tribe all rushed over. In the beast cave, Zhu Lin's face was solemn. Although he got the news, he did not talk nonsense. He just wanted to hear what was going on. At this moment, he kept praying in his heart. Beast God, please bless the little female to return safely. Gon Lai and the others showed eagerness and joy on their faces. They finally knew the news of the little female. After drinking a large bowl of water, the peregrine orcs told the story. Hello, my name is Yue. We are here because of a little female named Yun Kai. Half a month ago, we encountered a stray golden eagle in the Wuwang Sea. Everyone's heart was lifted, and Huayan couldn't help but say, yes, it was a golden eagle that took Kai away. The peregrine beast men looked at each other, and Yue continued with regret in his eyes. The golden eagle is our old enemy, and the little female called for help from us, so we would definitely not ignore it, and were determined to rescue her. At that time, we were 5-1, and we were very confident. Hua Yan's eyes lit up. So, Kai was rescued by you? Is she in your tribe now? She must be worried about us, so she asked you to deliver the letter, right? Hearing Hua Yan's words, Gon Lai and Song, he felt depressed. Why did the peregrine beast men look so regretful? If Kai was in the peregrine tribe, why didn't she come back with them this time? Yue sighed deeply. Well, you should be mentally prepared first. The little female is not very well. Su Sanhua was anxious, and she asked with tears in her eyes. Kai, is she seriously injured? Yue looked at the dozen orcs in front of him, both male and female, and all of them were very worried. This little female could attract the attention of so many people. It was really extraordinary. What a pity. Yue was silent for a moment and narrated again. Originally, we were sure we could rescue the little female, but the golden eagle flew to the island on the sea in order to get rid of us. At that time, a huge wave swept them into the sea, and we were almost swept in. Su Sanhua fell on the stone bench. What? Swept into the sea? Kai, she can't swim. Su Sanhua's tone was full of despair, and tears kept falling. Yun Dashan supported Su Sanhua to prevent her from falling to the ground. He didn't show anything on his face, but his waist, which was always straight, was a little bent at this moment. Yue looked at her apologetically and continued, We patrolled the sea for 2 days and failed to find her body. There are too many ferocious fish and beasts in the Wuwang Sea. Perhaps they have been buried in the belly of the fish. This time we came here to tell you that we at least know the news about her. After all, we are the orcs who saw the little female for the last time. After Yue finished speaking, the whole beast cave was extremely quiet. None of them believed that the goddess of the Divine Cat tribe could die so easily. Hua Yan sneered, Don't try to fool me. I don't believe it. The cubs need to eat. I will prepare food for them, and I will be obedient and wait for the little female to come back. I don't believe a word you say. After saying that, Hua Yan ran out with red eyes. Gon Lai's usually smart and clear mind was also messed up by this news. He guessed that the most serious result was that Yun Kai was seriously injured, but what did the peregrine orc say? Yun Kai was swept into the sea by huge waves and buried in the belly of a fish.
Impossible, impossible.
Gon Lai's mind was full of these 4 words. Song He's heart suddenly ached, and he suddenly had difficulty breathing, but the next second, he thought of something, raised his head, and his face was gentle again. Yi, you have worked hard to bring the news to the divine cat tribe from thousands of miles away. On behalf of my little female Yun Kai and the divine cat tribe, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you. It's dark, and I have just arranged for the orcs to clean up the beast cave. Please have a good rest and taste the food of our divine cat tribe. Yi and the others accepted Song He's kindness and decided to rest for a night before returning to the tribe. When the peregrine orcs went out, the suffocating silence returned to the cave. The old patriarch broke the silence first.
Song He, you've done a good job.
Now leave everything to Grandpa Yu. Have a good rest. Song He smiled gently. Grandpa, I'm fine. Silly cat, I don't know you yet. How can you be okay? The more you act like you don't care, the more you care. The old patriarch sighed, his eyes filled with worry. The witch doctor's hands trembled slightly, and her voice was a little hoarse. How could the goddess be like this? Our tribe has finally got the goddess. I don't believe it. The old patriarch also said, I don't believe it either. As long as the body of the goddess is not seen for one day, I don't believe she is dead. Song He's heart trembled. Grandpa? The old patriarch looked at him meaningfully and said, You have lived and eaten with a goddess for so long. You must know her magical powers better than I do. The peregrine tribe means well, and we have to show our gratitude as well. However, they don't need to let the orcs in the tribe know the news of the goddess's death. They are simple-minded, and if they hear about it, they will definitely become dejected and stop working. Wouldn't the goddess's efforts be in vain? Everyone here, please swallow this news. The goddess may be alive and well somewhere. The old chief's words spoke directly to everyone's heart. Gonlai's brain returned to its original position, and he said with a flash of inspiration, The old chief is right. I know the Wuwang Sea. I heard that there is a powerful beast protecting it. Who knows, Kai might have been saved by the beast. Song He sat down on the wooden stake slowly, because his legs were a little weak. He had just heard that Yun Kai was buried in the sea, and he had already made up his mind to die. It must be because his grandfather saw it that he said these words. However, they were right, and Gonlai's analysis made more sense. What if Kai was still alive? She was so powerful, she would never die easily. Tomorrow, he would ask the peregrine orc about the Wuwang Sea divine beast. A glimmer of hope surged in his heart, and Song He decided to wait a little longer. What if? At this time Zhu could not help but speak. You are restricted by your beast form, and it is not easy to reach the Wuwang Sea. I will go for you, so that I can feel at ease. Without waiting for everyone to respond, he changed into a beast form and flew out in a hurry. He couldn't wait any longer. It's hard for him. Gonlai watched Zhu flying away. Although he is a bird, his beast form is relatively small, and his speed can't catch up with large birds. I don't know how long it will take him to fly this time. Song He, I hope he can bring us good news. Su Sanhua looked into the distance and murmured hopefully, It will happen. Kai must still be alive. In the beast cave, the cub Yingchuan was not asleep yet. He nudged Yinghua on the stone bed, but unfortunately Yinghua did not move. Yingchuan grabbed another set of animal skin clothes and put it in Huayan's arms and pointed with his little paws. Meow meow, this is the animal skin clothes that Kai had worn. Huayan picked up Yingchuan. You want to ask my mother, right? The little orange cat nodded. At this time, the cubs in the fence all raised their heads, the little kitten, the little bamboo bear, the little fox. Although the cubs could not speak, they all understood in their hearts. During this time, Father Yinghua always lay motionless on the stone bed. Although the other fathers smiled at them, the cubs were particularly sensitive. They were obviously worried and sad, and they always had trouble sleeping. And they haven't seen their gentle mother for a long time. Huayan rubbed the furry little heads one by one with red eyes and said with a smile, You have seen with your own eyes how powerful your mother is. She is now in a very far place. She has important things to do. It will take a little time, but she will be back when she finishes. Cubs, can you wait for mother to come back with your fathers? Meow, oh, the cubs responded obediently. They lay down one by one. closed their eyes and prepared to go to sleep. After Hua Yan made sure that the cubs were asleep, she sat next to Yinghua, covering her face and crying silently. Kai Kai, how could Kai Kai die? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Woo woo woo. Not long after, without anyone noticing, Yinghua's fingers moved slightly. Where is this? Wasn't I fighting the wolf spider? Yinghua felt a little dizzy. He lay there trying to recall, but he couldn't remember what had happened. He frowned and looked around, but he couldn't see anything. It was too dark here. Is it nighttime now? He reached out to touch it, and there seemed to be hard stone walls all around, short and narrow, trapping him tightly. Yinghua tried to sit up, but found that the stone walls were too short and he couldn't move at all. What was going on? Was he caught by a stray beast and trapped here? Kai Kai and the others will be okay, right? Thinking of this, Yinghua slapped the stone wall hard and shouted, Kai Kai, Kai Kai, Song He, Gon Lai, Hua Yan, are you there? Stray beast, let me out. There was no sound, only his echo in the small black stone wall. Yinghua clenched his fist. He was also a heavenly product, and this stone wall would never trap him. He took a deep breath, mobilized all the strength in his body and gathered it on his fist, and then swung it out suddenly. However, when the fist hit the stone wall hard, it did not make the imagined loud noise, and there was not even a little vibration. The stone wall was still intact, like an indestructible fortress. On the contrary, Yinghua's fist felt a piercing pain, as if it was pierced by thousands of steel needles at the same time. He couldn't help but frown. Looking at his already red and swollen fist, his heart was full of doubts. What's going on? The stone wall that trapped him must be an extraordinary divine object. He was afraid that he couldn't get out by himself. Yinghua suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, continued to knock on the stone wall to make noises, and shouted loudly, Are there any orcs? Save me. I am an orc from the god cat tribe. Please save me. As long as someone can hear his voice, no matter if it's a stray beast or anyone else, once he comes out of the stone wall, that will be his home ground. Yinghua didn't know how long he had been shouting, and his voice became hoarse, but no beast man passed by. He didn't give up, and he kept calling for help day after day. When he rested, he groped around and pounded the stone wall, hoping to find the weakest point, but still found nothing. Yinghua, who was trapped in the stone wall, was extremely uneasy. The surroundings were filled with darkness, without a trace of light, without any sound. He couldn't move and couldn't even turn over. He could only lie there without knowing the sun or the moon. That was the most extreme fear of loneliness in the world. Who is the blind man who said you are ugly? Yinghua, you are obviously the most handsome beast man I have ever seen. I am really proud of you, Yin Kai Kai. You are my #1 beast man husband. Recalling the smiles and frowns of Kai Kai, Yinghua was filled with strength again. He couldn't give up. He wanted to return to the tribe and to Kai Kai. He didn't know how long it had been. Just when he was about to give up, a vague voice suddenly came from his ear. Yinghua immediately put his ear close to the stone wall and tried his best to listen. Kai Kai. How could Kai Kai die? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Woo woo woo. Yinghua's eyes were glaring. It was Hua Yan's voice. What was he talking about? Kai Kai dead?
Impossible.
This is absolutely impossible. This stupid fox must have been deceived by some beast again. Kai Kai, his little female, his goddess, there is no way she could be in trouble. Although Yinghua thought so, he couldn't help but become anxious in his heart.
Hua Yan. Hua Yan. I'm Yinghua.
I'm near you, help me. He shouted anxiously, but there was no response from Hua Yan. Although Hua Yan was silly, she had a good heart. It was impossible for her to watch someone die without helping unless Hua Yan couldn't hear his voice. Yinghua's eyes were cold and fierce. He raised his fist and punched the stone wall where the sound was just heard. 1 punch, 2 punches. 100 punches, 1,000 punches, 10,000 punches. It was unknown how long he had been punching. Yinghua's fists were already covered in blood, and his flesh was gone, revealing his white bones. But he seemed not to feel the pain, and continued to punch the same position again and again, without stopping, until his fists and bones were shattered. The stone wall was finally chiseled open, and a ray of light shone on his body. Yinghua opened his eyes suddenly, and it was daybreak. He finally woke up. It turned out that it was his soul and will. All his consciousness was trapped in his body, struggling in pain all the time. But the moment Yinghua heard the news of Yun Sai's death, he burst out with unprecedented willpower and fought against his trapped self. In the end, he won and successfully woke up from his unconscious vegetative state. If the system pomegranate was here, he would be shocked Yinghua's willpower was too strong. He woke up on his own without any external force. This is a miracle in a million. Hua Yan, who had just finished feeding the cubs, turned around and saw Yinghua suddenly open his eyes. He rushed over excitedly. "Yinghua, you're awake. Do you know how long you have been unconscious? Beast, God bless you. You finally woke up. Yinghua, how do you feel?" The cubs stopped eating and squeaked excitedly. Yinghua looked around and saw the beast cave he was familiar with. He immediately understood that he had fallen into a coma. Perhaps because he had not spoken for a long time, Yinghua's throat was a little tight. His throat slid up and down, and he looked at Hua Yan, and a low and hoarse voice rang out, "Where is Kai?" Hua Yan was stunned. In a beast cave, the peregrine falcon beast men were feasting on the food. "I don't know how the food of the divine cat tribe is made. It's so delicious. This is the first time I know that fish can be eaten like this. They say this is called grilled fish. The fish soup I drank last night was delicious. And the rabbit meat and wild boar meat, they tasted hot and delicious. The tribes near our sea only eat raw food, and even the little females eat more raw seafood. I didn't expect cooked food to be so delicious. Who said it wasn't? The divine cat tribe is so good to us. Let's try to make it when we go back." The peregrine orcs sighed as they ate, and actually had some thoughts that it would be nice if they were orcs from the divine cat tribe. When they were full and said goodbye to the old patriarch, he came up to them. "Everyone, the journey is long, and we are sorry to bother you to fly this trip. This is a little gift from the divine cat tribe. Please be sure to accept it." Yue waved his hands repeatedly. No, we're just delivering a message. Thanks to you, we finally know the final whereabouts of the little female, which is very important to us. He said sincerely. The peregrine orcs exchanged glances. "Thank you very much." He has another question. "Where is the Wuwang Sea that you mentioned yesterday? And can you tell us more about the divine beast you mentioned?" This is not giving up. Yue sighed inwardly. If it were him, he would definitely not believe it. The Wuwang Sea is in the southeast of the divine cat tribe. It's so far away that it takes us 7 or 8 days and nights to fly almost non-stop. As for the divine beasts in the Wuwang Sea, we don't know much about them. We only know that they are powerful and extremely tough. It is rumored that 100 years ago, a bifong of the best grade went to provoke the divine beast of the Wuwang Sea, but it died in just a few rounds. His body floated in the Wuwang Sea, and all the orcs who went to collect the body died on the spot. Later, there were rumors that there were powerful people in the Wuwang Sea who didn't like foreign beasts. If you approached, you would surely die. Some orcs who didn't believe in evil tried it, but none of them survived. Therefore, when the Wuwang Sea is mentioned, all the orcs on the continent stay away from it. After listening to this he felt a little nervous. He clasped his hands. "Thank you. Hey, it's my duty." After everyone finished talking, the peregrine falcon orcs were anxious to go back, so one of them carried a medium-sized animal skin package and flew to his own tribe. He thought about it 1,000 times, and finally he said, "Grandpa, Gonlai, I want to go to Wuwang Sea to have a look." The old patriarch's heart skipped a beat. "Do you know how far Wuwang Sea is? It's the southernmost. How long will it take you to get there if you run like this?" Gonlai also frowned and said, "Julin has already gone there. When he comes back, he may have found Kai. If you go now, won't it be a wasted trip?" Song he smiled bitterly in his heart. The longer he was with Yin Kai Kai, the more he felt that he owed Yin Kai Kai. It seemed that only by doing something could he make up for it. Otherwise, his heart felt like it was being burned by fire. At this time, a familiar voice came. Song he, stay in the tribe, I'll go to Wuwang Sea. It seemed to be Yinghua's voice. They all looked towards the cave entrance, and then their eyes lit up. Great, it's really Yinghua. Yinghua woke up. For some reason, seeing Yinghua's figure getting closer and closer, Song He and Gan Lai felt much more stable. Kai Kai will be fine. I'll take her back to the tribe. Yinghua felt relieved when he heard Hua Yan say that Kai Kai disappeared after falling into the Wuwang Sea, and even her body was not found. How could he conclude that she died in the sea without a body? His little female once told him in private that she was the little female favored by the god of beasts. She had a life-saving talisman and did not need to worry about any situation. After seeing the magical powers of Yun Kai Kai, Yinghua believed her words, without a doubt. And Yinghua's firm words greatly alleviated Song He's inner pain. If there is anyone among the beast husbands who knows Yun Kai Kai the best, it must be Yinghua. Seeing that he looked calm and did not deliberately say words of comfort, Gan Lai also breathed a sigh of relief. God knows how he has been through these days. Fortunately, Yinghua woke up and he felt relieved. Even the wrinkles on the old patriarch's face relaxed a little, but he still asked worriedly, Yinghua, are you really going? It's really too far. Even if you run non-stop, you don't know how long it will take. The peregrine orcs flew for 7 days to get there because there were no obstacles in the air. But the orcs on land are different. They have to climb over countless mountains and bypass countless rivers to reach the southernmost Wuwang Sea. This does not include the stray beasts and powerful beasts that may be encountered along the way. Before Yinghua responded, the orcs outside the beast cave exclaimed, "Oh my god! What is this?" A little female shouted.
Clang.
I saw a red phoenix appearing above the god-cat tribe. Its huge wings waved gently, as if it had lifted up layers of clouds and mist, which was very beautiful.
Look.
The male orcs next to them looked up quickly. So beautiful. What a big red bird. Stupid, this is the mythical beast phoenix. An old orc squinted his eyes, carefully identified it, and then his eyes widened in shock. A mythical beast? Phoenix? Or the most powerful blood phoenix in the legend? The divine cat tribe was immediately shocked. Wow, there is actually a phoenix in the beast world continent. Look at its feathers. They are as beautiful as flames. Oh my god, I dare not breathe. Yinghua and the others hurriedly left the beast cave and saw the phoenix slowly landing on the open space of the divine cat tribe. Soon, a handsome red-haired male orc appeared in front of the orcs. The orcs in front of him couldn't even see his rank clearly. Even Gan Lai of the highest rank couldn't see through it, which means that the young man in front of them must be extraordinary. Gan Lai shook his head at the old patriarch, who was startled. He stepped forward tremblingly, carefully choosing his words, and asked respectfully, "Hello, I am the patriarch of the divine cat tribe. May I ask if you are from the divine beast phoenix tribe?" The old patriarch tried hard to recall. He was sure that the divine cat tribe had never offended the divine beast phoenix, and judging from his appearance, he did not seem to be asking for punishment. Thinking of this, the old patriarch was slightly relieved. It was really not the old patriarch's fault. After all, the name of the divine beast was too loud. If they really attacked the tribe, the divine cat tribe would hardly have the power to resist. Originally, he had Kai Kai, and he was not panicked at all. But now Kai Kai is not in the tribe. The old patriarch sighed in his heart. It was another day when he missed the goddess. Kai Kai, please come back soon. The young male beast man in front of him was very polite. He did not put on airs as a divine beast. Instead, he bowed slightly and said, "I am from the Blood Phoenix clan among the phoenixes. You can call me Feng Nian." Feng Nian thought to himself that the Phoenix tribe was always stronger than the Golden Dragon tribe. The Golden Dragon only had Long Yue, and he had 3 brothers and a sister above him, a total of 5 phoenixes. Well, it was not a small number. Feng Yan looked at the beast men of the divine cat tribe with envy. He wished that their tribe would be so lively someday. Alas, it was a pity that the Phoenix clan was declining day by day, and it no longer had the glory of 1,000 years ago. Young Master Feng Yan, I wonder what you are here for this time? The old patriarch asked cautiously. Feng Yan smiled gently, and the beast men saw that although the male beast man in front of them was friendly and polite, he had the noble aura of a divine beast in his every move, and people dared not neglect him at all. I came here this time because of the request of the golden dragon. Is the beast husband of the little female from the divine cat tribe, Yinghua, here? Feng Yan looked around, and his eyes fell on the few people in front of him. Sure enough, one of them took the lead. Yinghua cupped his hands and softened his eyes as much as possible. The four of us are all sight-sized beast husbands. Are you her first beast husband? Feng Yan asked curiously. Yes, my name is Yinghua, and these are Song He, Ganlai, and Hua Yan. Seeing Yinghua's eyes, Feng Yan's heart sank. He didn't know what the little female was thinking. Why did she choose such a cold and scary beast man as the first beast husband? It's hard to get along with her, at first glance. Long Yue, you're done. However, Feng Yan's face was very stable. He said, I was entrusted by Long Yue, the young master of the Wuwang Sea Golden Dragon tribe, to tell you that the little female was rescued by him and is recovering at the bottom of the sea. Don't worry or worry. The beast men of the divine cat tribe cheered immediately. The young females, led by Feng Jinjin, Feng Fongfong, and Jiang Yunyun, were the most excited. Great. The goddess is fine. She is worthy of being our goddess. May the beast god bless her. May the goddess return safely. I am so happy. I like the goddess the most. Who said it wasn't? When I heard that the goddess was fine, I finally put my heart at ease. Hua Yan's excited voice was also drowned out by the cheers of the beast men. I said, Kai can't be in trouble. Su Sanhua and Yun Dashan on the outside also heard Feng Yan's words clearly. Su Sanhua had not eaten a drop of water since she learned yesterday that Yun Kai fell into the sea, and she had not slept all night. Now her heart was finally relieved. It's great. May the beast god bless her. The witch doctor and the others also cried with joy. Ganlai was happy but felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that they would soon have another brother. Golden Dragon. It turned out to be a divine beast golden dragon. But that's fine. The more powerful the beast husband is, the better he can protect his little female. Yinghua felt as sweet as drinking honey. His little female was favored by the beast god. She would definitely turn danger into safety and turn disaster into blessing. When Yinghua thought of Yun Kai, his face softened a lot, and he looked at Feng Yan a lot more favorably. The beast men were still cheering and calling her the goddess. Feng Yan felt itchy after hearing this. He didn't have any hobbies, but he liked gossip. What was going on? Why did they all call that little female the goddess? Yinghua didn't know what he was thinking about. He lowered his eyes for a moment, then walked towards Feng Yan. However, the surrounding noise was too noisy, so Feng Yan had to listen carefully to Yinghua's words. Since you are entrusted by Jin Long, I will also be thick-skinned to entrust you. Please go to see her cubs on behalf of Kai. I think it will make Kai, who is far away in Wuwang Sea, feel more at ease when you go back after seeing the cubs. Feng Yan's eyes lit up. This is great. Yinghua really touched his heart. It has been many years since the Phoenix tribe has had a cub. It's sad to think about it. He likes cubs the most. Moreover, he is really curious about how many cubs the little female that Long Yue likes has given birth to. 2, no, 3 should be there. Feng Yan thought while following Yinghua to the direction of the beast cave. Before he got close, he heard the lively little baby voices interweaving. Meow meow bing. Chi-ji. Feng Yan's heart was about to melt when he heard it. Cubs, what a cute sight. Feng Yan followed Yinghua past the big tree that blocked his view, and the view suddenly became wider. He was pleasantly surprised to find that on a lush green grass, a group of cute cubs were playing happily. They chased and played with each other, and their laughter and shouts were intertwined, and the whole scene was full of vitality and energy. Next to these cubs stood a dozen majestic and powerful orcs, who quietly guarded by their side, with gentle and firm eyes. These male orcs were tall and mighty, with clear muscle lines, but facing the innocent cubs, they showed great patience and kindness. Feng Mian's eyes were completely attracted by these cubs. He widened his eyes, his face full of surprise and envy. He stared blankly for a long time, and then he said enviously, "Your tribe has so many cubs. By the way, the little female cubs are also in it, right?" Feng Mian remembered the purpose of his visit and turned around to ask. "There must be 30 or 40 cubs, right? Kittens, foxes, bamboo bears. My goodness, how come these kittens are almost as big as bamboo bears? Are they still cats? Is this a fowl?" Just when he thought of this, he saw 4 of the largest kittens running towards him quickly, meowing happily as they ran. Feng Mian thought to himself that he was indeed a blood phoenix, and that animals loved each other. Even kittens were no exception. He immediately squatted down, raised a kind smile, and prepared to welcome the running kittens. Closer, closer.
Swish.
Swish, swish, swish. The 4 kittens ran out of their afterimages and ruthlessly pounced on his right rear. Feng Mian's smile froze at the corners of his mouth. Meow, 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 meow. 2 silver kittens, a red smoke kitten, and a red tiger kitten. All of them were huge, but now they were nuzzling around Yinghua's legs. Yinghua had a gentle smile in his eyes, and he touched the heads of the giant cat cubs one by one. The giant cat cubs were clinging to him and refused to leave. At this time, Feng Mian stood up awkwardly. "Ha ha ha, so these are the cubs of the little female. They are really big and good." He was right. The little female was indeed very fertile and gave birth to 4 cubs. At this time, 5 little cats surrounded him, stepped on the body of the giant cat cub, and tried to get into Yinghua's arms. The giant cat cub shook in dissatisfaction, and the little gray cat fell off. The other ash-gray cats and little orange cats were not to be outdone, and continued to meow at Yinghua. Looking at the 9 cats of all sizes around Yinghua, they all looked clinging to him and competing for his favor. Feng Mian had an idea in his mind. These 9 cats, aren't they all the cubs of Yinghua and the little female? Are these all your cubs? Feng Mian asked directly. Yinghua hugged the kittens one by one, and then said, "Yes, they are all my and sight-sized kittens." Hearing Yinghua's words, Feng Mian was instantly petrified. "Be good, kittens, go play. Daddy is here." Yinghua softened his tone and said to the kittens. But the kittens had seen Yinghua always lying on the stone bed before, and he didn't move no matter how they called or pulled him. They were afraid that he would become the same as before. So the kittens shook their heads in unison. They would rather not play than to watch their daddy, who finally woke up. "Well, don't be naughty when you follow Daddy." Yinghua's eyes flashed with some emotion, and soon returned to calm. "Meow, meow, meow." The kittens seemed to say in unison, "Daddy, we know." The little female gave birth to 9 kittens. Feng Mian took a breath of cold air, and after recovering, he looked up and down at Yinghua. "I heard that the little female is pregnant now. Is the baby in her belly yours?" When he mentioned Yun Kaikai, Yinghua's temperament became much warmer. "Yes, it's also my baby. But maybe like last time, there should also be Huayan's baby."
Ha!
A very cold sneer came from his ear, and Yinghua looked over in surprise. Feng Mian said in a rather yin-yang tone, "The little female has 4 beast husbands, but the 9 cubs are all yours, and the one in her belly is also yours. Although you are the first beast husband, you can't always occupy the little female like this. Why don't you let the little female give birth to cubs for other beast husbands? You are happy, but it's not fair to other beast husbands. If you do something wrong, you must be prepared to be criticized." Feng Mian will not give face to anyone. This little female is also the same. If she favors the first beast husband so much, there will be problems sooner or later. When he returns, he must tell Long Yue that he should seize the heart of the little female while she is in Wuwang Sea. Feng Mian felt a little angry for Long Yue. At this moment, the kittens, Bamboo bears and foxes playing on the grass looked up and started running towards the side. The kittens were small but light and agile. They rushed away like a flash of lightning and quickly rushed to the front of the team. Following closely behind was a group of cute bamboo bears. Their round bodies seemed a little clumsy, but their thick legs were very fast. Watching them trying to catch up with the kittens in front, their cute appearance made people laugh. At the end of the team were 8 or 9 small and exquisite foxes. Due to their small size, their pace was relatively slow, and they kept a distance from the bamboo bears. Feng Mian rubbed his eyes. What was mixed in the little fox? Why did it look like a kitten, but it had 7 tails? Feng Mian's sight was involuntarily attracted by the cubs. He was extremely excited. He was finally seen. Now, the cubs are here to play with him, right? However, Feng Mian watched the cubs pass him and run behind him, and Yinghua in a large group. Feng Mian carefully avoided them and turned around. Then his eyes widened slightly because of shock. He saw a very warm picture. Song he was surrounded by a group of kittens, Ganlai was surrounded by a group of bamboo bears, and Huayan was surrounded by a group of foxes and kittens. They had gentle expressions, squatted down and greeted the cubs around them. There were 2 kittens in the large group who ran to Yinghua and rubbed against him. Feng Mian didn't realize anything at this moment. He was just sour in his heart. Why didn't the cubs come to play with him? Was he not as good-looking as the little female beast husband? That was definitely impossible. It must be because he had just come to the God-Cat tribe, and the cubs were not familiar with him. At this time, a low and cold voice clearly reached Feng Mian's ears. Didn't you ask why Kaikai still gave birth to cubs for me? Feng Mian's eyes were still on the cubs, and he subconsciously hummed. That's because I have the least cubs. Oh. Giving birth to 9 cubs for him is still not enough. No, the big ice block in front of him said that he has the least cubs. What does least mean? Feng Mian felt that his bright mind was very confused at the moment. Among the 4 beast husbands, he gave birth to 9 cubs, and he still has the least? Is that what you mean? That means...
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Feng Mian, who reacted, was almost insane. He looked at Yinghua as if he was looking at a monster. What did you say? Say it again. Yinghua's lips curled slightly, and a bad feeling of teasing surged into his heart. Why did he suddenly feel that this feeling was not bad? He saw Feng Mian's crazy look and inexplicably wanted to laugh. He suddenly found a different kind of fun. Oh, no, I have become bad following Ganlai, Song He and the others. Yinghua's face was originally like an iceberg, but with this smile, it was as if spring snow had melted, making people unable to help but look at it again and again. But Feng Mian saw Yinghua smiling but not saying anything, and he became even more crazy. Why don't you talk? Keep talking. Is it what he thinks? Do you know that pretending to be profound like this really makes Feng Huang very uncomfortable? Feng Mian held Yinghua's shoulders with both hands and shook him. Yinghua, tell me quickly. Yinghua looked at Feng Mian with red eyes and stopped teasing him. It's just what you think. At the beginning, I had 9 cubs, the fewest among the beast husbands. But now with these 2 cubs, there are 11 cubs. Oh, with this calculation, Hua Yan now has the fewest cubs. Yinghua thought about it and suddenly felt a little happy. Feng Mian lowered his head and exclaimed, These 2 kittens are actually your cubs. No, the point is that 11 are still the fewest? Yinghua, are you teasing me? If you don't believe it, just look at the cubs of other beast husbands. Yinghua paused, then turned Feng Mian back. Aren't there cubs right next to them? Looking at the group of cat cubs, bamboo bear cubs, fox cubs in front of him. Feng Mian was shocked. Are you saying that these cubs are their own cubs? Yinghua nodded slightly. Feng Mian's voice suddenly rose. You mean, there are so many cubs, and the 30 or 40 cubs in front of us are all born by the little female rescued by Long Yue? Yinghua nodded again. To be precise, there are 52 cubs. Yinghua's tone was still calm, without any ripples. My lord beast god. Feng Mian felt that his brain was about to explode. He had never seen or heard of such a bizarre thing. He took a breath of cold air and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. On the other side, Long Yue, who had put his worries aside, brought Yun Kai to the largest island in Wuwang Sea, which was also the island where Feng Nian lived. The trees here are towering into the sky, piercing the sky, as if they are about to pierce the sky. Their branches and leaves are dense and lush, like huge parasols, bringing coolness and tranquility to the entire island. The weeds are also extremely lush, more than 1 person tall, and there are all kinds of brightly colored wildflowers in the grass. They are blooming in all kinds of splendor, emitting bursts of fresh fragrance, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. Not only that, there are many different kinds of wild birds flying freely in the air. They are hovering between the treetops, playing in the flowers, or flying high in the blue sky, adding a bit of vitality to this mysterious island. From the cheerful calls of these wild birds, we can hear that this island is definitely a place with extremely rich products. Just after walking a few steps, Yun Kai saw a large, red, and round fruit. Isn't this an enlarged version of tomatoes? There are also lush wild vegetables next to it, which are clearly an enlarged version of shepherd's purse. Yun Kai asked Long Yue to pick some and put them in a rough cloth bag. Then she continued to walk forward excitedly. As a result, she encountered pepper trees, prickly ash trees, green onions as tall as a person. Of course, there were also various wild fruits and vegetables. The cloth bag on Long Yue's back was already bulging, and Yun Kai and Hailey stopped. Picking is really addictive. Since she came to Wuwang Sea, she has eaten very little besides seafood. And she is so close to Long Yue's beast cave, so for safety reasons, she did not steal food to satisfy her teeth. Now suddenly seeing so many delicious foods, Yun Sai's mouth immediately drooled. I can't bear it. Yun Kai took out 3 big tomatoes from the cloth bag, handed them to Long Yue and Hailey, indicating that they should eat, and then she couldn't wait to bite them hard. Sour and sweet. This is the taste.
Juice splashed. Cool.
Just then, a round and plump pheasant flew past them. The pheasant had plump feathers and colorful colors, and looked very plump and attractive. Yun Sai's eyes lit up. Long Yue, catch it. In a flash, the pheasant was about to fly over Long Yue's head. Long Yue reacted quickly and agilely. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the pheasant's neck accurately, like lightning.
Ki.
The pheasant screamed, but it could not escape Long Yue's control. Long Yue tightly pinched the pheasant's neck, making it unable to move. A second later, the pheasant died. Long Yue looked at Yun Kai with a look of praise. Yun Kai smiled happily. Good job, Long Yue. Next, you go to pluck the feathers, wash it, and then bring the pheasant over. Okay. Long Yue squatted aside excitedly and got busy. Kai, what about me? Hailey came over eagerly. Then you should clean these wild vegetables. Yun Kai handed the cloth bag to Hailey. Hailey also happily went to the lake to clean it. Yun Kai ran to the place where the pheasants just appeared and started to touch it. After a while, she found a nest of pheasant eggs. I am so great, smooth and tender eggs, aren't they here? Yun Kai walked back with the eggs, and Long Yue had already cleaned the pheasant. Sister, this pheasant can fill your stomach, but I have eaten this egg before. It is quite fishy and watery, not delicious at all. When Long Yue saw the pheasant eggs, he thought of the time when he and Feng Nian were making trouble all over the island. At that time, it was not an exaggeration to say that there was a lot of chaos. They also tasted this pheasant egg, but they broke it and ate it once, and got yellow mucus all over their hands. It tasted bad, so they never ate it again. Maybe this is because there are more pheasants on the island? Yun Kai smiled and said, this is a good thing. You will be surprised when you try it later. Long Yue smiled and thought of the food that Yun Kai made with a simple trick on the bottom of the sea. It was 100 times more delicious than what they usually ate. Therefore, his curiosity was also aroused by Yun Kai. Okay, then I will listen to my sister. I have processed this pheasant. Can you take a look at it? The pheasant feathers were plucked cleanly. It was indeed a fat and white pheasant, weighing more than 10 pounds. Long Yue cut open the pheasant's belly, yes, and then take out the yellow stuff here. I will use it. You can wash it several times and give it to me together. Okay. Long Yue obediently walked to the lake to wash it. Although he didn't know why he did this, his sister must have her reasons for doing it. If he didn't understand, he would just listen obediently. Sister, it's done. Thank you for your hard work, Long Yue. Let me do it next. Yun Kai praised Long Yue with a smile, and the little golden dragon blushed again. This is what I should do. Yun Kai smiled and said nothing. When it was golden, Yun Kai scooped out the golden soup with a stone spoon and put it in a big stone bowl. This soup smells so good, can I drink it now? Hailey couldn't help asking softly. She never craved food, but who made Yun Kai cook so deliciously, so she shamelessly stayed in the Golden Dragon tribe for the first time. Fortunately, she stayed, otherwise how could she eat all kinds of good things? But Yun Kai said, "You can't eat this. This is the chicken oil I made. I'll use it for cooking later." Chicken oil cooking? She knew every word, but why was it so hard to understand when they were put together? Hailey nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Long Yue didn't ask either, as if she asked, she would seem stupid. Long Yue and Hailey waited obediently beside Yun Kai, looking like curious babies. Yun Kai ignored them and continued to move her hands. The chicken oil had solidified slightly at this time, and it was a beautiful light yellow, not so transparent and slightly whitish. Yun Kai scooped a spoonful of chicken oil into the pot, and when it was hot, she poured the egg liquid into it. Sizzle the well-behaved duo next to them widened their eyes slightly. What kind of profound magic was this? Just like that, half an hour later, there were several kinds of food on the grass that they had never eaten before. There are several different dishes made from pheasant eggs alone. There are the simplest and most direct boiled eggs. There are also egg custard made from steamed eggs. There are also tomato scrambled eggs made from tomatoes and eggs. And finally, there is wild vegetable egg soup made from wild vegetables and eggs. Because the pheasant is large in size, Yun Kai also specially divided it into two parts for cooking, one for stewing and the other for frying. The fried part is even more considerately prepared with two flavors, one with chili seasoning and the other without chili, keeping the original flavor. The original flavor is prepared for Long Yue Hailey, and the spicy fried chicken is, of course, for himself. Yun Kai, Hailey, and Long Yue sat on the ground, and Yun Kai took the lead in scooping a mouthful of chicken soup with a wooden spoon. It's so delicious. You guys try it quickly. Yun Kai called, and the two of them were eager to move. As soon as the food entered their mouths, the two of them ate together. Long Yue ate without even raising his head. Delicious. So delicious. Hailey's eyes lit up. This is delicious. This is delicious. This is delicious too. Seeing this, Yun Sai's hand speed also became faster. She hurriedly put the dishes into her own bowl. Just kidding, she was greedy and hungry too. Besides, of course you have to eat a lot of the dishes you cooked. Yun Kai continued to devour her food. Hailey was a little reserved at first, but when she saw the two people showing off their food like crazy, she immediately joined in. After eating their fill, the three of them lay on the grass, feeling refreshed by the breeze. I never thought that such a disgusting egg would become so delicious in my sister's hands. Long Yue felt a little unsatisfied when he thought about it. Even the simple boiled eggs tasted so good, not to mention other dishes. Hey, how many delicious foods has he missed over the years? Hailey ate too much, causing her belly to bulge slightly. Yun Sai's inner thoughts. Little Mermaid, have you forgotten that I'm pregnant a long time ago? Hailey, I really forgot. After all, you don't look like a pregnant female at all. By the way, Long Yue, when will your bird beast friend Feng Nian come back? When Yun Kai thought of the people in the tribe, a hint of sadness appeared between her brows. It was a pity that the Golden Dragon clan was cursed and their rank was getting lower and lower. Now, they can't fly, otherwise they could return to the tribe together. She asked Long Yue for help as soon as possible, and Long Yue also told her that Feng Nian had agreed to help them pass the message back. Just wait for him to come back. Long Yue said in a light tone. He is very fast. It will only take a few days. That's good. When he comes back, I will make some food to thank him. I wonder what kind of animal the Feng Nian that Long Yue mentioned is. It's so big. and flies so fast. Could it be a goshawk? Feng Feng. Wait, it can't be a phoenix. Yun Saicai's eyes widened slightly. She seemed to have discovered something incredible. Another mythical beast? No way. But since there is a golden dragon, a phoenix is not impossible, right? Haile's voice brought her thoughts back. Oh, we accidentally ate it all. I forgot that my aunt secretly told me to bring some back. Haile's cheeks flushed slightly, and she was very embarrassed. It's okay, we'll pick some more and we'll cook and eat it when we get back. It will taste better. Yun Kaikai curled her lips slightly, and Haile was deeply moved by just one sentence. Haile stared at Yun Kaikai with bright eyes and said softly, Okay, thank you, Kaikai. This little female is so considerate. Long Yue and Haile were completely conquered by the new food. They followed Yun Kaikai to find wild vegetables and fruits for the whole afternoon. They also dug up sweet potatoes and potatoes. The two of them enjoyed it very much. Yun Kaikai rarely had such a leisurely and relaxing life, so she was also driven by the excitement and happiness of the two people in front of her. However, the island is too big to explore it in one day. Yun Kaikai stopped. Haile, Long Yue, that's enough. Let's stop here today. We can come again tomorrow. After hearing what Yun Kaikai said, the two looked at her eagerly. Yun Kaikai. Needless to say, you can tell that she is greedy. She curved her eyes. Let's go back after dinner and have something delicious tonight. As soon as the words fell, Haile and Long Yue became visibly happy, and they ran over to help Yun Kaikai. According to Yun Saicai's instructions, Long Yue cleaned up the newly caught rabbits and pheasants and ran to catch some shrimps. Haile was assigned to wash the vegetables and dishes as usual. Sizzled chicken oil was put into the pot, and the fresh shrimps were divided into two portions, one for stir-fried prawns and the other for mushroom and shrimp soup. Long Yue watched with interest at the side. Yun Kaikai glanced at him. Don't be idle either. Go grill the fish.
Me?
Can I really do it? Long Yue was a little excited. He was also a person who could cook delicious food. Yun Kaikai was amused by Long Yue. Try it if you like. Grilling fish is relatively simple. She roughly told Long Yue how to grill fish, and Long Yue started with full confidence, and in the end he grilled it pretty well. Yun Kaikai took a handful of spinach handed over by Haile, blanched it in hot water, drained and cooled, and then took out a few pheasant eggs. And soon a portion of spinach and omelet was ready. Just like that, an hour later, a large pile of delicious food was placed on the grass, which was a more sumptuous dish than at noon. There were salt-baked chicken, spicy chicken, fried prawns, mushroom and shrimp soup, cold rabbit, stewed rabbit soup, fried potato chips, spinach and omelet, grilled fish, and grilled sweet potatoes. Yun Kaikai heard the sound of everyone swallowing their saliva, and she waved her hand. Let's eat. But at this moment, an elegant and low voice sounded. Long Yue? What are you doing? Long Yue asked in surprise. Uncle Xuanwu, why are you here? Yun Kaikai looked up and saw a handsome male orc standing not far away. Perhaps because he was older than them, Long Yue was straightforward, while the male orc in front of him was more stable. Xuanwu, he is from the Black Turtle tribe. Xuanwu smiled shyly. I suddenly smelled a good smell on the shore, so I came here, but I didn't expect it was you. His gaze stayed on Yun Saicai's face for a moment, stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly moved away. Only his ears were slightly red, and he said, Is it convenient for me to join you?
This.
Long Yue looked at Yun Kaikai, waiting for her to make a decision. Long Yue calls you uncle, so I will call you uncle too. Uncle, please sit down. Yun Kaikai invited Xuanwu to dinner openly, and her words made Xuanwu know that she and Long Yue had an unusual relationship. Xuanwu glanced at Haile and thought, wasn't this the little female that was destined for Long Yue? It seems that Haile has a good relationship with this little female. What happened? Xuanwu's brain was a little stuck, but he didn't say a word, just acting like a gentleman who didn't say much and was lovable. However, after he tasted the first bite of the meal, he was shocked, and all his elegance and steadiness disappeared for a moment. Long Yue, this is the last piece. You have to leave it to uncle. Respect your elders, do you know? You are only 9 years older than me. Isn't that the seniority? Besides, The elders should take care of the younger ones.
Well, you can really eat.
You too. Long Yue and Xuanwu were about to fight. Yun Kaikai took highly away from the danger scene. They sat on the beach with a grilled fish each. The moonlight cast a layer of shimmering silver light on the ocean. Yun Kaikai turned her head and saw Haile's cheeks bulging. A beauty is a beauty. Even eating looks so good. They waited until they were full before going back. There was indeed a lot of food for this meal, but Long Yue and Xuanwu ate it all by themselves. Yun Tsaitsai's mouth twitched slightly. She picked up Long Yue, who was about to lick the wooden plate. She really wanted to ask him about his dignity as a golden dragon. The way he scrambled for food was simply unbearable to watch. The next day, when the three of them boarded the island again, they found that Xuanwu had been waiting by the side. Long Yue.
Hey.
This Xuanwu looks shy and elegant, but he is actually very thick-skinned. Yun Kaikai. It can be seen that the power of food is indeed great. So, the three-person group became a four-person group. The plump pheasants on the island that were originally leisurely and comfortable began to flee desperately at this moment. They were panicked and ran around. And those chubby rabbits also lost their former calmness and became panicked, just wanting to escape from the pursuit of these uninvited guests as soon as possible. But they had no power to resist the golden dragon and the black tortoise. Long Yue was already familiar with the route, and he helped Yun Kaikai with his hands and feet. Today, Yun Kaikai planned to do more. Before leaving the seabed, Hai Lan and Long Bao also secretly expressed that they wanted to go ashore to play, and they would definitely come to eat later. Yun Kaikai shook her head helplessly. These two were also old children. Thinking of this, Yun Kaikai began to think about today's dishes. On the other hand, Feng Mian of the Divine Cat tribe was almost driven into autism by Yinghua's words. A little female gave birth to more than 50 cubs for her beast husbands? How is that possible? Lord God of Beasts. Who would believe this if they were told to others? Feng Mian, who had wanted to go back immediately, decided to stay for one night. He wanted to see if Yinghua was lying to him. That afternoon, he wanted to sense the cubs at close range, but Hua Yan and the others were so happy that they just threw all the cubs to him. Then they all ran away. Even Yinghua didn't know where they went. No, do you trust him so much? Feng Mian scratched his head for the first time at the sight of more than 50 energetic cubs. The cubs are very cute, but looking at so many cubs at the same time for a long time, Feng Mian suddenly felt dizzy. Who will save him? In a hidden beast cave, the figures of Yinghua and his 4 companions suddenly appeared. It turned out that the beast cave was in a special location, and only they could find it. There were all kinds of good things left for them by the little female, including food, medicine, weapons. Hua Yan, who ran the fastest, couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha 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 ha, we can finally take a day off. Let's have a big meal today to celebrate that Kai Kai is safe and sound. Hua Yan went to choose her favorite food first, with great joy. The other 3 also took their favorite food. Yinghua also took a small bucket of monkey wine. Seeing this, Song he filled them one by one. On weekdays, they take turns to look after the cubs and even eat in batches. This is the first time that the 4 of them have dinner together. There are 6 semi-finished foods on the wooden table in front of them. They just need to open them and heat them in an iron pan. Song he took the lead and immediately started a fire, while Hua Yan held her cheek and watched closely. Soon, the hot sweet and sour pork tenderloin, braised spare ribs, shredded potatoes with vinegar, beef brisket stewed with tomatoes, fried chicken with potatoes, and wild vegetable dumpling soup were served by Hua Yan as soon as they came out of the pot. Yinghua, the first glass of wine, to celebrate Kai Kai's safety and her early and safe return. The 4 drank the wine in the glass, and immediately a mellow and rich taste of wine spread in their mouths, like a clear spring flowing through the throat, which is endless aftertaste. This monkey wine is really delicious. Gon Lai's eyes lit up. He stood up and poured everyone another glass. He looked at the wine in his hand carefully, as if he had discovered some rare treasure. Others praised the monkey wine. They ate the food and drank the wine, and their mood finally brightened up. Song he then sighed. I am so happy to hear Feng Nian say in person that Kai Kai is fine today. The big stone in my heart is finally put down. Gan Lai finally said with relief. Yes, Yinghua was in a coma. Hua Yan cried secretly in the middle of the night. You seem to be okay, but actually you had the intention to die. You don't know how I got through all these days. Hua Yan jumped up as if someone stepped on her tail. Smelly Gan Lai, don't talk nonsense.
Who said I?
I cried secretly in the middle of the night. Gan Lai said perfunctorily. Oh, yes, you didn't cry, I was wrong. You. It would be better not to say it. Hua Yan was even angrier. He looked at Gan Lai apologetically. I'm sorry for making you worry. He thought very clearly, and nothing will change in the future. That is Song. He can only live if Yun Kai Kai is alive. If Yun Kai Kai is gone one day, he will definitely follow her. Yinghua sighed in his heart. He still remembered Song He, who only cared about the tribe when they first met, but now his heart and eyes are full of Yun Kai Kai. This change is huge. Yinghua spoke slowly. We are lucky to have Kai Kai, a little female. Her specialness is destined to be pursued by more powerful male orcs in the future. Hua Yan immediately wilted. For example, the golden dragon? Yinghua said again, for example, Feng Nian today. As soon as the voice fell, everyone looked at him. Didn't Feng Nian come to deliver a message? Hua Yan widened his eyes with an incredible look. Gan Lai couldn't bear to look at it, and withdrew his gaze from Hua Yan with disgust. How stupid. I really want to slap him twice. He pondered for a moment. It's just that I didn't care before, but now I am definitely moved. Looking at Hua Yan's enlightened look, Gan Lai added, Do you think he let her see the cubs for nothing? Hua Yan understood immediately and was about to run back. Okay. Let him go. Then I'll go back to see the cubs, okay. He didn't want his little female to have so many beast husbands. Yinghua grabbed his arm. Hua Yan, don't be willful. Hearing Yinghua's words, Hua Yan broke free from his arm, pouted, and said nothing more. She found a corner and sat down in a huff, just like a delicate little female who was bullied. He asked in surprise and dissatisfaction. I say, are you really so magnanimous? Why do I feel so sour and uncomfortable when I think about Kai Kai going to mate with another male beast man? Don't you feel anything? Yinghua, did you deliberately let Feng Nian see our cubs? Hearing the question, the three of them felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. How could they not have feelings? No one has less feelings for the little female than the other. Yinghua looked at Hua Yan deeply. The little fox finally got smart for once. I did it on purpose, Yinghua admitted frankly. His low voice rang out. According to Feng Nian, the Golden Dragon tribe is the overlord of the sea. So we are on the continent, and there are golden dragons swimming in the sea. What is most lacking among the beast husbands right now is flying orcs. And Feng Nian happens to be from the Phoenix clan of the Divine Beast and the most powerful blood phoenix. If he forms a pair with Kai Kai, he will only benefit. Seeing so many cubs, I bet he will be eager to form a pair with Kai Kai after he returns. Gan Lai and Song, he nodded in unison. If possible, who wouldn't want to monopolize Sun Kai Kai? But the reality is, such a powerful and special little female cannot be protected by herself. Moreover, in the beast world, whether to mate with male beast men has always been the decision of the little female, and they have no right to interfere. Although they feel a little uncomfortable, they are willing to give in as long as it is good for Kai Kai. Hua Yan lowered his head. He also knew this truth, but he was not as patient as the three people in front of him. Yinghua, you are this. Hua Yan raised a thumb to show his admiration. He learned this from the little female. After all, Yinghua is the only one who can take the initiative to find other beast husbands for his little female. Alas, he is worthy of being the #1 beast husband. He can't compare. Well, Grandpa, it smells so good. At the entrance of the beast cave, a furry little head popped out, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an underage little female. Her long red hair fell to her waist like a waterfall, fluttering gently with the breeze. Her face is round, like a jade sculpture, and her smile is even more delicate and lovely, making people want to pinch it. The little female Feng Hua sniffed the fragrance in the air fiercely, and even her nose wrinkled up. She was obviously attracted by the fragrance and couldn't wait. While sniffing, she looked around with anticipation, as if looking for something. "Grandpa, let's go out and take a look together? Are my brothers making something delicious?" The little female's voice was full of excitement and curiosity, with a hint of coquettishness. At this time, an old but smiling voice came from the cave. "Go you. It's good enough that you can endure for 2 days." "Grandpa." The little female blushed a little, who made the smell so fragrant. She dreamed about it last night, and she woke up hungry this morning. She woke up and ate the tasteless wild vegetables and fruits, and her stomach became even hungrier. What are the brothers doing? In the past, they made black food that was hard to swallow. Once, the brother tricked her into eating it, and she vomited and had diarrhea all day. Not only did the brother scare her that time, she also decided that it would be best to stay with Grandpa when she had nothing to do, so as to avoid being eaten by the brothers. She still wanted to live a few more years. But this time, it seemed delicious when she smelled it.
Could it be that this time?
Did they really succeed? The expectant little female helped her grandfather out of the cave and walked towards the source of the fragrance. But when she got there, she realized that it was not her brother and Long Yue who made it. Her brother was away on a long trip, and Long Yue didn't know how to make food. All of this was made by a little female named Yun Kai. After Yun Kai generously invited them to taste it together, she continued to make food. Feng Hua's eyes lit up all of a sudden. She looked at Yun Kai and smiled sweetly, with a shallow dimple. "Yun Kai, you are really amazing." Feng Hua likes capable little females the most. On the other side, Feng Nian, with dark circles under his eyes, finally waited for Yinghua and the others to come back. Yinghua held a few roasted fish that were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and a few ginkgo nuts in his hand, and handed them to Feng Nian. Feng Nian was really hungry. He didn't bother to be polite with Yinghua. He stretched out his big hand and took them and started to eat. As soon as the fish meat entered his mouth, Feng Nian paused, and then ate the fish faster. Yinghua's cooking skills are good. While eating, Feng Nian thought sadly that it turned out that it was not Long Yue who died first, but him. Yinghua's conspiracy was a definite conspiracy. Which orc would not be envious of these cubs? And he tempted him with delicious food. However, he was wrong before. Although Yinghua looked very indifferent, he was a male orc with a cold face and a warm heart. Can ginkgo nuts be eaten like this? He always washed them and ate them raw. After roasting, the ginkgo nuts were warm, sweet, soft, and sticky. How could they be so delicious? Feng Nian was immediately attracted by the roasted ginkgo nuts in his hand. He decided to go back and dig out all the ginkgo nuts on the island. Huayan looked at the cubs with a slightly critical look. As a result, each cub was very clean and slept soundly. It can be seen that Feng Nian took good care of the cubs. Huayan snorted in her heart, and he passed the test. After Feng Nian had eaten and drunk enough, he stepped forward and warmly and sincerely invited him to stay in the Shinmao tribe for a few more days. Hearing this, Huayan and Ganlai were secretly delighted. If Feng Nian could really stay for a few more days, they could have a few more days off. Thinking of this, Huayan and Ganlai came up to persuade Feng Nian. "Huayan, it's so hard to find someone to take care of the cubs, don't leave." Ganlai, "Monkey wine is really delicious. He wants to drink more." As a result, all their plans fell through. Feng Nian smiled slightly, then hurriedly turned into a beast and flew away. Don't think he doesn't know what they are thinking. You still want him to take care of the cubs for free? You think the food can keep him here? What a joke. Okay, although he really wants to eat, but there is no little female here, he should hurry back to Wuwang Sea. I don't know how far Long Yue and the little female have progressed. If Long Yue is still hesitant, he will not persuade them to be together this time. He wants to be with the little female secretly and then surprise everyone. Everyone saw Feng Nian flapping his wings and running away, and they couldn't help laughing. He ran so fast, could they really force him to stay? This phoenix looks quite interesting. They should be patient and wait for Kai Kai to return, but everyone also knows that with Long Yue and Feng Nian here, plus giving birth to cubs for them, Kai Kai may not be able to come back in a short time. But their common wish has been realized, that is, to bless Kai Kai to be safe, so there is nothing to complain about. Even if Kai Kai is not here, they will take good care of the cubs, train guards, and protect the divine cat tribe. Feng Nian flew at full speed, without stopping for a moment, and finally returned to Wuwang Sea at the fastest speed. When he flew over Phoenix Island, he took a deep breath and smelled a domineering fragrance. It smelled really good. His stomach growled when he smelled it. Feng Nian looked down and saw a group of people gathered on a flat and open beach near the sea of Phoenix Island. The fragrance came from there. Feng Nian looked closely and saw Long Yu's family and Xuanwu Haili. His grandfather and little sister Fenghua never left the cave, so why were they there? And the beautiful little female in the middle who he didn't know must be Yun Kai Kai. Feng Nian's eyes suddenly brightened. He looked at Yun Kai Kai greedily and flew towards the beach immediately. Long Yu looked up and happened to see the fiery red phoenix in the sky. He smiled and said, "Great, Kai Kai, look, Feng Nian is back." Yun Kai Kai looked over and saw a fiery red phoenix landing on the beach. In a blink of an eye, the red phoenix turned into a male beast man with sword eyebrows, star eyes, red lips, and white teeth. His long red hair stood up high, his posture was as straight as a pine tree, and his steps were calm. He looked like a nobleman who had walked out of a painting. Feng Nian Long Yue stepped forward and patted his shoulder, but Feng Nian smiled at Yun Kai Kai and nodded. Yun Kai Kai looked calm, but she was shouting in her heart, "Phoenix, Phoenix, Phoenix. This is a phoenix. It is really a mythical beast phoenix." She actually guessed it right. But why is he staring at her? There must be something fishy. Yun Kai Kai suddenly had an idea. Could it be? He saw the cubs in the tribe? Feng Nian greeted everyone else and finally walked in front of Yun Kai Kai. He was inexplicably a little nervous. Feng Nian couldn't help but despise himself in his heart. He had laughed at Long Yue for being shy before, and he was no worse than him. Feng Nian felt much better after scolding himself. He asked politely, "Little female, about the things in the god cat tribe, why don't I tell you about it later? Is everything okay in the tribe?" Yun Kai Kai couldn't help asking. "Everything is fine." Feng Nian's 3 words of certainty made Yun Kai Kai feel at ease. "The food has just been served. We will talk in detail after we finish eating. After flying all the way, it is necessary to rest and fill the stomach." Feng Nian's stomach rumbled at the right time, but he was not embarrassed. He said bluntly, "I just happen to be hungry. Now I have a good meal." Looking at the plates of tempting food, Feng Nian started to eat without hesitation. As soon as the tender meat entered his mouth, Feng Nian was stunned. This is much more delicious than what he ate in the god cat tribe. Could it be that the god cat tribe is so good at cooking? It didn't matter that Feng Nian was stunned. Long Yue, Xuanwu, Haili, Feng Hua, and others began to fight for the food. Even Long Bao was not to be outdone. While grabbing food for himself, he also grabbed some for Hailan. While eating happily, Yun Kai Kai did not forget to take care of the little females on the table. She took a chicken leg for Haili and some rabbit meat for Feng Hua. Her movements were very skillful and natural. This touched the 2 little females very much. They looked at Yun Kai Kai with sparkling eyes, and even Feng Hua was moved to tears. Feng Nian's grandfather sat aside, smiling at everyone. Everyone sat together, and the atmosphere was very warm and harmonious. After a while, a plate was empty. Feng Nian didn't have time to think about it and immediately joined the food-snatching war. Long Yue and others who had tasted Yun Kai Kai's craftsmanship were fine, but Feng Nian and Feng Hua, who were eating for the first time, were simply shocked. Feng Nian, "Oh, it's so delicious that it's going to make my tongue fall off. How did the little female cook it? I must ask Long Yue to learn it so that I can cook it for the little female in the future." Feng Hua, "Wow, it's delicious, delicious. I thought that all the orcs and their tribes ate almost the same food, just wild animals and vegetables. In addition, Phoenix Island is rich in products and they can also eat seafood. I thought that although their food was not as good as those of the super tribes in the central continent, it was definitely better than other tribes. But when Feng Hua ate the food today, she almost cried. What kind of hard life has she lived in these years? If she were a male orc, she would definitely marry Yun Kaikai, a gentle and considerate little female. Even if she was the 100th orc husband, she would be willing. Grandpa Fengnian is a man who has seen the world, but even he couldn't help being surprised by the novel ways of eating these wild animals. He looked meaningfully at Yun Kaikai, who was not surprised by praise or criticism, and thought to himself, this little female is not simple. It just so happens that he has a grandson who is about to come of age. When Fengnian was eating hard, he suddenly felt a gaze falling on him. He raised his head in confusion and saw his grandfather sitting not far away staring at him. Fengnian was startled and quickly showed a bright smile. He looked so well-behaved. However, Grandpa Fengnian just glanced at the oil stains at the corners of Fengnian's mouth, then frowned slightly and looked away with some disgust. How about changing another grandson? After eating and drinking, Yun Kaikai and Fengnian slowly walked away, keeping a just right distance. This distance allowed the two to talk within the field of vision of the orcs and ensured that their conversation would not be heard by others. When the orcs in the tribe heard that you were safe and sound, they were all very happy. They were so excited that they danced and cheered throughout the tribe. Little female, you are really amazing. Thinking of the scene that day, Feng Nian's eyes were full of admiration. Being praised by so many orcs, she was really an amazing little female. A sense of pride surged in his heart. She was worthy of being the little female he liked. However, before Feng Nian finished his words of praise, Yun Kaikai interrupted him impatiently and asked anxiously, Feng Nian, have you seen Yinghua? How is he now? Is he still in a coma? Her voice was full of worry and concern. When Feng Nian thought of Yinghua, he had a headache. The little female really valued her first beast husband. She asked him Yinghua right away. But what did the little female mean? Was he seriously injured and unconscious before he came? That Yinghua was terrible, and he didn't even see the slightest clue. Although Feng Nian was thinking, he did not pretend to be mysterious. Instead, he said directly, I don't know how he was before, but when I went there, Yinghua could run, jump, and talk. He was very sober. Hearing Feng Nian's words, Yun Saicai's eyes trembled slightly. Yinghua actually woke up. Yinghua woke up. Is this true? She asked in disbelief. Feng Nian, really, he's fine. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He could also dig a hole for me, letting me take care of all the cubs by myself. More than 50 cubs. He took care of them by himself. Can you imagine that scene? At this time, the system pomegranate in Yun Saicai's mind was looking at its points distressfully. The main system finally agreed to let it use 90% of its points to exchange for a sober potion, nakedly taking advantage of the fire, but it had no way. Because this is not much different from resurrection, and it is not used on the host. The main system was grinding for a long time before it gave in. Hey, pomegranate, it will soon become a pauper again. Just when it was about to click to confirm the exchange, it suddenly heard the host's excited voice. Yinghua woke up. Is this true? Little pomegranate looked at the interface and paused. Wait, what did it hear? Yinghua woke up? How is it possible? The probability of waking up from a vegetative state is 1 in 10,000. Not to mention being able to run and jump and move freely. Little pomegranate immediately pricked up his ears and listened. Feng Nian's clear voice sounded again. Little female, I'm not lying to you, Yinghua is fine. He also took me to see your cubs and asked me to tell you about it, so that you can rest assured. Yun Saicai's heart warmed up. Yinghua really woke up. That's great. This is Yinghua to reassure her. At the same time. And your cubs, they are really cute. Among them is a 7-tailed kitten named Huaxin. He is really fun. Sometimes he imitates the cat's meow, and sometimes he imitates the fox's meow. It seems that he doesn't know whether he is a cat or a fox. And Feng Nian said slowly. Hearing the news about the cubs, Yun Saizai's mouth curled up slightly, and her eyes became much gentler. That's good. Thank you so much, Fengnian. I'm very happy to know this. Fengnian smiled and said, That's nothing. I like the cubs too. Yun Kaikai looked at Fengnian deeply again. Yinghua was really virtuous. No wonder Fengnian was so kind when he came back, and his eyes were almost glued to her. Yun Kaikai naturally would not refuse Yinghua's kindness and consideration. After all, she had wanted a flying orc for a long time, but she had never found a suitable one. Although the 100 Birds tribe also had flying orcs before, their beasts were too small, and it was difficult for them to carry things, let alone orcs. The stray golden eagle they met later had good overall strength, but it was a stray beast of extremely poor quality, so Yun Kaikai never considered it from beginning to end. On the other hand, the phoenix now has a huge and beautiful beast shape, a clear mind and extraordinary strength, which is really to her taste. However, there is no rush. There is also a Long Yue in front, so everyone should line up and wait for his favor. Little Pomegranate was very happy to confirm that Yinghua had woken up. Host, congratulations, Yinghua has woken up. Yun Kaikai heard the long-lost mechanical baby voice and smiled. Thank you, Little Pomegranate. But why did Little Pomegranate sound more excited and ecstatic than her? Little Pomegranate cried happily in his heart. Yinghua, you are really awesome. Yeah, my points are saved. I will definitely be ranked first next month. Pomegranate, I am the best. The main system, which has been waiting for the transaction confirmation for a long time, was puzzled. What's going on? Is the transaction going to fail? The main system's low and mechanical voice sounded. In view of the fact that the system Pomegranate is currently ranked first in the novice system rankings, the exchange will be adjusted as appropriate this time, from 90% of the points to 80% of the points for exchange. Little Pomegranate waved his little hand and said imposingly, No more exchange, no more exchange. The main system was stunned. 70% of the points will do. Then 60%? No exchange, no exchange. My points are so precious, I can't exchange them for anything else. But that broken potion. Little Pomegranate pinched his waist. Yinghua woke up, and now it has become a big boss. Main system. It's over. The large amount of points that were ready to be grabbed are gone. It should have lowered the price at the beginning, agreed to the exchange earlier, and Xiao Shilu wouldn't have been so distressed for so long. Maybe the deal would have been done by now. The main system regretted it, while Xiao Shilu was bubbling with joy. Then, Xiao Shilu's eyes turned. If you want to exchange, it's not impossible, but… Main system. Are you still kidding? However, the main system still asked with a dark face. How do you exchange it? Little Pomegranate pondered for a moment and said mysteriously, I agree to 10% of the points. The main system sneered. You are dreaming. This is a potion that can bring the dead back to life. Little Pomegranate was a little panicked. It thought about the host's usual appearance and then said expressionlessly, No, I don't need it anyway, but seeing that you really want to exchange it, I reluctantly gave it up. My points are hard-earned by the host and I. It's not easy. Go and see other systems who is willing to spend a lot of money to exchange for this broken potion. If something happens to the host, just change it for another one. Little Pomegranate said ruthlessly. The main system choked in its heart. As if it was like this. Little Pomegranate continued. Besides, points are so valuable. If converted into the currency commonly used in our system, 1 point is equal to 1 million. I have 10% of the points, which is 100 points. If converted into currency. Oh my, that's 100 million. Haha, thinking about it this way, I don't want to change it anymore. Aren't these points good in my hands? Hearing this, the main system's face became even darker. It was embarrassing to say that he, a main system, didn't have as much money as the novice system. That won't work. With this 10% of the points, he can suppress the novice system. 10 points. Moreover, it also needs enough points to upgrade. Now it is becoming more and more difficult to complete the system tasks. Alas, if we only wait for the points deducted when the system delivers the task, I don't know how long it will take. So he said helplessly with a dark face. Change, change, change. The interface switched. After Little Pomegranate checked again and again to make sure that the information was correct, he clicked the transaction confirmation. After getting the potion, it looked painful, and the main system felt better. After the main system disappeared, Little Pomegranate rolled happily on the ground holding the potion. Hee hee hee. I'm rich. I'm rich. This is one of the life-saving charms it prepared for its host. How many points? Said 1,000 points, not much, right? This is a life-saving thing. Net profit of 900 points, who else? Little Pomegranate's eyes kept rolling around. It seemed to have suddenly awakened the attributes of a profiteer. Hee hee hee, this feeling is really good. Yun Kaikai, who has no idea what is going on, is still talking to Fingyan. The blue sea, the golden beach, and occasionally a few seabirds fly by. It is extremely leisurely. Fingyan looked at the little female in front of him and was in a trance. She seemed to have a kind of magic that could easily catch everyone's attention. Grandpa admired her, Ame loved her, and even he couldn't help but be attracted to her. Feng Nian, you haven't finished talking yet? You're so slow. It turned out to be Long Yue. After he cleaned up the table, he sat aside and stared at Yun Kaikai and Feng Nian. Seeing that they were talking happily, Long Yue couldn't sit still. He hadn't been alone with the little female for a long time. Feng Nian took a deep breath. The time with the little female was always so short. But he patted Long Yue on the shoulder. I'm done, but I have something to tell you. What is it? After Long Yue asked, he remembered that his good brother must want to tell him about the situation of other beast husbands. He gave Feng Nian a knowing look and motioned for him to wait. Sister. Kaikai, come and try the purple string that I picked for you. It's delicious. They were about to get married, so he couldn't always call her sister. He had to call the little female's name, Kaikai, which sounded really nice. Long Yue handed the washed purple skewers to Yun Kaikai. Over the past few days, he found that Kaikai liked to eat fruits very much, so he would search for them everywhere. As expected, there was a new discovery. Yun Kaikai looked down and found that they were grapes, but the grapes in the beast world were a circle larger than those in the later world, and they looked like they wanted to be eaten. She pinched a big and round grape, peeled off the skin, and put it in her mouth. The juice of the grape bloomed on the tip of her tongue, sweet and sour, full of fragrance. Yun Saizai's eyes lit up. This purple skewers are delicious. Thank you, Long Yue. Long Yue grinned and smiled happily. I'm glad you like it. I'll pick them for you later. Kaikai, sit down and rest first. I'll be back soon. Okay. Yun Kaikai looked at Long Yue and Feng Nian, who looked like brothers, and couldn't help laughing. There were Hua Yan and Ganlai in front, and Long Yue and Feng Nian in the back. Her beast husbands always seemed to be in pairs. Feng Nian, tell me now. Long Yue hurriedly turned Feng Nian to a remote jungle, looking sneaky and shameful. Feng Nian frowned and said, No hurry, Long Yue. Tell me the truth first. Who are you going to be with? The little female Kaikai or Hai Li or someone else? Long Yue said without hesitation, Of course it's Kaikai. He patted Feng Nian's shoulder again, smiled gratefully, and said, I have to thank you very much. If you hadn't told me so much at the beginning, I might still be confused. Feng Nian. Is this shooting himself in the foot? Feng Nian twitched his mouth. Okay, I can only let Long Yue rank ahead of him as the 5th beast husband. Moreover, since he wants to be the 6th, he has to change another way. Feng Nian, tell me quickly what is going on in the Shinmao tribe? Long Yue was a little anxious when he saw Feng Nian didn't speak. Feng Nian looked at Long Yue deeply. Long Yue? He suddenly felt goosebumps all over when he saw Feng Nian's eyes. What? What's wrong? Feng Nian didn't say anything, but shook his head at him, then sighed deeply. Ah! Long Yue glared at him. Feng Nian, why do you look so dead? What's going on? Tell me quickly. Long Yue shouted frantically. Ah! Another long sigh. Long Yue clenched his fists and was about to punch Feng Nian. Feng Nian asked, Do you know why I sighed? Long Yue's face darkened. Is it related to Kai Kai's beast husband? Feng Nian had an expression of, you guessed it right. His expression was a little gloomy and helpless. He patted Long Yue on the shoulder and said, Long Yue, why don't you give up the little female Kai Kai? Long Yue frowned fiercely. What nonsense are you talking about? I can't give up Kai Kai. Are they difficult to get along with? Long Yue sneered. Then I'm not afraid. Kai Kai once said that the divine cat tribe is just a small tribe. How high can the grade of her beast husband be? The beast world continent looks at strength. I'm a dignified heavenly grade, so why am I afraid that they will use tricks to exclude me? Feng Nian smiled. 1 Xian grade, 3 Tian grade. I said, a mere Xian.
What?
3 Tian grade. You didn't see it wrong. Feng Nian continued to smile. 1 Tian grade intermediate, 2 Tian grade primary. The lowest Xian grade is also Xian grade advanced. Long Yue was stunned. Isn't it? Isn't it a small tribe? The tribe is indeed not big, but the beast men in it are extremely strong. I took a rough look at those who came to watch the fun, and there are dozens of D grade and many Xian grade. Long Yue almost burst out. What? This is still a small tribe? With the strength of the divine cat tribe, they are not afraid of facing the big tribes. Long Yue was a little skeptical and thought, did he have any misunderstandings about the remote small tribe? Originally, he thought that his Tian grade intermediate grade would definitely take the first place among the beastmen, but now… Long Yue's heart sank, and then he thought of something and straightened his chest. Even if they join forces, I'm not afraid. I am a dignified golden dragon, with a natural beast form suppression, but I still can't deal with 4 kittens. Feng Nian laughed again. Not 4 kittens, although I couldn't see their beast forms, but I knew they were extraordinary when I saw their cubs. Long Yue choked and finally said, So what? If they are fierce and bully the beasts, sister will naturally be on my side. His little dragon brain is very flexible. After a long time, he will be the only beast husband in Sai's heart. At that time, what are other beast husbands? Thinking of that scene, Long Yue's heart suddenly became happy, and he looked quite expectant. Feng Nian smiled and broke his fantasy. If that's the case, then I won't worry. You're thick-skinned and thick-fleshed. If 4 of you beat you, at most 1 will be beaten and injured, and it can also make the little female feel distressed. What a good opportunity. Long Yue was confused. What do you mean? Feng Nian, oh. Another familiar sigh. Long Yue felt his fist become harder. Before Long Yue could get angry, Feng Nian said, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'll tell you, after I went to the divine cat tribe, I met the beast husbands of the little female. Feng Nian showed admiration. Her 4 beast husbands have different personalities, but they are all good-looking. The first beast husband, Yinghua, has a cold face but a warm heart, is steady and thoughtful. The second beast husband, Songhe, is gentle and smiling, and does things properly. The third beast husband, Ganlai, is sturdy and strong, and has strong strength. The fourth beast husband, Huayan, is outspoken and very beautiful. And the 4 of them seem to be very united, and they should be very liked by the little female. Feng Nian looked at Long Yue and said meaningfully, By the way, the little female gave birth to cubs for all of them. Do you know how many there are? Feng Nian raised his eyebrows. Long Yue frowned and waved his hands, and asked seriously, Kai Kai said that she is a cub in the tribe.
I don't care about this.
Tell me, are the 4 of them united and don't want Kai Kai to continue to mate with other male orcs? Feng Nian shook his head. No, they put the little female first. As long as the little female is willing, they are willing to accept a strong orc husband. Long Yue's heart sank. Even if the little female is such a good male orc, can she not take it to heart? Are you sure you can fight against the 4 of them alone? Alas, with such a good orc husband in front of her, maybe after a while, the little female will forget about you. Long Yue was stunned and suddenly felt a little panicked. Yes, he would not be afraid if Sai's beastly husbands were fierce and domineering, but if they were all so good, could he, a golden dragon, keep the little female, Feng Nian, and the cubs? Long Yue waved his hands and murmured, Don't talk about the cubs, the little female is the most important. I have to think about what to do. Feng Yan. This is what you didn't let me say. When you know how many cubs there are in the future, don't come to me. Seeing Long Yue in a daze, Feng Yan coughed twice. Long Yue, you are almost an adult, right? Long Yue was still thinking about the little female. He said casually, Yes, there are still 7 days to adulthood. Aren't you only 2 days away from me? After saying that, Long Yue suddenly raised his head and looked at Feng Yan with shining eyes. Feng Yan is not yet an adult. He doesn't have a little female he likes yet. Feng Yan is still a high-level Tianpin. If Feng Yan is also the beast husband of a little female, then he will not be alone. With a high-level Tianpin and his intermediate Tianpin, he doesn't have to worry about strength at all. The two of them joining forces will surely occupy a part of the little female's heart. The more he thought about it, the brighter Long Yue's eyes became. He looked Feng Yan up and down. He was only a little bit worse than him in appearance, and he was also a flying orc, which made up for his shortcomings. No matter how he looked at him, he was a good match. Feng Yan looked at Long Yue in horror. You. Long Yue, why are you looking at me like that? I'm a male. Take your 2 big eyes back. Long Yue chuckled. Feng Yan, do you have a little female you want to be a partner with now? Feng Yan rolled his eyes at him. How could I have won? Congratulations, you got a partner before me, and you are no longer a single beast. Long Yue put his arm around his shoulders. Feng Yan, why don't you also become a couple with Kai Kai? Feng Yan pushed him away. Long Yue, do you know what you were saying? Long Yue didn't care at all, and moved closer. Of course I know, Feng Yan. You see, Kai Kai is not only good-looking, but also knows how to make so many foods. After we learn, we can eat delicious food every day. Feng Yan didn't say anything. In the beast world, the charm of food is indeed hard to resist. Long Yue continued. We have played together since we were young. You also know how I treat you. Now it's better to find the same little female than to be brothers with other male beast men, right? Feng Yan frowned and said embarrassed, then. I'll think about it. Long Yue added another dose of heavy medicine and said with a sly smile, Feng Yan, you don't want your grandfather to know that you deliberately urinated on the stone bed, right? Feng Yan's back suddenly tightened. He looked behind Long Yue with horror. Long Yue, shut up. It was a pity that it was too late. A big ginkgo nut hit Feng Yan's forehead with a clang. The fresh ginkgo nut broke into 2 pieces. Long Yue turned around suddenly and saw Grandpa Feng Yan with an ugly and angry look. Okay, it turned out that you did it. Back then, I exchanged things with great difficulty, but you peed on them. You still have the nerve to say that it was Yinghua who peed? Grandpa Feng Yan waved his palm mercilessly, and Feng Yan screamed. Long Yue was startled and immediately dodged to the side. It's over now. Feng Yan, you wish yourself good luck. It was so painful for Grandpa Feng Yan to beat the beast. Long Yue closed his eyes tightly and couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Long Yue, I'm going to kill you. Feng Yan ran and cursed. Grandpa, it wasn't me. No, I didn't mean it. Grandpa, why did you hit me so hard? Grandpa, I'm going to be an adult soon. Please give me some face. Grandpa, I was wrong. Hearing Feng Yan's screams, Long Yue shrank his neck. He didn't know his grandfather was coming. He didn't mean it. The orcs on the beach watched Feng Yan being chased and beaten with a smile. The sea breeze was cool, and everyone except Feng Yan felt comfortable. After a long time, Feng Yan's grandfather threw away his stick and finally calmed down. Feng Yan, with a bruised face, looked at Long Yue sinisterly. Long Yue quickly hid behind Yun Kai Kai, with only one dragon horn looming. Feng Yan, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Don't hit me. Feng Yan gritted his teeth. Long Yue. Yun Kai Kai laughed, patted the dragon's head, and looked at Feng Yan apologetically. Feng Yan, I apologize to you on behalf of Long Yue. Then he said to the little female sitting next to him, Hai Li, I'm sorry to bother you to take action. Hai Li said softly, if you want to talk about trouble, Kai Kai, you have prepared so much food these days. Isn't it more troublesome? I'm very happy to be able to help you. Yun Kai Kai nodded and smiled slightly. Their relationship had become closer and closer these days, so there was no need to be polite with many words. She looked at Feng Nian and said, Feng Nian, come, sit here. It won't hurt, and you'll be fine soon. Feng Nian said in a muffled voice, okay. He looked around and sat down next to Yun Kai. Long Yue stuck his head out and chuckled. Feng Nian rolled his eyes and snorted, not wanting to pay any attention to him. Regarding the matter of the little female cub, he had thought that he had to tell Long Yue, but now it's done. Long Yue doesn't want to know. When he finds out later, humph, he will be scared to death. Hailey looked at the two people who were fighting, then at the smiling Yun Kai, and then smiled knowingly, with an inexplicable envy in her heart. She put her right hand on Feng Nian's head, and soon, a light green light enveloped him. Not long after, Hailey withdrew her hand. At this moment, Feng Nian had completely recovered his former style. Hailey said in a light voice, Grandpa Feng Nian's attack seems fierce, but in fact, he didn't hit the vital parts. It's just a serious flesh wound. Feng Nian smiled bitterly. That's even more terrifying. Suddenly, I remembered my childhood dominated by my grandfather. Happy and painful. Yinghua folded her hands and snorted. That's all because my brother was naughty and asked for it. I've never been beaten. Feng Nian. 3 days later, Yun Kai, who was eating stir-fried prawns in the Dragon Palace under the sea, felt a pain in her abdomen. She was about to give birth. She paused, then finished the prawns in her hand and drank the fragrant chicken soup. After washing her hands, she said calmly, Long Yue, go get the witch doctor. Long Yue looked at her in confusion. I'm about to give birth. Long Yue. I'll go right away. Long Yue showed surprise and then swooshed and disappeared from Yun Sai's sight at the fastest speed. Hai Lan, who reacted, was a little panicked. The little female was about to give birth. What should she do? Yes, go back and lie down first. It has been so long that she almost forgot. Hai Lan kicked Long Bao, who was stunned on the spot. What a useless old dragon. Get out of my way. Long Bao immediately took a big step back. The next second, Yun Kai felt a trembling hand holding her.
Kai.
Don't be nervous. Let's lie down on the stone bed first, witch doctor. The witch doctor will be here soon. Yun Kai. Do you want to see who is nervous now? Not long after lying on the stone bed, the witch doctor came. Long Yue half knelt and held Yun Sai's hand. He said nervously, Kai, are you okay? Does it hurt? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I will accompany you. The witch doctor made a brief examination and said bluntly, Long Yue, get out of the way. The little female is about to give birth. Don't get in the way here. Everyone go out and wait. The witch doctor is a black tortoise orc. She is over 100 years old and has a respected status. As soon as she spoke, Long Yue had to let go of Yun Sai's hand and stood aside, looking at her anxiously. Hailey said softly, Witch doctor, I will stay and help you. The witch doctor nodded and said, Okay, you have the healing ability. Hailey, stay, and everyone else will go to guard outside the cave. Hai Lan, Long Bao, and the others waited outside anxiously, but Long Yue pretended not to hear them. He said, This is my little female, and insisted on staying by Yun Sai's side. The witch doctor shook her head and let him go. Long Yue's eyes were nervous, and he looked like a little boy with worry and fear in his eyes, which made people feel that he was sincere. Yun Kai smiled at him reassuringly and said silently, It's okay. Don't be afraid. Then the strong feeling of contraction came again, and she concentrated and began to exert continuous strength. Soon, a familiar broadcast voice came to her ears. The witch doctor said in a light voice, Oh, it's a little male. Congratulations, the birth is fast and the cubs are healthy. But just as she finished speaking, the witch doctor saw that there were still cubs going out. She was surprised. Huh? How come there is another one? This is just a female. Oh my God, she is pregnant with 3. Huh? How come there are still more? The witch doctor was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She was in a hurry to deliver the baby. Fortunately, Hailey was there to help and stabilize the situation. When the delivery was over, A pile of cubs were huddled together on the stone bed. The black tortoise witch doctor, who was over 100 years old, was in tears at this moment. She couldn't speak clearly. Beast God bless you. Beast God bless you. They're saved. Wuwang Sea is saved. Hailey also stood there in a daze. It was obvious that she needed to digest the scene in front of her for a while. And what about Long Yue? After confirming that Yun Kai was fine, he lay on the stone bed and began to count the cubs. 1, 2, 3, 13. He rubbed his eyes, unable to believe it, and counted again. There were still 13 cubs. Long Yue counted back and forth no less than 10 times, and then he was sure that his future little female had really given birth to 13 cubs. His body swayed, but fortunately he held on to the stone bed and did not lose the dragon. For a moment, Long Yue's head was buzzing, his eyes were dull, and he walked out of the stone cave with his hands and feet. Hailon and Long Baojing looked at him with burning eyes. They heard the witch doctor's exclamation, but they couldn't believe it. Long Yue, how many cubs did Kai give birth to? Long Yue opened his mouth. 13. Long Bao let out a long breath and said to Hailon with a smile, I said, it's impossible to have so many babies. The witch doctor is so old and still likes to joke. He gave birth to 3, which is also very impressive. It has been a long time since so many cubs were born in our tribe. Long Bao sighed. Long Yue looked at Long Bao with a complicated expression. Dad, it's not 3, I said 13. Long Bao was stunned. He tilted his ear and asked, what? He must have heard it wrong. Hailon had already run into the cave like a gust of wind, but was dazzled by the cubs on the bed. She rubbed her eyes and began to count the cubs in the same way as Long Yue. 1, 2, 3.13. Hailon said in shock. Surprisingly, there are really 13 cubs. Long Bao, who was outside the cave, was shocked when he heard it. He took a step back and leaned against the stone wall behind him. No, my legs are a little weak. Great. It's really great. Hailon's tears flowed with excitement, and then with a clang, she fainted with joy. Hailey was awakened by the noise. She looked down at Hailon on the ground and thought, and he fainted again. She is really a little weak. Long Bao subconsciously wanted to carry Hailon out, but Long Yue stopped him. Kai has just given birth. I'm going to carry mother out. Long Bao reacted and nodded repeatedly. Oh, okay. Yes, you go. Hailey wanted to use her healing ability to wake Hailon up, but Long Yue said to her in a kind voice for the first time, Mother just fainted. I'll take her out and let her lie down for a while, and she will wake up naturally. Hailey, your ability has a time limit to recover, so you should leave it to Kai. Hailey wanted to say that this would not take much time, but Long Yue had already carried Hailon out and handed her to Long Bao. Forget it, it's not a big deal anyway. Long Yue is right, the little female is the most important now. Her watery eyes looked at Yun Kai with her eyes closed. A trace of heartache flashed across her, and then she placed her hands in front of Yun Kai, and soon, a ball of light green light enveloped Yun Kai. Long Yue handed Hailon to Long Bao and saw that Hailey was using her healing ability to help Kai repair her body. Taking advantage of this gap, he directly transformed into a beast form and swam to the island at the fastest speed. The golden dragon in the sea leaped up and instantly transformed into a human form when it landed. A chubby little boy appeared, but this little dragon had no expression on his face, and his chest was heaving. At first glance, you can tell that this is an angry little dragon. Long Yue stood where he was, with a dark face, and shouted loudly, Feng Nian, hurry up and get out. A lazy voice came from a tree. Long Yue, how did I provoke you? You re-shouting so loudly. You must be very angry. Feng Nian said leisurely while lying on a thick branch, biting a piece of grass, asking for a beating. Long Yue found the tree accurately in an instant. He ran over and punched the tree with a punch. Boom, the tree collapsed with a loud, and branches and leaves flew all over the sky. Hey, why are you so irritable today? Feng Nian transformed into wings, jumped down hurriedly, frowned and said, Long Yue, you want to fight? If they really wanted to fight, he would not play with Long Yue. Although Long Yue was a mid-level Tianpin and he was a high-level Tianpin, everyone's talent focus was different. Long Yue was full of brute force, so he would not fight him head-on. Wouldn't it be better to fly up easily and make him lose his breath and jump to his feet? Feng Nian thought of this scene and laughed in his heart. He looked at Long Yue with anticipation. But Long Yue thought that he had to go back to see Kai Kai in a hurry, so he endured it. He said with a dark face, "Feng Nian, you have to give me an explanation." Feng Nian looked him up and down and said, "What explanation should I give you? You won't change your mind and fall in love with me, right? But please don't. I don't have a male-male relationship." Long Yue gritted his teeth and said, "With your masculine behavior, I won't look for you even if you have a male-male relationship."
Feng Nian, you are so unkind.
You came back from the Divine Cat tribe. You must know the difference of Kai Kai. Why didn't you tell me how many cubs she has? Feng Nian paused, then couldn't help laughing. Aha, did the female give birth to cubs? Are you scared? Long Yue, use your dragon brain to think about it, who didn't listen to me and said not to mention the cubs when I was about to say it. Long Yue, then how could I have thought that there were actually so many cubs? It's beyond my imagination. You can tell me directly later so that I can be mentally prepared. Feng Nian smiled sinisterly. Prepared? Did you let me be prepared? Don't forget, my grandfather beat me badly that day. Long Yue. He looked around guiltily. Okay, it was indeed my carelessness last time, but I only said that you wet the bed. I didn't say anything else. Feng Nian stepped forward and covered his mouth with horror. At this time, an old voice sneered. Is there anything else that I, an old man, don't know? Long Yue was startled and turned around, and it was Feng Nian's grandfather again. Feng Nian gestured to him frantically, but Long Yue didn't even look at him. He smiled and said, "Grandpa, it's nothing. It's just that Feng Nian and I were too naughty before, and we spent countless things on Phoenix Island. We didn't tell him, because we were afraid of being beaten." Grandpa Feng Nian looked at them and said coldly, "You re the best." He walked away slowly. "If I know there are other things, I'll beat you two together." Feng Nian shouted, "I know, Grandpa, we're being good now." When he walked away, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Nian glared at him fiercely. "You almost hurt me again." Long Yue said helplessly, "Why has Grandpa been so elusive recently? By the way, Feng Nian, what do you think about what I told you? If you agree, I will never tell you about your past affairs in the future, okay?" Long Yue asked. Feng Nian frowned and said, "You just want to threaten me. Forget it, forget it. Whoever you marry doesn't matter. I'll just agree to it reluctantly, but I'm doing it because of you, Long Yue." Feng Nian was embarrassed. Long Yue became happy and patted his shoulder heavily. "Good brother. Tell me quickly, how many cubs did Kai Kai give birth to in the tribe?" "More than 50. Long Yue's eyes widened. "What? Did I hear it right?" "No, how many cubs did the little female give birth to this time?" Long Yue was so shocked by the news that he couldn't move his head. He stayed where he was and said subconsciously, 13. 13? That's amazing. Feng Nian sighed deeply. Even though he knew that the little female had extraordinary fertility, he was still shocked when he heard it. Fortunately, he had been mentally prepared for a long time, unlike Long Yue, who was dumbfounded on the spot. Long Yue swallowed his saliva. "Tell me more about it." Feng Nian pulled him and ran. "Talk as we walk. Use the water repellent beads for me. I want to go see the newborn cubs of the little female." Long Yue came to his senses at this time, as if something was wrong. "Did Feng Nian say that I was paired with the little female because of me?" Long Yue was pulled by Feng Nian with a smile on his face and walked very fast, and in the blink of an eye they arrived at the beach. "Hurry up. Let's go to the sea together," Feng Nian urged. Long Yue looked at Feng Nian suspiciously. Was this his reluctance? Why did he feel that Feng Nian was more impatient than he was? Seeing Long Yue's suspicious look, Feng Nian acted very calm, without any guilty feeling at all. Instead, he said confidently, "Do you still want to know about the cubs? Any other news about the beastmen?" Long Yue. He transformed into a golden dragon. Feng Nian jumped onto the back of the golden dragon, grabbed its mane and shouted, "Let's go." Long Yue. Okay. He endured it. Feng Yan stopped when he saw the opportunity, and he began to talk in detail. The first time I saw so many cubs, I thought they were all the cubs in the god cat tribe. Later I found out that they were all cubs of females. I was completely stunned, and I was not much better than you now. When Yinghua told me at first, I couldn't believe it, so I stayed for another day to investigate. I slowly approached and tried to take care of them. As a result, I found that the aura of each cub was very similar. They were all siblings. Only then did I confirm that these cubs were indeed cubs of females. Feng Yan concealed the fact that he was tricked into taking care of the cubs alone for a day. After all, Phoenix has to be proud. He sighed. And do you know that the most cubs born by females are 19 cubs? Feng Yan felt the dragon body under him tremble, and it calmed down soon after. Long Yue was shocked. I was frightened more today than in the past 18 years. And it was all because of the fright of the females. Feng Yan continued. There are already 52 cubs in the tribe, plus the 13 cubs born today. That's 65 cubs. Long Yue, this is more than the number of orcs in our Golden Dragon and Blood Phoenix tribes combined. Long Yue thought, isn't it? Feng Yan at least has a few cousins and a sister, while he is the only little dragon in his generation. You are better off, but our Golden Dragon tribe has always had difficulty in having offspring. Duan thinks so. I always have a feeling that with a little female, maybe the Golden Dragon tribe will be able to return to its peak soon. Giving birth to cubs is not a beast's business. If Kai can't give birth to cubs, I won't force it. As long as I can be with sister. Kai for a long time, it's good. Long Yue said indifferently. Feng Yan said meaningfully. Little female, try your best. If you don't have any cubs, that's your problem. Long Yue, you have to try your best too. Long Yue's mouth twitched slightly. Thank you. I'm sure I can do it. Feng Yan thought secretly on Long's back. No matter how good I am, I'm not as good as him. By the way, the most amazing thing is that all the cubs in the tribe are very healthy, and there is no cub that dies of illness. In addition, the number of cubs in the god cat tribe is much larger than that of other tribes. The little female is also called the goddess by the orcs. She is really amazing. Think about it, for so many years, there has never been a little female that has been so respected by all the orcs in the tribe. At this time, Long Yue had a flash of inspiration, and he suddenly realized it. Long Yue's gnashing voice sounded. Feng Yan, I think it was you who fell in love with my little female first. You are very happy to see me begging you to pursue the little female to form a partner. Feng Yan laughed, then patted the dragon's body heavily. Long Yue, didn't you say that we are good brothers, right? Long Yue sneered, and suddenly accelerated to throw Feng Yan off. Without the water-repellent beads, Feng Yan fell into the sea all of a sudden. Gulp gulp, Feng Yan, who was not prepared, drank a big mouthful of seawater. Feng Yan, it's all his fault. Too much joy leads to sorrow. Gulp gurgle, it's really too salty. Oh hey, I can't breathe. Feng Yan waved desperately at Long Yue. Seeing this, Long Yue's depression also came out. Looking at Feng Yan's miserable appearance, he immediately accelerated forward and grabbed Feng Yan with his dragon claws. With the water-repellent beads on Long Yue's body, Feng Yan resumed breathing in an instant. Feng Yan spit out the seawater in his mouth. Puff, puff, puff. This seawater is really salty. Then he continued to talk nonstop. Long Yue, you are so cruel. I am your good brother. Long Yue said coldly, shut up. If you say anything else, I will throw you down. Fortunately, he is my brother. He is a brother who is easily deceived. Feng Yan laughed and said, don't be angry, Long Yue. We really have to join forces. I will tell you one more thing, and you will understand. You know, the first thing the little female asked me was his first beast husband Yinghua. From this, you can see that you know his position in the little female's mind. And not only him, the other 3 beast husbands have their own characteristics. They are good-looking and good beasts. The 2 of us should take advantage of the time when the little female is in Wuwang Sea to perform well, and let her take us to heart completely. Long Yue, this is indeed the truth. When I think of the little female, he stopped worrying about it. Although Feng Nian was a bit gossipy, he was still trustworthy. Back in the cave, Long Yue looked at him coldly, then threw him a new set of clothes with disdain. Here you go. Feng Nian raised his eyebrows. Thank you. Brother Long Yue clenched his fists. This dead bird, what a mean mouth. Feng Nian quickly changed into clean robes, but his hair was wet, so he wiped it casually and went to the stone cave next door where the little female was with his long red hair. Before Yun Kaikai had time to take the recovery pill, she felt her body wrapped in a comfortable energy, and her whole body seemed to be lying in the clouds, light and soft. Slowly, she felt the discomfort in her body begin to ease. In an instant, she knew that this was Hai Li's healing ability. It was just right that she could try the magic of healing ability again. Yun Kaikai began to perceive it patiently. The light green energy traveled throughout the body, and the body that was slightly damaged due to childbirth gradually recovered. At this time, the light of the energy ball in Yun Tsaitsai's body seemed to be brighter, as if it was responding to and absorbing something. Yun Kaikai was slightly startled, and she had a bold guess.
Could it be?
At this time, Hai Li just withdrew her hand, and her face turned slightly pale. For some reason, Yun Tsaitsai's body was obviously much stronger than that of an ordinary female, but this time the repair was exhausted. Most of the energy in her body. Maybe it's because Yun Kaikai gave birth to so many puppies? Hai Li thought about it and could only attribute it to this reason. Thinking of this, her heart ached. It doesn't matter. She will heal the little female in the future and ensure that the little female will be exactly the same after giving birth as before giving birth.
Hai Li, how is Kaikai?
A voice came. Hai Li looked back and was startled for a moment.
It was Feng Nian.
He never liked the seabed and said that this place made him, a bird, feel very insecure, so he only went to Dragon Palace a few times in all these years. Then he suddenly realized that he came for the little female. She said softly, Kaikai consumed a lot of energy to give birth to puppies, but she should be almost awake now. Feng Nian understood that Hai Li had taken action. He nodded. Thank you, Hai Li. I will give you a great gift when I return to Phoenix Island. Long Yue also said, Hai Li, I am sorry to bother you this time. I will give you the treasures collected by my mother later. Hai Li smiled gently, and her watery eyes looked at the little female on the bed. No need for anything. I am not doing this just because of you. Yun Kaikai opened her eyes at the right time. At this moment, her skin was white, her face was rosy, and her lips were red without any makeup. She didn't look like she had just given birth. Kaikai, you are awake. 3 surprised voices sounded in her ears at the same time. Yun Kaikai opened her eyes, first nodded to Feng Nian and Long Yue who were standing by and worried, and then looked at Hai Li with a burning gaze. Hai Li met those almond eyes and was a little shy, but before she could say anything, her head felt dizzy. She smiled with a pale face and said, I'm going to go back and rest first. You guys stay with Kaikai. Kaikai, I'm leaving first. Yun Kaikai swallowed what she wanted to say, and a trace of worry appeared in her eyes. Okay, Hai Li, thank you for this time. We'll talk after you have a good rest. Long Yue, you take Hai Li back to rest. Hai Li nodded and did not refuse. She was also afraid that she would faint on the way back to the cave. When they went out, there were only 2 beasts in the cave, Feng Nian and Yun Kaikai. Feng Nian's hair was slightly wet, and it was scattered like this. He took a step forward and half knelt in front of Yun Kaikai's bed. His chest seemed to be unfastened, and his clothes were slightly open. Yun Kaikai glanced at him casually and quickly retracted her gaze. Well, he is quite interesting, she thought without blushing or beating her heart. Feng Nian seemed to be unaware of anything. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Yun Kaikai with admiration. Little female, can I get to know you again? Yun Kaikai looked puzzled. Not knowing what Feng Nian was going to do, she nodded. Feng Nian smiled. Like the breeze and the bright moon, I am Feng Nian from the Blood Phoenix tribe. I am a high-ranking person with great strength. I will officially become an adult in 4 days. I hereby formally apply to you to become your partner. After becoming your partner, I will definitely put you first in everything, spoil you, love you, and listen to you for the rest of my life. Little female, are you willing to give me a chance to become my partner? Feng Yan stared at Yun Kaikai, his eyes showing confidence, expectation, and nervousness. Yun Kaikai was slightly stunned. Was she confessed to? In modern terms, it should be considered a marriage proposal, right? In her 2 lives, this was the first time she felt such a formal marriage proposal. It felt not bad. Moreover, this is a high-grade divine beast phoenix. With him as a beast husband, it can make up for the shortcoming of flying and can also give birth to cubs to earn points. It's what I want. Yun Kaikai didn't hesitate and stared at Feng Nian for a moment. Feng Nian clearly heard his heart beating harder and harder. Why didn't the little female agree? Did she think I was childish when she saw me being beaten by my grandfather? Or did she simply dislike me, just like Long Yue didn't like Hai Li and couldn't force himself? The more he thought about it, the more nervous Feng Nian, who was originally confident, became. At this time, a clear and cold voice came. Okay, I am willing to be your partner. Feng Nian was immediately ecstatic. He touched the wooden hairpin on his chest. Little female, this is polished by me, and I give it to you. The beautiful wood grain is clearly visible. A light sniff can also smell the fragrance of sandalwood. Yun Saicai's eyes curved. Please help me put it on. Feng Nian's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward to help the young female to tie up her hair. The long, light golden hair seemed to have a fragrance, which made his heart beat like thunder. His hand holding the wooden hairpin was shaking slightly, but fortunately the wooden hairpin successfully pinned the hair, making the young female more graceful and charming. Yun Kaikai looked at Feng Nian, who was smiling happily, and reminded, however, I promised Long Yue to be his partner before. Before she finished speaking, Feng Nian smiled cunningly. I know that Long Yue also knows my thoughts, so you don't have to worry. When the time comes, Long Yue will be the 5th, and I will be the 6th. Feng Nian, who had solved the major issue of his life, was refreshed. Yun Kaikai laughed dumbly. It seemed that something happened inside that she didn't know. Feng Nian, the 6th, is worthy of being the 6th. But Yun Kaikai didn't mind. As long as it wasn't too much, it was okay for beastly husbands to have some little thoughts occasionally. After all, it was fun to see handsome men fighting for her, wasn't it? After sending Hai Li back, Long Yue, who was standing at the entrance of the stone cave, was stunned when he saw this scene. Feng Nian, the 6th brother, actually had so many tricks, and he secretly did it behind his back. How bold! He gritted his teeth, and his mind was spinning wildly. After a second, Long Yue's face returned to normal, and he smiled at Feng Nian, then turned and left. He had to go see if his mother had woken up. He was a filial son. He was a good golden dragon in the stone cave. Hailon woke up slowly. She opened her eyes and saw Long Bao, who was still dazed and confused. Suddenly, she remembered what happened before she fainted. The little female Yun Kaikai rescued by Long Yue actually gave birth to 13 cubs. The moment her memory came back, Hailon sat up suddenly. She looked at Long Bao and confirmed again. Is this true? Really 13 cubs in one litter? Long Bao, who hadn't recovered yet, nodded, with some disbelief in his eyes. Hailon's tears flowed down. God of beasts, please treat me long or well. Long Bao took a long breath and exhaled, and then he said when he was calmer, Don't talk about you. I still can't believe it. The curse of the mosasaur has not been broken for thousands of years. Yun Kaikai is a little female of heaven. This condition accounts for half of the solution, which is already very rare. I thought that as long as Long Yue can be with the little female he likes and not lose his life, it will be great. But I didn't expect that the little female who broke the curse would come directly to our Wuwang Sea. Hailon wiped her tears and said, Yes, fortunately Long Yue happened to be nearby and heard the little female's cry for help. Now think about it. Isn't this the guidance given to us by the beast god? But when I think of my attitude towards the little female at the beginning, I really want to slap myself twice.
Hai Lan sighed that for fun.
At this time, Long Yue came in. He first greeted his mother with concern. "Mother, are you feeling better?" Hailon nodded, frowned, and said, "I just fainted from excitement. But why don't you come here from the cave to accompany the little female and the cubs?" The look in his eyes was full of disgust. Long Yu's expression darkened. He sighed and said, "Feng Nian is here. With him here, what else do I have to do?" Hailon raised her eyebrows, angrily said, "Then why don't you stay by Kai Kai's side and let Feng Nian, that kid, get there first?" Long Yu complained in his heart. "Oh, didn't you let me stay away from the little females in the first place?" But he was smart enough not to say anything, and his expression became even more depressed. "I also want to stay with the little female, but I really don't have the face to stay." Hailon and Longbao looked at the dejected Long Yu in confusion. "Why is that?" Long Yu turned his head slightly, glanced at Hailon cautiously, and muttered softly, "Feng Nian gave Kai Kai a hairpin carefully carved from precious wood, which is gorgeous and exquisite, but I have nothing." The voice became lower and lower, and finally almost inaudible. "Hey, how can I have the face to stay with Kai Kai to compete for favor?" "Oh, what are you thinking about, you little brat?" Hailon suddenly slapped the stone bed under her body, making a sound, which scared Long Yu. She stared and said, "Look at you, you useless look. What our dragon clan lacks the most is treasures. Your mother has a lot of good things here, and any one of them is 100 times better than that broken hairpin." Hailon smiled proudly as she said that. "Long Bao, go open my closet." Long Yu's eyes lit up, and he looked over with burning eyes. He knew that his mother had a lot of good things when he searched her clothes last time, but he didn't dare to take anything else. This time he saw that the closet was full of wooden boxes, as if these wooden boxes contained some rare treasures. Hailon walked up, looked for it, gently picked up one of the boxes, and then carefully handed it to Long Yu. "Your mother has a lot of good things. Give them all to your little female," Hailon said with a smile. After Long Yu took the box, he couldn't wait to open the lid. For a moment, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Wow! There are not only various round and smooth pearls, oriental pearls and night pearls that exude charming luster, but also various dazzling gems and warm and delicate jade. The box full of treasures almost blinded Long Yu's eyes. He widened his eyes and looked at these precious things carefully, his heart full of amazement and joy. Long Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Her mother has so many good things. He hadn't seen this box before. It was hidden so tightly. "Take this box, too." After searching for a while, Hailon hugged another box and said generously. Long Yu opened another wooden box and was delighted to see the things inside. It turned out that there were rare robes of various colors. These were good things that his mother was reluctant to wear. The little female would definitely look good in them. After giving away so many treasures, Hailon did not look sad at all. Instead, she patted Long Yu's hand and said earnestly, "My son, I gave you the good things. You have to hold on to them. Use the means you should use, and don't let Feng Nian get you first." Long Yu hugged the two boxes tightly and nodded repeatedly. His mother was so awesome. Long Yu smiled so hard that his teeth were not visible. "Don't worry, mother. I'll go find Kai Kai now." Seeing Long Yu leave happily, Hailon smiled with relief. Long Bao was surprised. "These are your favorite things on weekdays, and you are willing to give them up now?" Hailon rolled her eyes at him and said, "Am I a female who doesn't know the importance of things? This little female of heavenly quality is the great benefactor of our entire Sea clan. As long as she and Long Yu become a couple, everything will slowly get better. Now I finally have a chance to repair the relationship with the little female. I'm just afraid that I've given too little. Besides, no matter how good the thing is, I can change it or find another one in the future. But if the little female is unhappy, our entire Wuwang Sea will have to cry together." Long Bao smiled and touched his dragon beard, nodded, then comforted his little female. "Don't worry, I will find you the shiny one you like in the future." Hailon smiled and nodded. Now, knowing that the little female can completely lift the curse of the Sea clan, she no longer has any worries. She is just waiting for Long Yu to become an adult in 2 days, and then successfully mate with the little female. It would be best if she could give birth to little dragon cubs as soon as possible. Then she will enjoy her grandchildren and not care about anything else. Here, Long Yue walked into the cave in a heroic and proud manner, then snorted coldly and pushed Feng Nian, who was struggling, away with his ace. Feng Nian staggered. You'd better be in trouble. Facing Yun Kaikai, the little boy Long Yue blushed again. He smiled shyly, holding the wooden box, and said, Kai, this is the gift I gave you for mateship. Take a look, and do you like it? Yun Kai. She looked at the two large wooden boxes and was slightly stunned. I mean, aren't these couple gifts a bit too much? Long Yue put them on the stone bed and opened them gently. One box was full of glittering things, and the other box was full of beautiful robes. They were all rare good things in the beast world. Yun Kai touched them and said with curved eyebrows, Thank you, Long Yue. I like them very much. When Feng Nian saw the two boxes, his heart stagnated. When he saw the things inside, his face turned black. He gave a hairpin, but Long Yue gave two whole boxes? He was so careless. He forgot that this was not his home court, and this time he was completely defeated. Feng Nian thought angrily, forget it, who made Long Yue the 5th and he the 6th this game. Even if he, Long Yue, won a small victory. The newborn cubs began to hum. Yun Kai turned into a beast and turned around to feed the cubs in turn. Looking at the cubs, Yun Kai felt a little proud. This litter was full of top-grade cubs. Top-grade beastmen are very rare now. Top-grade beastmen are the ceiling of the beast world's combat power. Now she will have a litter in her lifetime. Each one was not as big as her hand, but she could wait for them to. When they grow up, they will be so brave and fierce. This is a new species in the world of beasts, the tiger family. This time, there are 2 9-tailed fox cubs and 1 9-tailed cat cub. If Hua Yan knew, she would jump for joy. However, this time, among the 13 cubs, only 4 were Hua Yan's cubs. The genes of Yinghua, who became a top-grade brainaxe, are quite strong. Soon, the tiger cubs, cat cubs, and fox cubs were all full and fell asleep. Yun Kai put the cubs in place and said, Long Yue, Feng Nian, you two take good care of the cubs. I'll take a nap. Long Yue quickly said, Okay, Kai, you can sleep peacefully. Feng Nian was not to be outdone. I have experience, just leave it to me. Long Yue, stare, where did Feng Nian get the experience? Yun Haita nodded and closed her eyes, then fell asleep next to the cub. Now she is going to see her reward for having a child. Her rank is now the primary level of the heavenly rank, so the rank of the cubs in this litter has also been greatly improved, and none of them is lower than the heavenly rank. When the next litter is combined with a divine beast again, will there be more powerful cubs? And can she be upgraded to a higher rank again? Thinking of this, Yinzhaitsar's eyes lit up, and she drank the upgrade potion first. After swallowing the intermediate and advanced heavenly rank potions in turn, Yinzhaitsa was ready to endure the pain, but this time she did not feel the pain of the last upgrade from the mysterious rank to the heavenly rank. Instead, her whole body was warm, and the energy ball in her body was brighter, emitting a light green light. In a short while, Yinzhaitsa became a high-level heavenly rank female. Yinzhaitsa's consciousness entered the space. Pomegranate, unlock the 6th level mall. Successfully unlocked the 6th level mall. Rewards are as follows. Salt 2. 5 kg times 100, sugar 2.5 kg times 100, 50 kilograms rice, flour, grain and oil times 100, advanced medical kit times 100, brick and tile factory times 1. 100 fertility pills, 100 fitness pills, 100 painless pills, 50 loyalty pills, 50 truth pills, 10 longevity pills, 50 hemostatic powders, 10 disguise pills, 500 advanced space expansion coupons, 1 salt factory, 1 grain processing factory, 10 Tianpin primary potions, 5 Tianpin intermediate potions, 3 Tianpin advanced potions. The rewards have been issued to the space. Please check. The system's broadcast sound lasted for a long time, and the rewards for unlocking the 6th level mall were even more generous. Yun Kai was stunned. This time the rewards actually included brick and tile factories, salt factories, and grain processing factories. With them, the orcs can build their own houses and have enough food and shelter. And it also comes with a detailed operation process, which is simple and not complicated. Yun Kaikai can imagine that in the near future, the beast men will be happy when they work. This time, there are 3 more elixirs as rewards. Yun Kaikai happily checked her various rewards, which she earned by herself. I have to praise that the system is generous. The more the small is unlocked, the more rewards it brings, the better. Yun Kaikai moved her mind, and the rewards were automatically classified and put into her space warehouse. Speaking of space, after upgrading to level 6, the total area of the space has not changed, but there is a large villa with 2 underground floors and 3 above-ground floors. The exterior wall of this villa adopts ancient architectural technology, with bricks and stones interlaced and exquisitely carved. It looks antique and has a lot of heritage. Walking into the villa, it is even more different. The spacious and bright hall is filled with exquisite furniture and decorations, which makes people feel a sense of luxury and dignity. The floor is covered with gorgeous carpets, and walking on it is as soft and comfortable as stepping on the clouds. There are precious calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls, adding a bit of cultural atmosphere. The villa has 2 basements with various rooms and facilities. The first basement floor has a gym, a video room, a library, and a well-equipped gymnasium. The second basement floor is divided into 2 parts. One is a large naughty castle-themed children's playground, and the other is a rest area with various drinks, snacks, cakes, etc. The 3 floors above ground are arranged into different functional areas. The first floor is a living room, dining room, kitchen, bathroom, and a bedroom. The second and third floors are all bedrooms, but there is also a large master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Seeing this, Yun Kaikai used all the space expansion coupons times 1,000. Seeing that, the Villa Duong and the floor area expanded by 1,000 cubic meters. In addition to the proportional expansion of each room in the villa, there is also a swimming pool and an outdoor playground in the garden. Moreover, the villa and the furnishings inside can be changed or even modified according to Yun Kaikai's wishes. Yun Kaikai saw this scene, and her cherry lips curved. This is all prepared in advance. The system is really considerate and always considers it for her in advance. She has a hunch that the day when her body can enter the space will come soon. In the stone cave, Long Yue looked at Feng Nian, who is skilled in his movements, with a look of shock. What's going on? Feng Nian can take care of the cub better than him? Long Yue was puzzled. He had consulted the witch doctor in advance and practiced with a wooden pillow. He was extremely confident. But now, Feng Nian's movements in wiping the cub's butts were so smooth that he surpassed him. Didn't he see the admiring and surprised look of the little female? Long Baobao was a little unhappy. Was he really that stupid? Feng Nian was very grateful to Yinghua and the others at this moment. He looked at Long Yue proudly as if to say, "Humph, gifts are nothing. Taking care of the cubs is the most important thing. You lost to me this time. Learn from me." Long Yue's face darkened, but his movements became more and more gentle. These are all newborn cubs. He has to take good care of them. Practice makes perfect. He will definitely be as skilled as Feng Nian tomorrow. Seeing the 2 beasts taking care of the cubs, each one more serious and careful than the other, Yun Kaikai praised them generously, and then they grinned and worked harder. Yun Kaikai nodded, expressing satisfaction. Appropriate male competition is very conducive to improving business capabilities. After resting, Yun Kaikai was ready to go see how Hailey was doing, but was stopped by Hailon, who came to see her. "Kaikai, you should have a good rest. Don't move around after giving birth. If there is anything, let Long Yue do it." Yun Kaikai knew that this was kind, so she patiently said, "I'm fine. I want to see if Hailey is better." Hailon smiled and said, "You mean Hailey? Didn't she live here for a while? Now she has returned to the tribe. Don't worry.
She was almost well when she left.
She will be able to use her healing ability again after 2 days of repair. If you want to see her, I will ask her to stay for a few days to accompany you." Hailon explained in a good-tempered manner. Okay, thank you. Yun Kai had to put it aside for the time being. Soon, it will be the day of Long Yue's coming of age. Long Yue's coming of age ceremony is the focus of everyone's attention. On this day, the 7 tribes of Wuwang Sea are immersed in joy and celebration. Representatives from all sea tribes from all directions gather together to witness and congratulate Long Yue's coming of age ceremony. They came to this grand ceremony with the most precious gifts and blessings from their respective tribes. Because Long Yue is not only the future hope of the Golden Dragon tribe, but also carries the hope and future of countless sea beast men. The Golden Dragon is the overlord of the sea, but he is fair and never bullies the weak. As the only descendant of the Golden Dragon tribe, Long Yue's adult transformation has undoubtedly become the most critical and important thing. The Golden Dragon tribe is favored by the beast god. There is always a chance that a golden dragon in each generation will awaken a new talent. Long Bao awakens strength, but this generation only has Long Yue as the only seedling. Therefore, Long Bao and Hailon, who are smiling and receiving the beasts, are both relieved in their hearts. Will their Long Yue really have this good luck? In the middle of the open space, there is a huge round stone platform, which is covered with shining gems, pearl shells, and other precious materials to form gorgeous patterns. The whole place looks solemn and sacred. Long Yue is wearing a light golden robe, and his slightly immature face is very solemn. The host of the coming-of-age ceremony is Xuanwu of the Black Turtle tribe. He announced in a low but powerful voice, "Now let's start the coming-of-age ceremony of the young master of the Golden Dragon tribe Long Yue. Please ask the witch doctor and the young master to step onto the stone platform." Hearing this, the orcs held their breath and stopped whispering. Long Yue walked onto the stone platform without changing his expression and stood in the center. After he stood still, the witch doctor began to dance and hummed obscure spells. Finally, the witch doctor stretched out his hands, and a huge beam of light enveloped Long Yue. The witch doctor silently stepped aside, still mumbling in his mouth. At this time, Long Yue's body gradually radiated light, dazzling. Long Yue closed his eyes tightly, concentrated his mind, and began to guide the power in his body. As the light became stronger and stronger, Long Yue's body underwent a miraculous change. He felt a special power in his body. His dragon body became longer and bigger, his scales became harder and shone with golden light, his dragon claws became sharper, and his human form also changed. Finally, the light gradually converged. Long Yue opened his eyes, and a strong aura surged from him. His face was no longer childish. Instead, he was handsome, as if he were a god, and the audience all gasped. Regardless of whether Long Yue had awakened his talent or not, this Long Yue really had a good-looking face. Long Yue sensed the power in his body and gently curled his lips with a rather arrogant and unrestrained charm. "I have awakened a new talent." The witch doctor was stunned in place, and the orcs in the audience were also stunned. It turned out to be the element of lightning. This is a talent that only exists in legends. Hailon covered her mouth, tears fell, and she was so excited that she couldn't speak. Long Bao was also excited with tears in his eyes. The beast god did not give up their Golden Dragon tribe. Not only did he send a little female who could remove the curse, but he also let Long Yue awaken a new talent. Their Golden Dragon tribe might be back to the top again. Xuanwu narrowed his eyes slightly. Long Yue is so powerful, but fortunately Long Yue is only a mid-level heavenly grade. Otherwise, he really dared not compete with him. Fortunately, a lot of water-repellent beads were used in the coming-of-age ceremony. Otherwise, all the beasts present would be electrocuted and twitched. Xuanwu smiled and came back to his senses first. Congratulations to young Master Long Yue for completing the coming-of-age ceremony and awakening a new talent, the element of thunder. The Wuwang Sea will regain its ancient glory. Congratulations, young master, for regaining its glory. Congratulations, young master, for regaining its glory. Seeing this scene, all the beasts shouted loudly, their hearts surging with thousands of emotions. Long Yue slowly stepped down the stone platform, Long Bao's eyes were full of pride and satisfaction. He patted his shoulders fiercely. Good job. Hailon also wiped away her tears, looked at Long Yu's appearance and smiled kindly. Our Long Yue has grown up today and has become much more mature and stable. Long Yue was a little uneasy in his heart. What had he become? Alas, only their Golden Dragon tribe will have such a big change in appearance on the day of adulthood. I wonder if the little female will like his appearance after adulthood. The leaders of each tribe came forward to congratulate and presented generous gifts. Long Yue smiled and accepted everyone's blessings, but he was a little impatient. He was in a hurry to go back and let his little female see it. Hailon seemed to see what he was thinking, so she pushed Long Bao to let him come forward, and the compliments of the beasts rushed to Long Bao again. Long Yue breathed a sigh of relief and took advantage of this moment. He sneaked back to the cave. His pace was fast, but when he was about to reach the entrance of the cave, his speed slowed down. He was nervous and excited, and there was an embarrassment that was difficult to suppress. What if the little female liked his previous appearance more? He couldn't change back. Feng Yan had amazing hearing. When he heard the footsteps outside the cave stop, he frowned and got up to check. As a result, when he came out of the cave, he saw a strange orc who made him feel familiar. Being caught by the phoenix, Long Yue showed an awkward but polite smile on his face. Feng Yan looked him up and down with a vigilant expression, and then his expression became extremely surprised. You are Long Yue? Why have you changed so much? If you were not still wearing the same robes as before and had such a smug expression, I would not have recognized you at all. Long Yue. Thank you. He rolled his eyes at Feng Yan. Get out of the way. You are blocking the way. Feng Yan was still doubting his life. Why did the adults of the Golden Dragon tribe change so much? Now that Long Yue has become so much more handsome, his road to winning favor will be much more difficult. He will go back and ask his grandfather if he can also become more handsome on the day of his adulthood. Seeing Feng Yan standing there in a daze, Long Yue pushed him away mercilessly and then walked towards the stone cave with full confidence. Feng Yan's performance just now made him suddenly confident. He must have become more handsome, otherwise why would Feng Yan look so shocked? Feng Yan, who was pushed aside. He is an adult today, let him be proud for once. Feng Yan stood outside the cave tactfully and did not go in. Long Yue, who had prepared himself mentally, raised his lips as soon as he entered the cave and looked at Yun Kaikai with the most perfect and handsome look. Unfortunately, Yun Kaikai was breastfeeding and did not see such a beautiful scene. Long Yue did not disturb her, but just stood quietly by and waited. When Yun Kaikai regained her human form and turned over, her pupils suddenly trembled.
Hey,
don't you know that Yun Kaikai can't stand the temptation of beauty? Long Yue smiled shyly. Sister, do you like me when I grow up? Yun Kaikai. She took a breath, and the only one who called her sister in private was Long Yue, the little golden dragon. This is Long Yue. Looking at the familiar clothes, Yun Kaikai asked tentatively, Long Yue, is your coming-of-age ceremony over? Long Yue said obediently, Well, I came to my sister's place as soon as it was over. I wanted my sister to see what I look like as an adult first. Sister, do you like it? His voice was a little nervous. Yun Kaikai swallowed her saliva. She liked it. She liked it so much. Looking at Long Yue, who was waiting for her reply and looked a little uneasy, Yun Kaikai smiled. She stood up and walked to Long Yue, tiptoeing gently. In response to Long Yue's soft but sweet kiss, Long Yue was about to explode. Feeling the softness on his lips, Long Yue couldn't help but hug the little female in front of him, breathing rapidly but still at a loss. Yun Kaikai pried open his lips and guided him with her tongue. Soon, the kiss gradually deepened. Long Yue tasted the sweetness and refused to let go. He couldn't help but exert force with his arms around Yun Kaikai. Yun Kaikai clearly felt a hard object pressing against her abdomen, which was very painful. She understood instantly. Suddenly, Long Yue's dragon body trembled, his eyes were wet, and he looked at Yun Kaikai like begging for mercy. Well, sister, I feel so uncomfortable. Yun Sai's eyes were full of smiles, but Long Yue held back and said, "Well, no, you just gave birth to a cub. No, I'll hold it back." Yun Kai hooked his neck and whispered in his ear, "You forgot that Hai Li has a healing talent. I'm completely healed." The little female said so. How could he hold back? Long Yu's eyes lit up. He looked at the cub beside him, picked up Yun Kai, and walked towards the next cave. Yun Kai was picked up unexpectedly and couldn't help but scream. Hearing the noise, Feng Nian looked over curiously. Long Yue said bluntly, "Feng Nian, you come and look after the cub. I want to have a deep exchange with the little female." Feng Nian. Then Long Yue strode out of the stone cave and carried Yun Kai into his stone cave. On the stone bed, the two took off their clothes. Long Yue was dazzled by the little female's white, delicate, and well-proportioned skin. And Yun Kai was also shocked by Long Yu's capital. "It's so big, can she do it?" For the first time, Yun Kai doubted herself. She took a breath and said in shock, "Long Yue, why is yours so big?" Long Yue looked down and said proudly and shyly, "Sister doesn't know I have 2 beast forms. If it becomes a human form, of course it will merge into one." Long Yue explained, "Of course, although it's still not as good as when I was in beast form. But I will try my best to make my sister happy and comfortable." Yun Kai, listen to what you said. She was afraid that she would die on Long Yue. And Long Yue, who seemed to have opened his run and do meridians, leaned down and kissed her slowly and softly, on the end of her delicate eyebrows and the corners of her eyes, little by little, on the tip of her nose and earlobes, and then down a little bit, full of wild desire, but very pious. Yun Kai moaned and trembled slightly, and the two of them quickly got into the mood. At this time, a moist and cool sea breeze blew across her face, and waves began to rise one after another on the sea. These waves were stacked up, like thousands of wild horses running wildly without reins. They were majestic, as if they were going to break through all constraints. They were also like countless roaring and screaming dragons, rushing towards the shore with their teeth and claws. The waves hit the coast fiercely, making a deafening roar, raising a wave more than 10 feet high, and the waves splashed everywhere, like thousands of white and crystal flowers blooming in the air, beautiful beyond words. After a long time, the waves seemed to recede and slow down. The tides rose and fell, and the waves gently hit the beach, whispering endless stories. But not long after, the waves surged again. The sound of the waves hitting the rocks and the beach was endless. Yun Kai didn't expect that this noise would last for a day and a night. In the end, she couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep tiredly. Only then did Long Yue hug Yun Kai with pity and fell asleep together. On the other side, Feng Nian, who had heard the noise for a day and a night, felt very miserable. This cave is too soundproof. They were communicating, but he could only listen to the noise and watch the cub. That charming voice. It's really too hard for Feng Huang, okay? He can hold his coming-of-age ceremony. At that time, he will throw all the cubs to Long Yue. Let him listen to the movement and watch the cubs. This time, Yun Kai slept from early morning to noon. All the beasts were very considerate and didn't disturb them. I thought I would be swollen and painful under my body, and I was weak all over. But I didn't expect that when Yun Kai opened her eyes, the whole beast would be refreshed, with red lips and white teeth, like a fairy who had absorbed yang energy. Feeling the burning heat behind her, Yun Kai turned over, looked at Long Yu's eyebrows, and couldn't help but touch them with her fingers. It was so beautiful. I have to say that her luck is really good, and the beast husbands she collected are all very good-looking. Long Yue grabbed her hand, his eyes were deep, and he wanted to kiss her fiercely when he saw the little female, and then continue to have in-depth communication. Yun Kai immediately covered Long Yu's mouth with a sweet smile. "Stop messing around, I have to go feed the cubs." Long Yue had to give up, but he was not discouraged. Instead, he looked at Yun Kai like a puppy and begged, "Sister, can we do it again tonight?" Yun Kai was so fond of this, and she had a great time yesterday, so she agreed. Long Yue immediately raised the corner of his mouth and his godlike face made Yun Kai dazed for a moment. Long Yue secretly remembered in his heart that showing weakness plus appearance was his winning magic weapon for being favored at present. There were so many beastly husbands, and he would have to dig more in the future to see if there were any others who could always please the little female. God knows, Long Yue has already rolled up before the beast men met. She felt a little guilty. It's okay. She will let him do it one more time. Thinking of this, Yun Kai soon felt at ease. She smiled and comforted. Feng Nian, you worked hard yesterday. But Feng Nian's ears turned red. He didn't dare to look at her. He just turned sideways and said, "This is what I should do." Yun Kai looked over curiously. Feng Nian's face turned redder and more embarrassed. He was afraid that the little female would see it and scold him for being lewd. Fortunately, the cubs are awake now and are crying for food. Wu hearing the cubs' voices, Yun Kai retracted her sight, immediately changed into a beast, and began to feed. The cubs began to drink desperately. Feng Nian took the opportunity to walk outside the cave to adjust his breathing, thinking about some unimportant things, and fortunately, he calmed down soon. At this time, Long Yue, who was holding the food, greeted him in a good mood. "Feng Nian, come in and eat together." Feng Nian did not speak, looking at Long Yue with resentment. Long Yue looked at Feng Nian's two big dark circles and smiled embarrassedly. "Next time, I will take care of the cubs. We will take turns." Feng Nian heard this and immediately took advantage of the situation. "Okay, this is what you said. Don't cheat. After the meal, send me back to Phoenix Island. Tomorrow I will become an adult, and I will also awaken my talent." Feng Nian raised his head. Their dragon and phoenix tribes are the only ones favored by the beast god, and even when they become adults, they are more powerful than other beast men, who let only their two tribes have the chance to awaken their talents. Okay. Long Yue agreed kindly, but his mind was spinning wildly. Okay, I'll send Phoenix back right away. By then, the little female will be mine. Feng Nian looked at Long Yue, who agreed so readily, stared at him worriedly, and said, "You have to send the little female over tomorrow afternoon, or pick me up." Long Yue smiled even more kindly and patted Feng Nian on the shoulder. "Of course, we are good brothers."
Good brother?
Didn't Long Yue want to beat him up when he heard him mention the three words good brother? Feng Nian felt even more wrong in his heart. This Long Yue, wouldn't he have a brain now that he has grown up? Then I'm relieved. Feng Nian also smiled gently and entered the stone cave with Long Yue as brothers, but he was thinking in his heart, "No, I still have to think of a backup plan." Feng Nian, who ate a few bites casually, found an excuse to leave the stone cave. He thought of a way, and he would call for help. Not long after leaving the stone cave, Feng Nian's eyes lit up when he saw the person coming. His luck is really extraordinary. Uncle Xuanwu. Feng Nian greeted him warmly and politely. Xuanwu nodded slightly. "Feng Nian, is there anything I can help you with?" Feng Nian smiled even more eagerly. "You hosted Long Yue's coming-of-age ceremony today, and I would also like to invite you to attend my coming-of-age ceremony tomorrow." Xuanwu was a little surprised. "Invite me?"
Yes.
"You don't know how much I admire you as an elder. You are good-looking, high-ranking, steady, thoughtful, and fair. I can't finish talking about your advantages in a short time. In short, you are my favorite among all the elders. Please be sure to attend my coming-of-age ceremony tomorrow. In this way, whether Long Yue comes or not, he can ride the tortoise back to the little female." Feng Nian put his hands together and begged. His eyes were particularly sincere, and his tone was particularly sincere. Xuanwu laughed softly. "But why don't I see it on weekdays?" Feng Nian showed his 8 big white teeth and smiled. "I'm shy." Xuanwu. But he thought for a moment and said, "Your tribe is different from the Golden Dragon tribe. The coming-of-age ceremony of the Golden Dragon tribe is watched by the sea orcs, but the tradition of your Blood Phoenix tribe is for the people of your tribe to celebrate, and there are very few orcs from other tribes, so it is not appropriate for me to go. Feng Nian, the people who will attend your coming-of-age ceremony tomorrow are all bird beast men from the Phoenix tribe, so I, a turtle beast man from the Sea clan, will not join in the fun." Xuanwu refused with a faint smile. Feng Nian was speechless, as Uncle Xuanwu had indeed considered everything very carefully. If he rashly took Xuanwu back, his grandfather would smile on the surface but beat him to death behind his back. Feng Nian shuddered and immediately cancelled the idea of inviting him. However, thinking of Long Yu's look just now, Feng Nian was very worried. It's not like he had never cheated Long Yu before, but now that Long Yu has grown up, he is different in every way. If he gets the chance, wouldn't Long Yu cheat him back? Moreover, it seems that Feng Nian is facing his good brother, who has grown a brain. Thinking of this, Feng Nian smiled shamelessly and said, "Uncle Xuanwu, you are my real uncle." Xuanwu took a step back and said slowly, "Just tell me if you have something to say." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Feng Nian was very well behaved. He continued quickly, "Uncle Xuanwu, I actually want to ask you for a favor. Can you come to Phoenix Island tomorrow afternoon?" Xuanwu was puzzled and said, "What is this?" Feng Nian continued to explain, "I have an appointment with Long Yu, but I'm a little worried that he won't be able to come tomorrow. So can you please come?" Xuanwu wondered, "Aren't you good brothers?" Feng Nian said with a toothache, "It's my fault. I cheated him once before." Xuanwu smiled and said, "So that's the case." Feng Nian's eyes were full of pleading. "Then can you come to pick me up tomorrow? I will believe you." Xuanwu sighed slightly, then nodded. Feng Nian immediately perked up. That was great. Even if Long Yue didn't come tomorrow, he could also sit on the Xuanwu shell and go to the sea. Having solved the big thing in his mind, Feng Nian quickly returned to the stone cave, ready to eat something to fill his stomach. Seeing Feng Nian's happy look, Xuanwu had a little smile in the depths of his eyes. At least he called him uncle, so let his uncle teach him the first lesson in his life as a beast. Feng Nian, stays so happy all the time. After dinner, Long Yu couldn't wait to send Feng Nian back to Phoenix Island. Before leaving, he noticed that Feng Nian secretly raised his eyebrows at Uncle Xuanwu. Is this looking for reinforcements? Long Yu smiled even more kindly. Without saying a word, he changed into a beast and sailed in the sea at the fastest speed.
Ah!
Long Yu, do you dare to slow down? Hearing Feng Nian's roar, Long Yu felt more comfortable. Soon, they arrived at the coast of Phoenix Island. With a force, Long Yu threw Feng Nian onto the beach. Feng Nian, who had no defense or preparation, was suddenly thrown on his ace. "Long Yu!" he shouted while covering his ace and gritting his teeth. Long Yu looked at him quietly, and then a stream of water spurted out of his mouth.
Splash!
Feng Nian was soaked. "Do you have that serious disease?" Feng Nian was about to explode.
But what responded to him was the calm sea.
It turned out that Long Yu had slipped away. Feng Nian. Sure enough, he couldn't guess what Long Yu would be like after he became an adult. Feng Nian walked towards the beast cave with an angry and wet face. "Brother, why are you soaked?" A little head poked out and asked curiously. Before Feng Nian could speak, a group of beast men came out, all its relatives. "Hey, Feng Nian, what's wrong with you? Haha, you won't offend Long Yu and get thrown into the sea, will you? You will be an adult tomorrow, so don't act like this anymore." Grandpa Feng Nian also looked at him with disdain. "Be more steady in the future. If the little female sends you back, I won't recognize you as my grandson Phoenix." Feng Nian. This is too embarrassing. The beast died in an instant. Feng Nian spoke to everyone in a nice voice for a few times, and then was let back by his grandfather to take a bath and change clothes. Feng Nian gritted his teeth and smiled angrily. "Long Yu, you wait for me." Here, Long Yu returned to the cave happily. He didn't go to find the little female first, but turned around and went to look for Xuanwu. Soon he saw Xuanwu. "Uncle Xuanwu," Long Yu said with a warm smile. "Xuanwu." He looked at Long Yu, smiling exactly like Feng Nian. His mouth twitched slightly, and he pretended to be indifferent and said, "What's wrong, Long Yu?" Long Yu came over and whispered, "Uncle Xuanwu, has Feng Nian looked for you? Does he want you to go to Phoenix Island tomorrow?" Xuanwu looked around and whispered, "How did you know?" Long Yu sneered, "I knew this stinky bird was on guard against me. We've been brothers for so many years, but he still doesn't believe in me. I have to teach him a lesson." "Uncle Xuanwu, I've been following you, and you've grown up in front of me. Our relationship is not something a phoenix can compare to, right? Xuanwu was silent for a while and said, "That's natural." He looked at Long Yue with some complexity. This kid can also trip people up. He has really grown up. But it's a pity that he ran into him. Long Yue just took the blame for not taking the blame for the phoenix. Xuanwu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Then I won't go tomorrow. This is the first time I break a contract. Long Yue, I did it all for you. Long Yue didn't expect Xuanwu to be so easy to talk to. He was overjoyed. Thank you, Uncle Xuanwu. If you need anything in the future, I will be there whenever you call. Xuanwu smiled and said, no need for later. I have something I want to ask you for help with right now. Long Yue. Really? What is it, Uncle Xuanwu? Long Yue asked curiously. Xuanwu said embarrassedly, can I see the cubs born by your little female? Long Yue. If we drive one away, there won't be another one, right? He immediately became alert. Uncle, are you just going to see the cubs? Xuanwu immediately assured sincerely, of course. You know how much I like cubs, and you know that no cubs have been born in our tribe in the past 2 years. Long Yue was still vigilant. I can't agree to this on behalf of the little female. I have to ask her first. If she agrees, I'll come to you tomorrow. Regardless of whether the little female agrees or not, as long as Xuanwu wants to see the cubs, he can't go anywhere tomorrow. Fengnian, you just stay in Phoenix Island and play by yourself. Xuanwu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Okay, the little female's opinion is the most important. Long Yue returned to the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, he saw a group of furry little cubs huddled together, pushing each other back and forth. Their chubby appearance was so adorable. Long Yue's heart was instantly melted by these little guys, and a warm current surged into his heart. Before Yun Kaikai could speak, Long Yue couldn't wait to step forward and began to take care of these cubs in a familiar way. He gently stroked their soft fur, feeling the warmth and vitality coming from them. No matter who it is, as long as they see these cubs, Long Yue believes that they will not be able to help but want to get close. Yun Kaikai ignored him when she saw this, and turned over and closed her eyes to enter the space. The vegetables in the space are ripe again. Yun Sai's consciousness moved, and she could harvest and store them with one click. Thinking that she had an extra grain processing plant, she tried to put wheat and rice in one by one. The machine rumbled, and a few minutes later, the white flour and rice were freshly baked. Yun Kaikai looked at the bags of crystal rice and thought, that's great. When the time is right, I will put the processing plant out and teach the beastmen how to use it. By the way, last time, when I unlocked the 5th level mall, I was rewarded with light as a swallow and no morning sickness during pregnancy. Since the 6th level mall requires more points, shouldn't there be additional rewards? Yun Kaikai called the system directly. Pomegranate, pomegranate, where is my little pomegranate? Little pomegranate, always here. Hearing the mechanical little milk voice, Yun Kaikai couldn't help but smile from the bottom of her heart. Little pomegranate, is there any additional reward for upgrading the 6th level mall this time? Yes, host. The mechanical little milk voice paused slightly, as if checking the details. Yun Kaikai didn't urge, and waited patiently. Soon, little pomegranate's voice sounded again. Because of unlocking the 6th level mall, the extra reward is painless engraving when forming a couple. The engraving mark can be invisible or visible according to the host's wishes. At the same time, if you are dissatisfied with the beast husband, you can erase the couple mark. Painless engraving, this is good. Who wants to be in pain if it can be painless? And it is even better to be able to make the marks of yourself and the beast husbands invisible. God knows, she looks at her left forearm every day, and her heart is somewhat complicated. With more and more beast husbands, her arm has become a flower arm. She still likes her original skin. This is good. As for erasing the mark, the current beast husbands are all very good, and she hopes that she will never need this function. Yun Kaikai came back to her senses and smiled. Thank you, little pomegranate. Then she turned her palm, and several boxes of things appeared in her consciousness out of thin air. Little pomegranate, hiding in the dark, widened her eyes. Little pomegranate, this is for you. Looking at the floating cola, milk, yogurt, juice, and various cakes and snacks. Little Pomegranate was swallowing saliva like crazy. For me? Yes, all for you. If you run out, there are more. Yun Kai smiled meaningfully. This time she checked her points and found that she had lost 1 point. Then she actually found that 1 point was exchanged for a 15 milliliters bottle of cola in the purchase record. It was not exchanged by her, so it must be her system, Little Pomegranate. Yun Kai thought about it for a while and figured it out. It seems that her system can also have a taste or use these things. She benefited so much from the system that she couldn't let her own system be tight. She was so pitiful that she only secretly used 1 point. It was sad to think about it. There are plenty of these things in her space. So, there was today's scene. Hearing the host's words, Little Pomegranate was so happy that he almost jumped up. God knows how greedy it is. Woo. Its host is so good to it. After sorting out everything in the space, Yun Sai's consciousness was also withdrawn. After all, she had been tossing and turning for a day and a night yesterday, and now she was a little sleepy, so she took a good sleep. When she woke up again, it was already dark, but the dragon palace under the sea was still bright. Kai, you're awake. Long Yue lay on the bed and looked at Yun Sai's profile, and he felt very satisfied. Well, don't you need to rest? Long Yue smiled ambiguously. I'm not tired at all. If he was not afraid that his little female could not bear it, it would be fine to do it for another 3 days and 3 nights. Yun Kai was slightly embarrassed. Long Yue's fighting power was indeed powerful, and he had the capital. But Feng Nian has gone back, and we have to take care of the cub tonight. Yun Kai said meaningfully. Then he can't ask for it as much as he did yesterday. Long Yue smiled and said, My mother and father are very free, and they like cubs. I will take care of the cubs during the day and leave them to them at night. The adult Jinlong really grew up and actually thought ahead. Yun Kai raised her eyebrows and said, This is a good idea. I will send the cubs over after I feed them. After the cubs finished drinking milk, Hailon and Long Bao came running over. I don't know what Long Yue said to them in advance, but the two of them were excited and happy. Hailon, Kai, you can rest assured to leave the cubs to me. Long Bao, we will take good care of them. After expressing their opinions, the two of them gently put the cubs one by one on a small wooden bed, and then Long Bao lifted the small wooden bed with a little force. Yun Kai looked at them soon. The cubs were taken away by Long Bao and Hailon. Don't worry, I have explained to my mother and father in detail how to take care of the baby. And they have experience in taking care of me, so it's most appropriate for them to take care of the baby. Long Yue explained thoughtfully. Yun Kai turned around and chuckled. A mother will always be worried about her baby, but seeing how cautious they are, I believe they can definitely take good care of the baby. Then next, please take care of me, sister. Long Yue leaned over and grabbed her red lips. His eyes became deep. Soon, there was a faint moaning sound from the cave again. Long Yue, who had tasted the sweetness, was even more powerful. He did it over and over again, without stopping until dawn. Yun Kai resisted the sleepiness and said in a hoarse voice, Long Yue, I'm so thirsty. Long Yue turned over and got out of bed, and immediately brought a bowl of warm water. Yun Kai raised her head and took a fertility pill. She had been so exhausted last night that she forgot to eat. She must not forget today. After a bowl of water, Yun Kai could no longer hold on and fell into a deep sleep. She slept until noon again. The cubs had been brought over by Long Yue. There were 2 rows of fluffy cubs sleeping on the exquisite and cute wooden bed. Yun Kai started a new round of feeding. After feeding the cubs for half a month, Yun Kai would feed them with high-quality infant milk powder produced by the system to ensure that each cub was fat and round. No. When she thought of these cubs staggering towards her and arching in her arms, the maternal love in her heart began to overflow. Cubs are really healing. Although she has many cubs, she also has many beast husbands, and there is also the system. She can raise them well. She has no worries. She only needs to focus on improving her strength quickly. This is why she wants to get pregnant with Long Yue's cubs so quickly. As soon as she got pregnant, she was already looking forward to the birth of the golden dragon cubs. On that day, she will be able to break through the heavenly level, right? Today, Feng Nian got up early. This hairpin and the one he gave to the little female were a pair. Today was his big day of adulthood. After the ceremony, he would stand in front of the little female with the best appearance. Feng Nian put on the hairpin carefully, as if the little female was by his side, and his heart was as sweet as drinking honey. Little female, wait for me. I'll see you in the afternoon. Feng Nian said to himself. Brother, are you ready? I'm waiting for you. Feng Hua came over hopping, and it was obvious that she was in a good mood. Feng Nian walked out of the cave, glanced at the excited Feng Hua, and smiled. You are so happy for me. Feng Hua smiled and said, Of course. She is worthy of being my dear little sister. Feng Nian sighed. Feng Hua's happy voice continued to be heard. When you come of age, you can give my brother to Kai Kai.
Well,
Kai Kai will make more delicious food for me then, right? Feng Nian? He was overthinking. Little sister is no longer his little sister. At this time, Feng Hua looked up and down with a slightly picky look and said, Brother, you have to work hard, you know. Don't let Kai Kai reject you. I still want to have a few more meals. Feng Nian. He couldn't help but knock on Feng Hua's head. Listen to what you were saying? Don't you hope for the best for your brother? And be rejected?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Even if the little female doesn't want him, he will hold on to the little female's thighs and won't let go. No, Feng Nian is also a phoenix after all. Feng Nian had been losing confidence these past 2 days because of his grandfather and his younger sister. He shook his head helplessly and decided to fight for his own spirit and hoped that his awakening talent would not be inferior to Long Yue's. As they were talking, Feng Nian and Feng Hua had already arrived at a mysterious place unique to Phoenix Island. It was surrounded by towering trees that stood between heaven and earth like giants. Their branches and leaves intertwined to form a dense green sky. In the center of the forest, there was a huge square stone platform standing abruptly. This stone platform seemed to be an ancient altar rising from the depths of the earth, exuding a solemn atmosphere. What was amazing was that there were many exquisite phoenix patterns carved on this stone platform. Each phoenix was lifelike, as if it was ready to spread its wings and fly high at any time. Their feathers were detailed and colorful, and their eyes were inlaid with dazzling rubies, shining brightly, emitting a mysterious and charming light. The whole scene was magnificent, like a fairyland. Feng Nian and Feng Hua stood here and felt a power and tranquility from ancient times. They seemed to be in a mythical world. Everything in front of them was both beautiful and awe-inspiring. In such an environment, their hearts were deeply touched, and they had a deeper understanding of the mystery and legend of Phoenix Island. Now the stone platform was full of Phoenix people, and in the front was Feng Nian's grandfather and his father and mother, all looking at Feng Nian with smiling eyes. Feng Hua looked at his brother beside him with blessing eyes, and then quietly sank into the crowd, and soon appeared beside his grandfather. Feng Nian looked at the tribesmen around him. His face was as heavy as water, and he stepped steadily onto the stone platform. As his footsteps landed on the stone platform, the whole scene became unusually quiet, as if time had frozen. At this time, the witch doctor began to chant in a low voice, her voice full of piety and awe, echoing in the air like the sound of nature. Gradually, the phoenixes on the stone platform seemed to be awakened by this beautiful chanting. Their wings that were originally tightly closed opened slightly, and their gem-like shining eyes flashed a glimmer of life. Suddenly, the phoenixes' eyes flashed violently, and a faint but bright red light emanated from them. This red light covered Feng Nian's body like a thin veil. It was not dazzling, but it exuded a warm and mysterious power. Feng Nian stood there quietly, feeling the flow of this power. His expression was still calm, but a strong expectation surged in his heart. As time passed, the red light became stronger and stronger, gradually enveloping Feng Nian completely. His figure appeared blurred under the reflection of the red light, as if it had merged with the phoenix. Under the stone platform, A glimmer of light flashed in Grandpa Feng Nian's eyes. Feng Nian, he really has some luck. Watching the red light getting stronger and stronger, Grandpa Feng Nian thought to himself, I'm afraid this time, he can really awaken his talent. Other tribesmen were also beating drums in their hearts. Will Feng Nian become the only one with a talent in the youngest generation? If awakened, what kind of talent will he awaken?
Clang.
Just when everyone was nervously holding their breath, staring with wide eyes and looking forward to it, suddenly, a phoenix with dazzling light all over its body flapped its wings and flew out of the red light. It was like a colorful flame, circling gracefully in the air for a circle, and then slowly descended. In an instant, the phoenix disappeared, and the figure of a handsome and elegant boy appeared vaguely. At this time, the witch doctor stopped chanting, and the red light that originally enveloped the sky above the stone platform also disappeared quietly. The boy raised his head slightly, and his eyes as bright as stars swept across the people around him, and an invisible pressure suddenly spread. The boy's face appeared clearly in front of the orcs. It was obviously still the same, but a closer look seemed to be different. Compared with before, Feng Nian is now more handsome and extraordinary. The momentum around him made the beasts dare not look directly at him. He raised his right hand and curled his lips slightly. I have awakened my talent. Boom! A flame suddenly jumped out from Feng Nian's palm, and the beasts widened their eyes. Hiss, I didn't see wrongly. It's the fire element.
Oh my god.
It's actually the fire element. This is the rarest and most suitable talent for the Blood Phoenix clan. I'm so jealous of Feng Nian. Woo. How can he be so lucky? Humph, there's no use being jealous. It's your fault for not being able to awaken. So, what? At least my little female is pregnant with cubs. What about yours? We don't even know where it is yet. You. Stop arguing. We are all Phoenix orcs. Feng Nian has awakened the fire element, which will do us good in the future. Who knows? The task of restoring the glory of the Phoenix may depend on Feng Nian. The Phoenix orcs were shocked and started discussing with each other off the stage. Fenghua's eyes were bright, and her round face was even cuter when she smiled. She said loudly, Brother, congratulations. You are so proud of yourself. Seeing the stronger brother, Fenghua was happy from the bottom of her heart. This time, Kaikai would definitely not give her brother back. Let brother work hard, and she will soon have a gentle, beautiful, powerful, and strong little female as her sister-in-law. Grandpa Fengnian also laughed twice. Good. Our blood phoenix finally has a successor. Fengnian's father and mother also looked at their cub excitedly. Fengnian, good job. Fengnian smiled and said nothing, and walked down the stone platform in a few steps. At this time, many beastmen gathered around, and they all smiled like flowers and began to praise Fengnian for free. I have seen it for a long time, Fengnian. This little phoenix is not ordinary. Look, he has awakened his talent fire element. So good. A male beast man said. Isn't this the cousin who said he was naughty and mischievous when they met when they were young, and he would definitely not achieve anything? Yes, I saw Feng Nian was talented when I was young. I gave you some rare pickled meat that I got from other places. Do you remember? Feng Nian smiled and nodded. Yes, he ate it, but it was not given by him. Feng Nian ate it secretly. For this, he was severely beaten by his second uncle in front of him. Isn't it impressive? Feng Nian has been smart and worry-free since he was young. This is the aunt who scolded him to get out when he was young. I have liked Feng Nian, this cub, since I was young. This is the cousin who sneered when she saw him. Feng Nian. When he was young, he and Long Yue were too naughty, which really made people hate him, but now the reversal is too fast. He has become a hot commodity. Feng Nian looked at the adult beast men who spoke without changing their expressions, and his face was complicated. He said that he still had a lot to learn. Feng Nian said a few words to the tribesmen symbolically and was about to go back. At this time, a familiar male beast man came over happily with a young female who had just reached adulthood. The young female had a pretty face and looked Feng Nian up and down wantonly, and then said with satisfaction, Feng Nian, You are not bad. I agree that you can be my first beast husband. Feng Yan? Feng Yan looked at the arrogant young female and was speechless. Who are you? What nonsense are you talking about in front of me? He had to work hard to get the young female to agree to let him be the sixth beast husband. If the young female knew about this, she might kick him away in anger. No, this is absolutely not possible. Feng Yan frowned and took several steps back, and only stopped when he was a safe distance away. Seeing Feng Yan avoiding her like the plague, the little female in front of him immediately got angry and pointed at him and said, "Don't be shameless. Feng Yan, it's your honor that I, Feng Feifei, like you. I am the only little female of the earth rank, and there are many males looking for a mate." While the beast men around him immediately became agitated. What? Feng Feifei is actually a little female of the earth rank. Oh my god, it really is. Feng Yan, you'd better apologize to Feifei. A little female of the earth rank is terrible. Yes, our Phoenix clan has a Feng Yan, and now we have Feifei, a little female. We finally see hope. Things will definitely get better and better in the future. Feifei, I am willing to be your beast husband. Feifei, look at me. I am also of the heaven rank. No worse than Feng Yan. And me. The little female Feng Feifei saw the males surrounding her, smiled evilly, and raised her chin slightly. Feng Yan, did you see that? I'll give you one more chance. If you don't know what's good for you, you'll lose your position as the #1 beast husband. Feng Yan's mouth twitched slightly. Thank you, but it's not necessary. I already have a favorite little female. Feng Feifei asked in disbelief. What did you say? Feng Yan's face turned cold. I already have a favorite little female. You can find whoever you want to be the #1 beast husband. I can't be your beast husband. Feng Feifei's eyes widened, and her fingers trembled slightly. You. I don't believe it. You must be my #1 beast husband. I'll see which little female dares to compete with me. Feng Yan, I know that it's actually me you like. Otherwise, why did you smile at me just now? Feng Yan explained, I was smiling at everyone just now, not at yourself, okay? Feng Feifei suddenly became affectionate. Feng Yan, don't lie to yourself. You smiled at me so beautifully just now, and your eyes were so gentle. The eyes of loving a beast can't deceive the beast. Feng Yan, promise me that you will be my first beast husband, and I will give birth to my first 2 cubs for you. If you don't agree, don't even think about leaving today. Feng Feifei looked at Feng Yan with determination and took 2 steps forward. Looking at the unreasonable little female in front of him, Feng Yan sneered in his heart and cursed. Fine. You don't listen to the serious beast words and want to be scolded, right? You asked for it. He frowned and started to yell crazily.
Feng Feifei, rat.
Who do you think you are? I told you that I have a little female I like, but you just can't hear me. Go find a witch doctor for treatment if you are deaf. You are ugly, but you only think about good things. I still smile at you and like you. Where do you get the confidence from? I have to promise you that I am your father and I spoil you so much. I am not a male who doesn't hurt females. Get out of here if you know what's good for you. Otherwise. Feng Yan's face was gloomy, and he took a step forward with every word he said, which scared Feng Feifei so much that she kept backing away. Finally, with a pop, she was so scared that she fell on her ace. Then she cried, wow.
Wow.
Feng Yan is so scary. Whoa, I don't want to be with him. Dad, Mom, I want to go home.
Whoa.
Feng Yan didn't even give her a glance, and left expressionlessly. Feng Yan's mother stepped forward to help Feng Feifei up, and said softly, Feifei, right? I apologize to you on behalf of Nian. I'm sorry that he already has a little female he likes. But our Feifei is beautiful, and she is a low-quality little female. There must be no shortage of strong males to be her husband. Her gentle words made Feng Feifei feel much better, and then she floated up and said fiercely, Feng Yan will regret it if he doesn't choose me. Hearing this, Feng Yan's mother Yinghua's smile faded a little. No mother would be happy to hear others say bad things about her own cub. Yinghua, who originally wanted to hand Feng Feifei a gift, withdrew her hand. She smiled lightly and said, "You don't have to worry about this." Then she looked at Feng Feifei's father and mother and said slowly, although Feng Nian's words were unpleasant, they were not without reason. Little females are born precious, so they can naturally be pampered, but they can't be taught nothing. Feng Feifei's mother frowned and said angrily, "Our Feifei is fine. It's you Feng Nian who is not blessed. You can't even control the little female of earth quality. You deserve to regret it later." Feng Feifei's father hurriedly pulled the female, then smiled weakly and said, Yes, I know. I'll talk to them when I go back." Grandpa Feng Nian took a step forward and scanned the entire place. He did not speak, but just looked over with his cloudy eyes. All of the orcs immediately fell silent. Today is Feng Nian's coming-of-age ceremony. It is a big happy event and should not be delayed by other things. With these words, Feng Feifei's unreasonable behavior was exposed. Feng Nian has awakened the fire element. The young orcs don't know, but the older generation should have heard of it. This is such a rare talent. If nothing unexpected happens, Feng Nian will become the strongest of our Phoenix clan. Feng Feifei's family looked uglier and uglier, but they did not dare to speak. This is a big event for our clan. Grandpa Feng Nian continued. Okay, let's not say anything else. I've prepared some fresh food for everyone today. You can enjoy the good mood and leave after eating.
Yes.
The Phoenix Beastmen left in 2s and 3s, preparing to go together to try some fresh food. When the Beastmen had gone far away, Feng Nian's father Feng Yang frowned and said, Feng Nian is becoming more and more unbecoming. He has such an attitude towards the precious little female. Isn't the little female of Earth grade worthy of him?
He will regret it then.
Dad, you just spoil Feng Nian too much.
Eh? Dad.
Dad, don't hit me. I was wrong, I'm wrong, and it's not okay. Finally stopping, Feng Nian's grandfather sneered. The little female that Feng Nian likes is very good. If you dare to say one more word and shake Feng Nian's heart, I will beat you to death now. No, if you say it's okay, it must be okay. Don't be angry, I'll help you walk. Feng Yang said flatteringly. Qingluan, who was used to such scenes, remained calm and walked beside the two of them step by step, but she couldn't help but become curious about the little female that Feng Nian liked. When the Phoenix people tasted the food prepared by Feng Nian and Fenghua, their eyes lit up. What is this? Why is it so delicious? I've never eaten such delicious food. Oh my god, ginkgo can be eaten like this? It's really an eye-opener. Is this pheasant meat? Why is it not fishy at all? Oh my god, how are these made? They smell so good that I want to swallow my tongue. Hearing the question, Grandpa Feng Nian smiled slightly and said casually, These fancy foods are all made by the little female that Feng Nian likes, and Feng Nian and the others have only learned half of her. Feng Yang understood in his heart. It turns out that the little female used delicious food to trick my father and Feng Nian away. Alas, although Feng Nian and she have a good relationship now, the most important thing in the future is the cubs. Although Feng Feifei is willful, she is a little female of the earth quality. Her fertility must be much better than other little females. When I see Feng Feifei has so many cubs, I hope Feng Nian will not regret it by then. Of course, it's too late to regret. Thinking of this, Feng Yang felt very uncomfortable while eating this meal. Qing Wan's eyes lit up. This little female was really amazing. If she didn't know how to study new tricks. This little female can eat food in a flowery way, then other places must be no different. She decided that even if Feng Nian changed his mind, she would force him to change his mind. An orc said in disbelief, It's so delicious after learning half of it. Then if Feng Nian's little female makes it, it must be delicious to the sky. Feng Hua smiled lightly, with dimples on her face. Kai. The little female's cooking is really delicious. I'm so greedy when I think about it. I hope brother can work harder and find a partner with the little female soon, so I can feel at ease. Feng Hua thought to herself, it's better not to say Kai's name, so that the brother who hasn't succeeded yet won't have more competitors. Look how thoughtful she is. The male beast man on the side exclaimed. What? Did I hear it right? The little female can cook. And it's so delicious. Feng Yan's life is so good. No wonder he doesn't want to be Feng Feifei's beast husband. Who is Feng Yan's little female? I really want to meet her. Me too. I wonder if she still accepts beast husbands. An underage male beast man suddenly had an idea and said, Feng Hua, did you and Feng Yan make these dishes today? Feng Hua smiled. Yes, eat more if you like. The underage male beast man's eyes lit up. Okay, I will definitely eat them all. Hearing their conversation, the single males on the side, whether they were adults or minors, stared at Feng Hua with burning eyes. Feng Hua. It seems to have become popular all of a sudden. Feng Feifei felt sour in her heart when she heard the beasts praising the little female Feng Yan. Isn't it just making some food? Who can't do it? With a dark face, she did not forget to quickly sweep the food on the stone table. The little female, she only knows how to attract attention. But, woo, it seems to be really delicious. The beast men here were eating enthusiastically, and Feng Yan on the other side returned to the beast cave, and then carefully took out a cloth bag, which contained various good things he had exchanged in the beast world continent before. This was a gift for the little female. He didn't forget that he gave a wooden hairpin that day, but Long Yue brought 2 boxes of gifts to slap Feng Huang in the face. Who thought anyone didn't have it? He had to bring more and slap Long Yue in the face. In short, his little female deserved the best. Feng Yan casually took out 2 sets of clothes and put them all into the big cloth bag, and then carried them on his back. Then Feng Yan didn't even eat, carrying the cloth bag, ran to the beach and sat down and waited patiently. Will Long Yue come? If he comes, when Long Yue sees that he is called Xuanwu again, will he be so angry? Who will arrive first, Long Yue or Xuanwu? It's hard to say, because Long Yue may not come because he hold a grudge. Of course, it doesn't matter if Long Yue doesn't come. Anyway, he has made 2 preparations and has already made an agreement with Uncle Xuanwu. When the time comes, he. Just as Feng Yan was sitting on the beach with his bag on his back, Long Yue mentioned to Yun Kaikai that Xuanwu wanted to see the cub. Yun Kaikai didn't agree at the first time, but asked in surprise, I just gave birth to the cub a few days ago, and he knew it? Hai Lan and Long Bao have been concerned about the cub recently. Now they are helping to look after the cub at night and have not gone out at all. How did Xian Wu know about this? Long Yu's eyebrows moved and he said, At that time, I just felt that the 2 tribes were close. Maybe it was my father who told him, so I didn't think much about it, but now I think about it. It may also be because of the witch doctor. Yun Kaikai looked at Long Yue and continued to listen to him. Most of the witch doctors in our sea tribe are orcs from the black turtle tribe. Although they have a small number of beasts, they have a long lifespan and a lot of experience. The sea tribe has always asked experienced and older orcs from the black turtle tribe to serve as witch doctors. Yun Kaikai said thoughtfully. Maybe he was too surprised and happy, or maybe he had other ideas, so he couldn't wait to tell the current patriarch of the black turtle tribe. Long Yue pursed his lips slightly. There must be some ideas. You can see it at a glance. Who can't see it by looking at it? Since you agreed, please ask Xuanwu to come and see the cubs. Yun Kaikai said in a light voice. She also wants to see why Xuanwu came. Long Yue looked at the little female on the stone bed and always felt that she was more beautiful and attractive after giving birth. He prayed in his heart, hoping that Xuanwu was just looking at the cubs as he said otherwise. This uncle could be thrown away. Seeing that Long Yue was still staying beside her, Yun Kaikai asked, Long Yue, are you going to call Xuanwu? Long Yue hummed and said, It doesn't matter if he waits a little longer. I want to stay with my sister for a while, just the 2 of us. This is your uncle. Yun Kaikai smiled and shook her head, saying no more, acquiescing to Long Yu's jealous behavior. After all, she also likes to tease this little golden dragon in private. Soon, Long Yu's eyes began to become deep and raging again, like a bottomless lake, which contains endless power and desire. At this moment, the cubs are sleeping soundly, and their cute appearance makes people feel very warm. However, Long Yue did not focus on these cute little guys, but was attracted by Yun Kaikai beside him. Yun Kaikai seemed to have noticed Long Yu's gaze. She deliberately hooked Long Yu's neck, revealing a hint of mischief and provocation in her eyes, which made Long Yu's desire stronger. Finally, Long Yue couldn't resist this temptation. He couldn't help but lean over. His breathing became rapid, and his heartbeat accelerated. Yun Kaikai trembled slightly, but did not reject Long Yu's closeness. On the contrary, she closed her eyes and enjoyed this moment of tenderness. Unlike the happy Long Yue, Xuanwu, who was waiting for news on the other side, didn't even dare to leave the cave, for fear of missing the message from the little female. But he was not particularly anxious, but patiently waited for Long Yu's arrival. Xuanwu played with 2 wild fruits in his hands, his eyes calm. If he were Long Yue, he would definitely not tell him the first time. After all, the initiative was not in his hands, but no matter how late it was, it wouldn't be too late. Xuanwu smiled lightly. At most 2 or 3 hours, Long Yue would have to come to the stone cave to find him, no matter how reluctant he was. Little female, Yun Kaikai. When he thought of these 3 words, Xuanwu's calm heart could not help but ripple. He picked up the wooden bowl and drank a bowl of fresh water, and then he felt that the fire in his heart had subsided a little. Xuanwu lowered his eyes and regained his previous calm and steady appearance. 2 hours later, Long Yue came to Xuanwu reluctantly. He stood at the door, looking at Xuanwu sitting there with a calm face, muttering in his heart, and suppressed some of his original thoughts. After all, his uncle has always been the most fair, proper, and self-disciplined orc in the Sea clan. Logically, he should not covet his nephew's little female, right? Not sure. It's safer to observe it again. Did the little female agree? Xuanwu showed a somewhat determined smile on his face, as if he was confident about this matter. For some reason, Long Yue suddenly felt a little depressed when he saw such a smile, but he still said stubbornly, "Of course, my little female is beautiful and kind-hearted. You just want to go and see the cubs. How can she not agree?" "Uncle Xuanwu, come with me." Long Yue emphasized the word uncle, as if reminding him of something. Xuanwu still had that indifferent smile, as if everything was under his control. "Long Yue. Okay, you are noble. You are awesome." He strode in front and led the way. Soon, the beast cave was in front of them. Even though Xuanwu was mentally prepared, when he saw the pile of fur, still shocked, he froze in place. "Uncle Xuanwu, come back to your senses." Seeing Xuanwu's look, Long Yue couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Xuanwu smiled apologetically at Yun Kaikai, with a hint of embarrassment and regret in his eyes. "Sorry, I lost my composure." He took a deep breath, as if trying to calm himself down, but his voice was still a little excited. "It's really too shocking. To be honest, when I first heard the news, I thought it was the witch doctor teasing me. So I wanted to see these kids with my own eyes to confirm whether it was true or not." Xuanwu frankly admitted his initial suspicion. His tone was sincere and frank, which made people feel good about him. It would be difficult for anyone to have a bad impression of him after hearing such an explanation. Yun Kaikai smiled slightly. Her smile was as warm as the spring breeze, without the slightest blame. She understood Xuanwu's mood at the moment and why he was so impulsive. After all, this situation was commonplace for Yun Kaikai. So, she chose to remain silent and respond with a smile. After all, whatever she said now seemed like showing off. Since he really came to see the cub, why not let him watch the cub quietly? Time passed by, and half an hour passed in a flash, but Xuanwu showed no sign of leaving. Not only that, it took the initiative to follow Long Yue to learn how to take care of those cubs who were crying for food. Yun Kaikai couldn't help but wonder. Huh? Why do I feel something is wrong? Could it be that he is really coming for me? Just when Long Yue was about to chase the beast, he suddenly heard a slight cough from outside the cave. It turned out that Long Bao was standing there and whispered, "Long Yue, come out for a while. I have something to tell you." Long Yue asked in some confusion, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "Come out first," Long Bao insisted. In desperation, Long Yue had to turn around and walk out of the cave. Seeing this, Xuanwu's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally relaxed a little. He said straight away, "Little female, do you think I can do it?" Yun Kaikai was a little confused. "What?" I request to be your next beast husband. Do you think I can do it? Xuanwu's eyes were extremely sincere. He took the opportunity to express his true thoughts, but almost shocked Yun Kai on the spot. Yun Saicai's brain was a little stuck. This Xuanwu, but Long Yu's uncle. He is so old, and he hasn't found a partner yet?
And
Uncle and nephew share a female? I have to say, even in the beast world, it is a very explosive existence. Yun Kai was dumbfounded for the first time. But you are Long Yu's uncle. She called her uncle hello when they met just now, but he turned around and confessed to her? Yun Kai was a little embarrassed. Seeing her reaction, Xuanwu did not back off, but continued to explain patiently. Yes, Long Yu did call me uncle, but in fact I am only 9 years older than him. Of course, compared with the newly adult males, I am indeed much older than them. At this point, a trace of barely perceptible loneliness appeared on his face. However, Xuanwu soon raised his head again, regained his usual calmness, and continued to fight firmly. But my grade is top grade intermediate. I can guarantee your safety very well, and the witch doctor has also deduced that the higher the grade of the male, the better the talent grade of the cub born by the female. Little female, do you want to try with me to give birth to a cub with better talent and higher grade? Xuanwu's voice was low, but full of temptation. Yun Kai looked at Xuanwu in astonishment. It turned out to be a top grade, one higher than Tianpin. But Long Yu's father's grade was also top grade, and Xuanwu of the same generation was also top grade, which seemed reasonable. Yun Kai thought in surprise that this was the first male with such a high grade she had met. What's wrong with uncle? Yes, not very old. Besides, older people will be more caring, right? Yun Kai persuaded herself like this, and immediately swallowed the words of refusal, and said, I just got together with Long Yu, and there is Feng Nian later. I need time to think about it. Xuanwu's eyes lit up. Not directly refusing means he still has a chance. He waited so long to wait for such a little female who met his wishes in every way. He must successfully get together with her. Okay, don't worry. You take your time to think about it. Xuanwu slowed down his voice, fearing that he would scare away the little female. I have waited for so many years, and I am not in a hurry at this moment.
Huh?
This sentence is a bit of a beast. Xian Kai raised her eyes slightly, and her sight slowly fell on the male beast man in front of her. His expression was calm, as if he had extraordinary control over everything around him, giving people a calm feeling that everything was under his control. Especially those eyes, deep and bright, revealing a hint of tenderness, and the slightly raised corners of his mouth were accompanied by a faint smile, as if silently conveying a message to her. No matter when and where, he would always wait. This is indeed a good candidate for a beast lady. However, unlike Long Yu, Xuanwu may be a few years older and have experience more. Yun Kai said that she can't see through this Uncle Xuanwu now, so she plans to get along with him again. After all, Yun Kai is not a little female who is powerless like she was at the beginning, and her heart is not as anxious and nervous as at the beginning. This is the confidence brought by the improvement of strength, and when she gives birth to Long Yu, her rank may not be lower than Xuanwu. Besides, there is Feng Nian waiting. Now there is another Xuanwu. By this calculation, her schedule is quite tight. Uncle, it's getting late. You should go back. Although Long Yu said this with a smile, his voice sounded quite gnashing. Who made him see the two of them looking at each other affectionately as soon as he entered the cave. Long Yu said that this uncle can be thrown away. Xuanwu glanced at the angry Long Yu and thought, fortunately, I asked Long Bao for help in advance to send Long Yu away for a while. Today, he talked to the little female, and they will definitely go further when they meet next time. So, Xuanwu stood up and said with a smile, Little female, you have a good rest. Then he instructed, Long Yu, you have to take good care of the little female and the cubs. If you are too busy, call me. I will come any time if I am close. Long Yu said with a fake smile, Uncle, of course I will take good care of my little female. You don't have to worry about anything else. Xuanwu seemed not to hear it, and his face did not change. Little female, I'm leaving first. I will come to see the cubs another day. Uncle, you talk too much, let's go. Long Yue couldn't help it, and directly pulled Xuanwu out. Looking at them playing, Yun Kai couldn't help but smile. Uncle and nephew, it seems quite interesting. Long Yue returned to the cave, and only Yun Kai was there. He immediately turned into the arrogant and soft little boy Xiao Long again. Sister, Uncle Xuanwu has bad intentions towards you. Yun Kai blinked and asked in puzzlement. Really? Long Yue was furious. I saw it clearly. After sending Fengnian away, Xuanwu came again. It was really too difficult for Xiao Long. Yun Kai held her chin up. She suddenly wanted to know what Long Yue thought, so she looked at Long Yue and asked seriously, So, what do you think of Xuanwu? Long Yue said in a muffled voice, Uncle Xuanwu, speaking of which, he is indeed powerful. At the beginning, the position of the chief of the Black Turtle tribe was actually intended for his brother Xuanjin, but Xuanwu actually defeated the extremely advanced Xuanjin, and the entire Sea clan was shocked at once. Uncle Xuanwu became the chief of the Black Turtle tribe legitimately, but Xuanwu later said that he felt that he was too ignorant to compete with his brother, so he handed over all the affairs of the Black Turtle tribe to Xuanjin in front of all the beasts, and he took the title of chief, and all matters in the tribe were decided by Uncle Xuanjin. Uncle Xuanwu did not take over the tribe until Uncle Xuanjin passed away 10 years ago. In short, Uncle Xuanwu is strong and fair, and he is thoughtful and comprehensive in his work. He has a very good reputation in the Sea clan. He is just very picky. His mother introduced several young females to him, but he didn't like any of them. Long Yue secretly thought, if Xuanwu had chosen a young female early, it would be great. Then he would have one less powerful opponent. Listening to Long Yue's words, Yun Kai was thoughtful. With great strength, there are more choices. Most ordinary orcs just make do with their lives, but the higher the rank of the orcs, the less they will wrong themselves. Yun Kai continued to ask, Long Yue, if he becomes my orc husband, will you accept it? If Long Yue is very resistant, she really needs to think about it carefully. Hearing this, Long Yue buried his head in Yun Saicai's arms and said with emotion, Sister, don't worry about my thoughts. As long as you like it, I will not be ignorant. Yun Kai, this virtuous little golden dragon. How can she eat so well? What a sin! Yun Saicai's hand passed through Long Yue's hair like a light smoke, as if she was touching a precious treasure. Her movements were light and gentle, and with a faint smile, she said softly, Long Yue, I want to hear the most real thoughts in your heart. Long Yue moved slightly in Yun Saicai's arms, as if looking for a more comfortable position, and then slowly said, In fact, Uncle Xuanwu is indeed a very good candidate for a beast husband. If he can become my sister's beast husband, it may bring more benefits. His voice revealed a sense of thinking and weighing, and it was obvious that he had been thinking about this issue for a long time. But I just got married with my sister, and he came. I feel a little uncomfortable. So, sister, my real idea is that you can choose him as a beast husband, but can you let him hang out for a while? 3 months? No. Can you get married with him after half a year? Don't think that you can be the 6th one just by joining Fengnian's team. He is the oldest, but he is made the youngest. He is so excessive that he secretly snatches my sister from me. And his father sent him away, which is so annoying. Yun Kai chuckled. That's it? Sister, you don't know, for Uncle Xuanwu, these 6 months have been hard enough for him. He. Long Yue couldn't help but want to laugh when he thought about the scene where he could stay with the little female legitimately, but Xuanwu could only watch with envy and pretend to be calm and steady. Let him bully Long. Do you think you can succeed immediately? Humph, there is Long Yue, a dragon blocking the way. From now on, their relationship will be reversed. Uncle Xuanwu, it's your turn to smile at me, Long Yue, to please me. Yun Kai just wanted to spend more time with Xuanwu, so she agreed without any burden. She said lightly, okay. Long Yue's eyes lit up at once. Really? Sister, you are so good to me. Of course it's true. Long Yue was very happy in his heart. He knew that his position among the new beast husbands was unmatched by beasts. After completing his imagination, Long Yue came forward happily. Thank you, sister. I will serve you well tonight. Yun Kaikai smiled and pushed Long Yue away. Why are you in a hurry? The cubs are still here. Long Yue, I will send them to my mother now. Yun Kaikai was helpless. Wait until I finish feeding. The cubs of this litter are particularly sensible. Not only do they not make trouble, but they also drink milk regularly. The cubs of the previous litters drank every 2 or 3 hours, but the cubs of this litter are different as soon as they are born. They are fed every 4 hours during the day, and they can sleep through the night. Yun Kaikai gently stroked the cubs, gurgling, and soon, the cubs all had round bellies. Long Yue carefully put them on the wooden bed, and when he staggered to Halen's cave, the cubs were already sleeping soundly. Long Yue put the cubs down and complained to his mother. Long Yue said aggrievedly, Mother, my father doesn't care about my life or death. Hailon was shocked. Ah, what happened? Long Yue, I just got married, and my father was bribed by Xuanwu to send me away. That's my little female. What on earth is my father thinking? If that's the case, then I can't stay in this dragon palace anymore. My father is siding with outsiders, Mother. I'm so bitter. Long Bao. Hailon was furious. Okay, Long Bao, get over here. Long Bao immediately stood up. Alan, listen to my explanation. Xuanwu has a lot of sparkling things you like. Look, I've got them all for you. Hailon went straight to the point. These things are more important than my future grandchildren? I think you are just being unreasonable. Alan, I was wrong. I promise there won't be a next time. Do you want a next time? Long Bao, don't run. Stop right there. Long Yue smiled slightly, retired after accomplishing his mission, and then happily went to find his little female. That night, the moon was also gentle. The two were alone together, as if surrounded by pink bubbles. Long Yue gently picked up his little female and continued to be tender. Unlike the happy Long Yue, Feng Nian at this moment was a little skeptical about his life as an animal. He was hungry and had been blown by the sea breeze and the scorching sun for a day. Now Feng Nian, with messy hair, looked up at the crescent moon in the sky. It was already evening. Long Yue didn't come, so why didn't Uncle Xuanwu come either? He guessed that Long Yue wouldn't come, but what about Uncle Xuanwu? Isn't he always the most fair and trustworthy? Could it be that something happened suddenly? Feng Nian stood up, patted the gravel on the package, and then walked towards the beast cave with no hope while listening to his stomach growling non-stop. Uncle Xuanwu must have something wrong. He couldn't lie to him. Feng Nian decided that he would go back to eat something, fill his stomach, and have a good sleep. Then he would continue to wait tomorrow. Tomorrow, Uncle Xuanwu would definitely come to pick him up. Feng Nian waited for 3 consecutive days, but still didn't wait for the beast he was waiting for. Feng Nian smiled at the sea, and his heart finally died. Good, Xuanwu. He remembered it. He had high hopes for his little uncle and trusted him so much, but what happened? He was fooled. It was so bad. It was all his fault for being careless and trusting the righteous Xuanwu too much. Haha, you can't trust any beast casually. Besides, Long Yue and Xuanwu are both beasts in the sea, so they are naturally closer. Feng Nian finally figured it out. Neither of them is a good thing. Feng Nian gritted his teeth and said, Don't underestimate the beast. Sooner or later, he will take care of them both. Feng Nian returned to the beast cave with a cold face, as if to say, I'm very angry. Don't get close to me. Feng Hua was whispering to her mother. Mother, look, my brother is back again. Feng Yang also pricked up his ears to eavesdrop. Qing Wan had already learned from her own cub that the little female was now in the dragon palace under the sea. It was fate. Long Yue and Feng Yan had been good friends since childhood, and now they actually liked the same little female. The always proud golden dragon and phoenix actually share a female? Before, Qing Wan and Feng Yang would never believe that the two divine beasts would throw away their pride and follow the same little female like a puppy and even be jealous. Feng Yang was filled with mixed feelings. Looking at Feng Yan's cold face, his own cub was at a disadvantage. Qing Wan smiled and waved to Feng Yan. Yan, come here. Feng Yan was in a bad mood, but he still went over when he heard his mother calling him. After all, His unreliable father and mother had left him to his grandfather since he could remember, and then began to travel outside, rarely coming back once a year. If it wasn't for his 18th birthday ceremony, it is estimated that they would not be seen. "Mother, what's wrong?" Feng Nian asked. "Come and sit down. Mother has something to tell you." Feng Nian sat down, but he looked a little depressed. Over the years, he always boasted that he was smart and had the upper hand, but now he was compared to Long Yue, twice. When he thought of the little female, he felt uncomfortable. Originally, these few days could be the days for him to communicate with the little female. But now, he was stupidly sitting on the beach with his bag on his back, waiting for 3 whole days. His face was tanned a lot. I don't know if the little female will still like it. Long Yue, Xuanwu are really not good things. Feng Nian cursed them in his heart. Seeing his own Nian cub looking depressed, Qing Wan couldn't help but knocked his head with a smile. Is it that serious? Is my Nian cub such a beast that can be easily beaten? Of course not. It's just that I feel a little anxious when I think about it. Feng Nian said truthfully in front of his mother. Qing Wan laughed and scolded. What are you anxious about? Open up the situation. Feng Nian? He looked at his mother in confusion. Mother, what do you mean? Why don't I understand? Stupid. Now you just need to remember how many days Long Yue and the little female have been alone together. Qing Wan raised an eyebrow. Then what? Feng Nian was still immersed in his previous emotions and couldn't come to his senses for a while. Then your good days will come. Qing Wan suddenly laughed and continued. I heard from Huazai that your little female is a careful and rare good female. Even if she favors a beast husband, it will not be too obvious and make other beast husbands sad. So, you just need to remember the days when Long Yue was alone with him. When you see her, tell her about the grievances you have suffered these days, but not too much. Then your good days will come, right? Feng Nian's mind suddenly became bright, and he looked at Nyang and said, Yes. I was so angry that I forgot about this. The little female is very good and will never let me suffer any grievances. If Long Yue stays alone with her for a few days, she will definitely stay alone with me for a few days. Maybe we can make up for a few more days. The more Feng Nian spoke, the brighter his eyes became. Mother, you are so smart. You are worthy of being my mother. Qingluan shook her head and said with a smile, You have been confused these 2 days. Even if I don't say anything, you will be able to turn around in a few days. Feng Nian said with a smile, Mother, I will make you delicious food tomorrow. Okay, Mother is waiting. Qingluan smiled tenderly. Father is waiting too. Fengyang also came over. Sister is waiting too. Fenghua smiled and took his arm. Hey, Grandpa is waiting too. Grandpa, who suddenly appeared, suddenly said, Feng Nian. Okay, just wait for me to cook, right? But now, Feng Nian is completely in no hurry. He began to count the days with his fingers. These days, he will honestly accompany his father and mother and practice the newly awakened fire element. Then, just wait patiently. Little female likes all kinds of wild animals in Phoenix Island the most. Who wouldn't get tired of eating things from the seabed for a few days? He would wait for the little female to come ashore and then secretly sue Long Yue. He could both take revenge and get along with the little female alone. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Thinking of this, Feng Nian felt comfortable. Now, the divine cat tribe has also recovered its former spirit. Their own goddess is alive and well, and they can also ask the divine beast Phoenix to come and report the news. The incident of being abducted not only did not have a bad impact, but greatly improved the prestige of Yun Kai. Good fortune, being blessed by the beast god, and being on good terms with the divine beast, all of which are great things, but now Yun Kai has them all. The beast men of the divine cat tribe are proud of it, and are more confident than usual. The arrival of the phoenix and the awakening of Yinghua have greatly calmed the minds of the other 3 beast men, and they are no longer frightened and anxious. Seeing that the tribe is developing well, Song He's grandfather has completely retired, but he can't sit still, so he agreed to take turns with Su Sanhua to take care of the cubs during the day. Although it was called care, it was not tiring because there were still many high-ranking males guarding the safety of the cubs on weekdays, and many young females came to help spontaneously. Now Song, he was in charge of the affairs of the Divine Cat Tribe, and he worked with Yinghua and Gan Lai to come up with the rules for major matters. Hua Yan sat in. Originally, Hua Yan couldn't come up with any ideas based on her brain, so it didn't matter whether she came or not. But Yinghua said that although Hua Yan was simple by nature, she would gain some knowledge if she listened more. After all, they might not be able to stay together all the time. Even if she didn't make any progress, listening would only benefit her, not harm her. So the matter of Hua Yan's sitting in was settled. That day, Yinghua remembered something and asked, "I sent a message to the 100 Birds tribe before. Have you contacted Julin now?" Song, he shook his head helplessly. Julin is the only Xianpin in the 100 Birds tribe. Although I send the message as soon as possible and ask their fastest bird beasts to find him, but they couldn't even catch up with his shadow. Yinghua was silent for a moment and said, "The Taiga Mountains are too far away from the Wuwang Sea. I'm afraid that Julin will have an accident. That would be bad." Gan Lai advised, "Think of the good side. Maybe Julin has already reached the Wuwang Sea and met Kai Kai." Hua Yan agreed while eating wild fruits. "Yes, yes." The sound of crackling continued to come. The three looked at him together. Hua Yan paused, looked at them blankly, and then said, "This is really delicious. Would you like to try it?" At this time, Julin was really a little miserable. After so many days, he was still trying to fly to the Wuwang Sea. Originally, he should have arrived a few days earlier, but he encountered a lone raptor vulture. Although vultures usually feed on carrion, they will also attack living things. Unfortunately, Julin was targeted by the ferocious vulture because his beast form was too gorgeous and beautiful. This vulture is the best among the high-level raptors of the Earth grade, and its ferocity is astonishing. In comparison, although Julin also possesses the power of the mysterious grade, due to the limitations of his own beast form, his strength is greatly reduced. It is difficult for him to stabilize the situation in front of the high-level raptors of the Earth grade, let alone gain the upper hand. Facing such a strong enemy, Julin had no choice but to choose to retreat temporarily. He hurriedly flew towards a jungle not far away, hoping to use the dense forest to hide his whereabouts. However, this jungle has a complex terrain and dense trees. Julin hid in it, running around like a headless fly. He tried his best and ran all the way. It took him 3 days and 3 nights to successfully get rid of the vulture that was chasing him relentlessly. During these 3 days, Julin went through countless hardships and encountered many dangerous situations. If he was not careful, he might become a meal for the vulture. Julin looked at his scars and messy hair and smiled bitterly. He was probably the only Xianpin who had to flee in the face of the Earthpin. What a shame. Julin's heart was stagnant, but when he thought of the little female of the Divine Cat Tribe, he gritted his teeth and stood up. "I don't believe that the little female will die so easily. I can't be here. I must go to the Wuwang Sea in person to see what's going on." With the crisp sound of birdsong, the ribbon bird flew into the air. Its body was a little unstable. A closer look showed that the originally beautiful tail feathers were now tattered. Julin made a concerted effort and flew straight towards the Wuwang Sea. He will definitely find a living little female. 7 days later, the blue sea appeared in front of the ribbon bird. Julin flapped his wings desperately and flew towards the sea. This is it. Julin flew lower and lower. In his excitement, his eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. Before he fainted, he was thinking, "This is the end. How can I survive if I fall into the Wuwang Sea?" Forget it. Let him go down to accompany the little female. At this time, with a click, a ribbon bird actually fell on the beach on the side. Fenghua widened her eyes. A bird fell from the sky. She ran to the ribbon bird and circled around. Why is it so ugly? It must not taste good. By the way, it would be nice for her to take it home and raise a bird for fun. Fenghua held up the ribbon bird, eyes full of heartache. "What has it been through?" Why are it so injured? It's okay. I have the witch doctor's medicine. Little bird, wake up quickly. You are blessed. At this time, Zhulin fell into a deep coma and vaguely heard a voice calling him, but when he listened carefully, there was nothing. No matter what, just have a good sleep. He was really too tired from flying and traveling for nearly a month without sleep. Zhulin gave up struggling and chose to have a good sleep, but he didn't know that Fenghua had decided to keep him as a pet. Fenghua applied medicine to Zhulin, wiped the dirty feathers, fed some water, and then carefully put the ribbon bird in the wooden cage that her brother had made for her a long time ago. Fenghua looked at Zhulin motionless, holding her cheek, quite worried. Her little bird must insist on surviving. She really wanted to know how it felt to raise a small animal. Fenghua, who was still young, didn't realize that this was not just a little bird, but also a male beast man. She didn't tell anyone and secretly hid the wooden cage. This was her secret. When Zhulin opened his eyes again, he found himself in a small wooden cage. He couldn't figure out the situation now, and his body was still a little weak, so he didn't act rashly at the first time but looked around. As far as he could see, it was obvious that this was a beast cave, but the things used here were more than 10 times better than those in their tribe. Zhulin felt uneasy. Was he rescued? But if he was rescued, why was he trapped in a cage? Just as Zhulin was thinking, brisk footsteps came from the cave entrance. Zhulin looked over and saw a small female with a round face and clear eyes. It was obvious that she was not yet an adult. Fenghua saw that the bird she kept in the cage had woken up, and her eyes lit up. Hey, clown bird, are you awake? Zhulin.
I'm ugly.
No beast has ever said that his beast shape is ugly. But he was very tactful and didn't say anything, wanting to hear if he could get some useful information from the little female's words. You're lucky. The bird's feathers are all torn, but it's still fine after falling down. I must have saved you by feeding you medicine. Feng Mian muttered. Zhulin. Let's say, is there a possibility that it can wake up if you don't save it? Feng Mian tapped the head of the ribbon bird. Clown bird, since I saved your life, you have to be obedient, understand? Although it's a little ugly, but if I take care of it, I should be able to raise it back, right? The ribbon bird's head was poked little by little. Zhulin. But he felt that the little female in front of him had no ill will towards him and was a very simple little female, so he wanted to tell her that he was not an ordinary bird but a bird-beast man. Zhulin opened his mouth, but was horrified to find that he couldn't make any sound. His throat was tight and painful, and he could only make 2 hoarse sounds. Fenghua frowned in disdain. Why does this clown bird cry so badly? Zhulin tried again, but it still didn't work. He looked at the little female in front of him in horror, wanting to cry, but not tears. What kind of medicine did she give him? It's not to save him. It's to kill him. Fenghua looked at the bird that was flapping its wings desperately and jumping up and down, and was puzzled. What's wrong with the clown bird? Why did it suddenly go crazy? Zhulin. He won't be killed by this little female. He stood there listlessly, thinking about how to save himself. God knows, he came to Wuwang Sea and didn't find the little female, but he was locked up first. Fenghua saw that the little bird finally calmed down and smiled. Just accept your fate. You can't get out. I'm going to find you something to eat now. Just wait for me to come back. After that, Fenghua ran away. Zhulin, who had no desire to live, suddenly thought of this. Yes, he could change into a human form and break the wooden cage. In this way, wouldn't he be able to escape easily? Zhulin thought to himself and then took action. As soon as he thought about it, his body quickly changed its form like a phantom.
Swish.
However, just as his body was about to touch the wooden cage, an indescribable feeling of heat swept over like a tide, making Zhulin caught off guard and immediately turned back to animal form. With a shrill and extremely miserable howl, Zhulin felt unbearable pain all over his body, as if he was about to be burned to ashes. At the moment of contact with the wooden cage, Zhulin felt as if he was in an endless sea of fire. The temperature around him was so high that it seemed to devour everything. What secrets did this mysterious wooden cage hide? Why couldn't he escape, let alone destroy it? Zhu Lin recovered, looked down at his black feathers, and smiled bitterly. Now he really became a clown bird. Feng Hua, who had returned, was stunned when she saw the bird change so much. What did you do? Why is it so black? It's even uglier now, okay? Feng Hua looked around, wrinkled her nose, and sniffed. Why is there a burnt smell? Zhu Lin. This is all thanks to you. Forget it. Eat something first. Otherwise, you will faint from hunger. Feng Hua, who was careless, secretly took the fragrant and greasy barbecue that her brother had roasted, and then gently tore it into small pieces of minced meat, carefully held it in her palm, and wanted to feed it to Zhu Lin. But Zhu Lin closed his mouth tightly and refused to eat. He was given some medicine when he was unconscious, so he couldn't speak. If he ate the meat in the little female's hand now, he would be half dead, if he didn't die.
凤华无知无觉，他把手伸过来，小丑鸟，张嘴，这肉很好吃的，快点张嘴吃掉。嘿，是不是要挨揍？不管凤华怎么说，祝林依旧把嘴巴闭得紧紧的，还把头转到了一边。这鸟怎么这么犟？凤华很是无奈，第一次养鸟的她确实没什么经验啊。不吃就是不饿，你不吃我吃。凤华呀，呜一口把肉全吃掉了，还舔了舔手指，一脸满足道：“呜呜呜，阿兄真的长进了，做的烤肉真好吃，我还要吃。”被美食勾搭上头的凤华一溜烟就跑了。现在去，还有的吃。有了好吃的，凤华立刻就把这只小丑鸟抛在脑后了。祝林松了一口气，饿晕什么的，好过被毒死。不过，刚刚那肉确实闻起来挺香的。
Gurgle Zhu Lin's stomach growled with hunger. It doesn't matter if he goes hungry for a few meals. After all, he is an orc, and it is not so easy to starve to death even if he goes hungry for a few days. Zhu Lin closed his eyes and began to think. Now, he couldn't get out of the cage. He could only wait until his throat got better, and then tell this little female that he was a bird orc looking for someone. By then, there might be a chance that this willful little female would let him go. Undersea Dragon Palace. Long Yue suddenly remembered something very, very important. That is, his little female hasn't carved her shape with him yet. These days, he has been busy with crosses and circles and has forgotten the business. He doesn't have a status yet. We must carve the shape as soon as possible. Otherwise, what if the little female who is eaten and wiped clean refuses to admit it after a long time? So Long Yue climbed onto the bed of Yun Kai and naturally mentioned this matter. Yun Kai slapped her forehead. Hey, I forgot too. Her beast husbands before were all eager to carve the shape, but when they came to Long Yue, the two of them were greasy all day long and forgot about it. Seeing that the little female was not opposed, Long Yue was completely relieved. Then let's go to the witch doctor to carve the shape now, okay? Yun Kai smiled. No need to find a witch doctor, I'll do it. Long Yue suddenly doubted Long Sheng. I don't seem to understand a little bit. Kai, do you mean you come to carve the shape for the two of us? Yes, Long Yue is really smart. Long Yue, who was praised, felt a little entangled. He had never heard that the little female could carve the shape. Did she want to try it herself today on a whim? Will it be broken? Forget it. Since the little female is willing, let's try it. If the carving is not good, then let the witch doctor burn it off, and then carve it again. So he has to carve first, and can't let the little female suffer twice. Long Yue, who has prepared himself mentally, said, Then I will go to the witch doctor to get the carving tools now. Yun Kai hurriedly pulled him. Long Yue, no need. Long Yue, who was confused, was ready to obey the instructions of his little female. Anyway, he was thick-skinned and let her do whatever she wanted. Yun Kai lifted the robe of her left hand. It doesn't hurt at all when I carve. I'll carve first and you watch. Long Yue shouted, No. Yun Kai paused and soon understood his thoughts. He was worried about her. At this time, Long Yue had already squatted down and said, Engrave for me first. I'm ready. Yun Kai smiled lightly, without saying anything else, and directly covered Long Yue's forehead with her hand, silently chanting in her heart, "Little pomegranate, painless engraving." Long Yu closed his eyes and prepared to endure the pain. Although the witch doctor's engraving was a bit painful, he had witchcraft power, so not only would there be no bleeding, but there would be no sequelae. But he had seen a witch who practiced with the witch doctor before and felt that he was good enough, so he decided to engrave her new beast husband. As a result, because she was not skilled enough and her witchcraft power was not enough, the male's forehead was bleeding when engraving, and he couldn't open his eyes. After the engraving was completed, the mark on his head took 7 or 8 days to heal, and, to be honest, it was engraved very ugly. But the beast husband also got a blessing in disguise, because the witch felt guilty and distressed when she saw it, and the male became the most favored beast husband. Long Yu thought, if I make a mistake, will the little female also favor him? However, if so much blood bleeds later, will it scare the little female? Just when Long Yu was thinking wildly, worried and nervous, he suddenly felt a cool feeling on his forehead. After a careful feeling, it seemed as if something furry was carving something on his forehead. After just a few breaths, he heard the little female's satisfied voice. "Okay, Long Yu. Open your eyes and take a look." Long Yu opened his eyes and was still a little confused. "Ah, so fast?" Yun Kaikai took him to the water mirror and said with a smile, "Take a look." Long Yu looked up and saw a lifelike little cat on his forehead. He was so surprised that he couldn't help but touch it. "Kai Kai, it's exactly the same as your beast form. It's so cute." Kai Kai also raised her left arm to show him, "My little golden dragon is just as cute." Long Yu smiled foolishly, then asked embarrassedly, "It doesn't hurt at all. Kai Kai, you are really amazing, but does this mark really work?" Because witch doctors have witchcraft power, they can communicate with heaven and earth. All partners who have been carved by witch doctors have registered with the beast god. The carving has a restraining effect on both males and females. If the male dares to be unfaithful to the female or hurt the female after the carving, he will be severely punished by the beast god. And the female cannot abandon the male partner at will, otherwise she will be punished. Although Long Yu is very confident in himself and the little female, who doesn't want to register with the beast god, I always feel that with the recognition of the beast god, it is a real partner. Kai Kai blinked, then turned her tender hand, and a pile of things appeared on the ground. Long Yu was shocked when he saw the things that appeared out of thin air. What is this?"
"No."
"Kai Kai, is this your special talent?" Long Yu looked at Yun Kai Kai with burning eyes. Yun Kai Kai smiled. "It seems to be right to say that. Is this considered a spatial talent? In fact, after I give birth, the beast god will give me a corresponding reward." After this period of time, Xiao Jinlong has been seen through by her, and Long Bao Hailon has also been won over by her. First, they are both trustworthy good beast men, and second, her rank is getting higher and higher. There are some things that don't need to be so taboo in front of her recognized family. Of course, she has other considerations. Therefore, Yun Kai Kai told Long Yu what she said to the previous beast husbands. After hearing this, Long Yu was full of surprise, and he couldn't help hugging Yun Kai Kai. How could the little female who is deeply loved by the beast god not work? It will only work better than other beasts. How lucky he, Long Yu, actually found the most unique little female in this beast world as a partner. But at the same time, a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. The little female is so powerful that she will be coveted by more and more powerful males. By then, if those old monsters hiding in the dark and with good strength find out, the consequences are simply unimaginable. At this moment, Long Yu only hates that he is still not strong enough. Yun Kai Kai felt that the arms around her waist were getting tighter and tighter, so she reached out and gently stroked Long Yu's broad back. "It's okay, I'm always here." Long Yu rubbed the little female's neck with emotion. The little female was so powerful, he had to practice his new talent well. Seeing that Long Yu seemed to be immersed in an inexplicable emotion, Yun Kai Kai thought of a sentence. "When you are in a bad mood, go eat something delicious and change the environment. It will be much better." So she said, Long Yue, I want to eat pheasants and rabbits. Why don't we go to Phoenix Island now? Hearing this, Long Yue's back tightened and all the depression and sadness disappeared. No, no. Feng Nian is eyeing Phoenix Island. He still has to fight for favor at this stage. So Long Yue said very considerately, Sister, it's time to feed the cubs now. After feeding, you should have a good rest. When you open your eyes, you can eat what you want, okay? Yun Kai thought so too. Seeing that he was energetic again, she ignored his little thoughts and agreed.
Hey,
Who asked her to pet the beast like this? Seeing Yun Kai agreed, Long Yue was very happy, which meant that he could stay alone with the little female for a few more days. So he happily swam to Phoenix Island by himself. When he reached the sea, he carefully showed his head and observed quietly. After confirming that there was no trace of Feng Nian near the beach, he turned into a human form and quickly went deep into the dense forest of Phoenix Island. This time, a quick battle must be decided. But as soon as he entered the dense forest, he was stared at. Feng Nian sneered. The useless stinky dragon didn't even dare to bring the little female up. But it's okay, there's no rush in these 2 days. Feng Nian was leisurely on the tree, watching Long Yue from a distance hurriedly catching pheasants and rabbits, and laughed even more happily. Hey, this silly dragon. Long Yue caught the rabbits and chickens, tied them up and immediately ran back to the sea, and his heart was finally at ease. Fortunately, Feng Nian didn't come out. Feng Nian laughed. Silly dragon, let you be proud for 2 days. Here. Long Yue had just left, and Xuanwu seemed to know it, and came to Yun Sai's beast cave skillfully. Long Yue is not here? Xuanwu looked around. Yun Kai smiled helplessly, just went out. If Long Yue knew that Xuanwu sneaked in at this time, I don't know how he would react. He would definitely go at another time. Xuanwu smiled slightly. It seems that I am very lucky. Yun Kai said mercilessly. No, I have to go to feed the cub now. Xuanwu was silent for a moment. I will go with you. Don't worry, I will be outside, and will not go in. Usually Long Yue is watching closely, so I dare not come. Today I finally came here, and I don't want to go back so soon. Little female, I just want to see more of you. Don't you want to give me this opportunity? Yun Kai clapped her hands. What a green tea smell. I didn't expect Xuanwu to have the potential to be a green tea. Green tea. What is green tea? Xuanwu looked bewildered. Yun Kai, well, I was just praising you. Xuanwu's eyes lit up. Since the little female likes it, then I'm willing to be a green tea. Yun Kai. Okay, we are all a group of motivated animals. Looking at Xuanwu's expectant eyes, Yun Kai asked again. Do you really want to go with me? Xuanwu said firmly. Yes, I want to see the cubs. Yun Kai smiled meaningfully. Okay, then you come with me. Xuanwu caught this unusual smile, but it was too rare to be with a little female, so no matter what, he followed Yun Kai. When he and the little female came to an animal cave, Xuanwu's steps suddenly became a little stiff. He seemed to know why the little female smiled like that. Hailon heard the movement, looked up and saw that it was his own little female, with a smile on her face. Kai, you are here. The cubs have just woken up. You really know what to do. But in the next second, Hailon was vigilant and said with a serious look, Xuanwu, why did you come? Before she forgot, Long Yue told that. This basalt was to steal the house while Long Yue was not about to steal? Long Bao, hurry out to talk to the basalt. The little female is going to feed. It is not convenient for you to be present. It's a good meal.
Hatchway.
Hurry away. Do and let her see it. Hurry up, let us go outside. Xuanwu, who was being pulled farther and farther away. One day, he will stand beside the little female openly. Today is exactly the 9th day since Sun Kai and Long Yue became a couple. Because they took the fertility pill on the 2nd day of their marriage, it will take until the 9th day to test whether she is pregnant. Sun Kai pulled Long Yue to the witch doctor's cave, and Long Yue asked in confusion, Kai, why are you here to see the witch doctor? You wait aside first. Yun Kai kept it a secret. She was full of evil taste and wanted to see Long Yu's shocked expression after hearing the news. Long Yue stood aside, not knowing why. He thought to himself, the engraving mark has been completed, and there is nothing that needs a witch doctor. Could it be that the little female is not feeling well? Or has he been too much recently and hurt the little female? Long Yue frowned. He didn't think about pregnancy at all. After all, the little female in his eyes had just given birth to a cub not long ago. How could it be so soon? Yun Kaikai asked the witch doctor for nightgrass. The witch doctor shook his head and handed it to her with some amusement. This little female was simply daydreaming. How could she get pregnant so quickly? She was simply crazy about having a cub. Witch doctor, please come here. The witch doctor walked into the compartment cave. She wanted to give her a lecture and told her not to be anxious, but when she looked down and saw the discolored nightgrass, she screamed. Ah! My God! Is this true? The witch doctor's exclamations made Long Yu's heart rise suddenly. He was afraid that something might happen to the little female, so he rushed in anxiously. What's wrong? Kaikai, are you okay? Long Yue walked to Yun Kaikai in one step and checked her up and down. Look there. Yun Kaikai gestured. Long Yue looked over. A red grass? It's quite beautiful. At this time, Long Yue watched the witch doctor kneel down in front of the red grass, and she kept muttering with tears in her eyes. That's great. That's great. Beast God bless you. Beast God bless you. Then it seemed like a lot of mumbling spells. Long Yue wondered. What happened? Why is the witch doctor so excited? Yun Kaikai. It was a mistake. Long Yue didn't know Yi Chao. The witch doctor raised his head slightly, an ecstatic expression on his face. He stared at Yun Kaikai with burning eyes and said, Little female, this is really a great joy. You are pregnant. When Long Yue heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue hitting his head, and the whole person was stunned for a moment. He widened his eyes, looked at Yun Kaikai in disbelief, opened his mouth wide, and stammered to repeat. Pregnant. Pregnant. The voice was full of shock and confusion. Yun Kaikai nodded gently, with a gentle light flashing in her eyes, and winked at Long Yue playfully to show her affirmation. Long Yue was dizzy by the sudden news, and felt that the whole world was spinning. His throat rolled up and down, wanting to say something, but found that his throat seemed to be blocked by something, and he couldn't make a sound. At this moment, his heart was surging with complex emotions. There was gratitude to Yun Kaikai, and there was also excitement and joy of becoming a father, accompanied by concerns about the little female's body. Yun Kaikai seemed to have sensed the turmoil in Long Yu's heart. She reached out and held his hand tightly. The warm touch seemed to convey a silent comfort. There was a tacit understanding in her eyes, as if telling Long Yue that she already understood all his feelings without words. Long Yue also held the warm and tender hands. At this moment, the witch doctor's face revealed an envious expression. Her eyes fell on Long Yue, and she murmured to herself, Long Yue, you are so lucky. She couldn't help but let out such a sigh. At this moment, the witch doctor was thinking secretly in her heart, if the male orcs in their black turtle tribe could also be lucky enough to meet such a powerful little female like Long Yue, how great it would be. Why worry about the prosperity of the tribe? By the way, I wonder if their tribe leader can catch the eye of this little female? In this brief moment, countless thoughts flashed through the witch doctor's mind, but her mood slowly calmed down. She took a deep breath and then solemnly instructed, Long Yue, next I will tell you in detail about the things that females need to pay special attention to during pregnancy. You must keep them in mind. When Long Yue heard the topic related to the little female, he seemed to be hit by a powerful force and immediately woke up from his trance. He listened attentively to every word of the witch doctor and even pricked up his ears unconsciously for fear of missing any details. Long Yue secretly made up his mind to remember these precautions, because only in this way could he take better care of the little female and ensure that she and the cub in her belly were safe and healthy. After the witch doctor finished speaking, Long Yue carefully helped Yun Kaikai out of the beast cave. Yun Kaikai looked at Long Yue's nervous look and said, There is no need to be so nervous. Be careful, Kaikai. let's go back to the beast cave and have a good rest. You should lie down more in the future. We are not going anywhere, just tell me what you want to eat or use. Yun Kaikai didn't want to be watched like this. She was a little upset and pulled out her arm and said seriously, I have given birth to several cubs, and I know it in my heart. Being so cautious is not conducive to childbirth. About the cubs, just listen to me. Long Yue looked at the little female with frowned brows and said distressfully, Okay, I'll listen to you. Don't be angry. Seeing Long Yue admitting his mistake immediately, Yun Saicai's anger disappeared by half. Her expression eased a little, and she heard Long Yue continue to say in her ear, Sister, I was wrong, please don't be angry with me. Okay? From now on, I will listen to my sister. When she heard the word sister, all her anger disappeared. She pinched the little golden dragon as dragon horn hard, and didn't let go until his eyes were hazy and he rubbed against her uncomfortably. Don't do it again. Yeah. Long Yue remembered this lesson deeply. When Hai Lan and Long Bao learned that Yun Kaikai was pregnant, they were even more excited. The sentimental Hai Lan burst into tears again, and Long Bao wished that time would pass faster and faster, as he couldn't wait to see the golden dragon cubs. At this time, Yun Kaikai looked at the little tigers and foxes that were gradually growing up, and she missed the beast husbands at home more and more. Now that she has successfully conceived a golden dragon cub, it means that she is most likely the one who lifts the Mosasaur curse. Next, she wants to go back to the tribe to see her cubs, and also to see if her 4 beast husbands are obedient. To go back to the tribe, she has to find Feng Nian. Yun Kaikai, who had made up her mind, came back to her senses and said directly, Long Yue, I want to go back to the Shinmao tribe. Long Yue, who was still in a state of surprise, was stunned by this sentence. Go back to the tribe? Kai, is there something I did wrong? Long Yue carefully looked at the little female's face. No, you did very well. I just missed the cubs and my family. Long Yue breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he didn't annoy the little female. It was another day of fear of falling out of favor. Little female, are you going back to the Shinmao tribe? A familiar voice came. It was Xuanwu. Isn't Wuwang Hai better? Xuanwu heard the sentence when he just arrived, and couldn't help asking. He was a little anxious in his heart because he was still under investigation and there was no sign of being promoted. If the little female left, who knew when she would come back, and he was the oldest one? What if the little female changed her mind by then? What would he do? Besides, the journey is long and you're pregnant with a cub. It's not too late to go back after the cub is born safely. Long Yue, who had already been brainwashed by Yun Kaikai, absolutely believed in Yun Saicai's special physique, so he said, Uncle Xuanwu, Kaikai misses home, and it won't be a problem to go back with Fengnian. Xuanwu glanced at him secretly, thinking he was really disappointing. Shouldn't they unite to keep the little female at this time? I'm just worried about the little female, Xuanwu said with a sigh. Long Yue choked. What do you mean, do I care? Xuanwu said meaningfully. You think too much, I don't mean that. Well, you can't go anyway, just stay with me at the bottom of the sea. Long Yue gritted his teeth. He forgot about this. He can't fly, and his beast is too big. Feng Nian will never be able to carry him, and then he can only stay alone at the bottom of the sea. Yun Kaikai looked at Long Yue, who seemed to be struck by lightning, and couldn't help laughing. I'll be back after a while. There is really no need to make it so miserable. Long Yue nodded obediently, then suddenly thought of something and said, Sister must come back soon, at the latest before giving birth, because dragon eggs must be laid on the bottom of the sea. Yun Kaikai wrote it down, no problem, don't worry. Then he leaned close to Long Yue's ear and said, Little golden dragon, I will miss you every day. Long Yue's ears turned slightly red. I will miss my sister every day, too. Xuanwu's eyes turned red. When can he have this treatment? No matter what, before the little female goes back, he will appear in front of her every day to win her favor. Try to become her new beast husband as soon as possible. Xuanwu clenched his hands and lowered his eyes slightly. No one could see what he was thinking. Long Yue, let's go find Feng Nian now. When she thought about going back to the tribe, Yun Kaikai immediately became impatient.
Okay.
Long Yue answered with a guilty conscience. There was no way. He had to face the person responsible for the bad things he had done in the past. He hoped that Feng Nian had forgotten that he didn't pick him up. The vengeful Feng Nian not only didn't forget, but also counted the days on his fingers. He had been waiting for this day. So when he saw the golden dragon in the sea pop up with a little female sitting on it, Feng Nian's smile became sincere. When he saw a black turtle following behind, he couldn't help but sneered. Okay, they're all here. Feng Nian jumped down from the tree and reached the coast as quickly as possible. Long Yue, who had just come ashore, looked a little guilty, while Xuanwu had a calm face. When he saw Feng Nian, he looked at him apologetically, as if he had some difficulties. Feng Nian ignored the two of them. At this moment, his heart and eyes were full of his little female. How come his little female is getting more and more beautiful? Little female, I haven't seen you for 10 days. I miss you so much. Feng Nian expressed his thoughts frankly and hugged Yun Kaikai tightly. Yun Kaikai smiled and hugged back. I miss you too. After this hug, the old driver Yun Kaikai immediately knew that Feng Nian's figure was also top-notch. Feng Nian took a deep breath of the scent of the little female, a light milky scent. How could it smell so good? Feng Nian ended the hug reluctantly, and then chose to get close to the little female's face and start. Long Yue, didn't you agree to pick me up on the day of my coming-of-age ceremony? Why didn't you come? And Uncle Xuanwu, didn't you promise me to? I trusted you so much. How could you team up to deceive me? Yun Kaikai, this sure a field. Then Feng Nian, who didn't let the two beasts speak at all, said pitifully to the little female, I waited for them for 3 days. Look, little female, my face is dark and my arms are sunburned. Will you dislike it? Don't worry, little female, I will take good care of her. Yun Kaikai took a closer look, and sure enough, Feng Nian's body was exactly the same as he said. While touching it, she asked with some heartache, Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Don't worry, little female. I don't think Long Yue and the others did it on purpose. Long Yue. Xuanwu. Seeing Yun Kaikai frowning, Long Yue, who noticed that the little female was a little unhappy, immediately bowed his head and admitted his mistake. He apologized in a good manner. Feng Nian, I'm sorry. I admit that I wanted to stay alone with the little female for a few more days. I was wrong this time, and I won't do this again in the future. Xuanwu lowered his eyes and thought for a while, but did not give Long Yue away. He said apologetically, I'm busy with things in my tribe.
I'm sorry.
I should have sent orcs to tell you. Long Yue glanced at Xuanwu gratefully. At the critical moment, it still has to be his uncle. If she knew that he was going to instigate and stop Xuanwu again, the little female might really be angry and punish him, right? Xuanwu gave him a reassuring look and continued. However, it is also because Feng Nian, you have never been a rigid person. After all, there is still a long distance between the seabed and Phoenix Island. When you were delayed because of something before, I didn't see you waiting stupidly at the beach for so long. Didn't we go to the beast cave to find you again? So this time I subconsciously did it the same way as before. I believe Long Yue didn't expect you to wait at the beach for so long. Otherwise, with his temper, he would definitely come to pick you up as soon as possible. Long Yue's eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. Yes, Xuanwu is right. That's what I thought. Feng Nian gritted his teeth.
How could he quibble about this?
He was about to say something, but then he remembered what his mother taught him before she left. So he held the little female's hand a little tighter and said in a gentle voice, It's because I miss the little female too much and wanted to see her as soon as possible, but I didn't expect you. Oh, let's not talk about it.
I believe you didn't mean it this time.
However, little female, you have been alone with Long Yue for 10 days. You have to love me more in the future. I also want to spend more time with you alone. Yun Kaikai looked at the 3 people who were performing a palace fight. No, a beast fight in front of her and smiled helplessly in her heart, but she chose to stand firmly on Feng Nian's side. Okay, Feng Nian, I will allow you to be alone with me for a month, okay? Feng Nian's eyes lit up. A month? Long Yue 10 days, but he got 1 month. He is too happy. With this comparison, He doesn't mind suffering a little more grievances. Okay, little female. You are so nice, not partial at all. Feng Nian was so happy that he couldn't help but praise him. Yun Kaikai smiled slightly, hiding her achievements and fame. Next, she would ask Feng Nian to take her back to the tribe. Now she didn't give the beast some benefits, and still wanted the beast to work more? She was not such a black-hearted little female. Seeing Feng Nian's happy look, Yun Kaikai swallowed back the words she was going to say. She decided to accompany Feng Nian more today and talk to him about returning to the tribe in the evening. This time, Long Yue was severely defeated by Feng Nian. He walked behind dejectedly, thinking to himself, it would be better to beat him up a few times. Even if the little female punished him to stay at the beach for 3 days, it would be 100 times better than promising Feng Nian a month. Alas, what a mistake. Soon, a group of beasts arrived at Feng Nian's spacious cave. Where's Feng Hua? Yun Kaikai had a good impression of the cute little female. Every time she came, Feng Hua would chatter around her. Why wasn't she here this time? Feng Nian smiled and said, she has been acting strangely these past few days. She always goes out to play. Don't bother her. Feng Hua has a keen nose, and she will come when it's time to eat. Sure enough, just as Feng Nian said, Feng Hua came back when the food cooked by Long Yue and the others was just right. It smells so good. Brother, what good things did you make this time? Hey, that's great. Annie Kaikai, you're here too. The moment she saw Yun Kaikai, Feng Hua rushed over like a gust of wind. She hugged Yun Saicai's arm with a happy face. Annie Kaikai, can shrimps and be eaten like this? I've never eaten them before. Today I can finally enjoy a feast. Yun Kaikai smiled and touched Feng Hua's head, saying, this time it was made by Long Yue and your brother. I just thought you might like it, so I asked them to make more. Come sit down and have a taste. Feng Hua felt warm at heart after hearing this. Her favorite little female, besides her mother, was Yun Kaikai, so she obediently said and then sat down nicely. When Feng Nian heard Feng Hua's address, his lips curled up slightly. Okay, my little sister's meals these days were not in vain. After the group had eaten their fill, they began to chat. At this time, Feng Hua quietly hid a few shrimps when no one was paying attention. She thought this action was perfect, but in fact, Yun Kaikai on the side had already seen it clearly. Seeing this scene, Yun Kaikai couldn't help but wonder in her heart, is Feng Hua not full? But even if she was not full, she wouldn't take it so secretly, right? Yun Kaikai asked softly with doubts, Feng Hua, do you still want to eat shrimps? Don't worry, there are plenty of shrimps here. If you like to eat them, I can ask Long Yue to catch some more. We will continue to eat them in the evening. However, facing the question of Yun Kaikai, Feng Hua hesitated for a moment, then put her cherry lips close to Yun Saicai's ear and answered in a slight whisper, this shrimp is not for me to eat. Then what is it? Yun Kaikai raised her eyebrows slightly. Auntie Kaikai, come with me later. I have a secret to share with you. Yun Kaikai laughed. Okay. Then she said casually, Long Yue, Feng Nian, you guys clean up after eating. Feng Hua and I are going to walk in the woods. You don't have to follow us. She was really curious. What secrets could the underage Feng Hua have? After that, the two little females ruthlessly left the beasts behind and then walked hand in hand into the dense forest. After walking for a long time, Feng Hua suddenly grabbed Yun Saicai's hand and whispered to her, Annie Kaikai, actually I secretly raised a bird, and these shrimps are for it to eat. Yun Kaikai looked at her in surprise after hearing this, then said with a smile, so that's the case, let's go. Yeah, Feng Hua said as they walked. My brother and the others don't know, this is our little secret. Yun Kaikai tilted her head to look at Feng Hua, nodded with a smile, and said gently, okay, let's keep it a secret together. Then, Yun Kaikai asked curiously, but what kind of bird is this you raised? Feng Hua shook her head and replied, well, I don't know either, we're just about to get there. Auntie, come and take a look, help me identify it. Feng Hua led Yun Kaikai around and around, and a hidden and narrow animal cave was right in front of them. We're here. This is it. Feng Hua's eyes curved, but the next second she seemed to think of something, her mouth pouted, and her mood was visibly depressed. What's wrong with our Fenghua? Yun Kaikai noticed that something was wrong with Fenghua at the first time and simply asked, Auntie Kaikai, you don't know. It's been several days. The clown bird was injured, and now it only drinks a little water every day and doesn't eat anything I give it. I'm really afraid it won't survive today. Yun Kaikai thought to herself, since Fenghua likes it so much, why not give it some water made from the bodybuilding pill later, so that the bird can slowly get better? So she rubbed Fenghua's head. I'm here, sister-in-law will help you. Yes. Thank you, sister-in-law. Fenghua stared with round eyes and smiled dimples. Pushing aside the grass that was as high as a person, the two little females entered the beast cave one after another. When she saw the bird in the cage, Yun Kaikai couldn't help but be startled. Is this a crow? But crows are bigger, could this be a baby crow? Looking at the dark and listless clown bird, Yun Kaikai worried about Fenghua's aesthetic taste for the first time. When she was little, she liked black and ugly birds, but she wouldn't like such males when she grows up. Fenghua had already squatted down and handed the shrimp to the clown bird's mouth, only to see that the dying clown bird still stubbornly moved its sharp beak. Fenghua retracted her hand and sighed. Alas, I'm still not interested. This clown bird, why are you so stubborn? It's almost dying and you still don't eat a bite. Yun Kaikai stepped forward and squatted, took the shrimp from Fenghua's hand, peeled off the shell, and pressed it with her fingertips. The shrimp meat turned into shrimp paste and finally rolled it into a shrimp paste ball the size of a rice grain. This way it's easier for the bird to swallow, let me try. A pleasant and melodious voice slowly came into Zhu Lin's ears. Zhu Lin, who was originally confused and dizzy due to injury and hunger, seemed to have a thunder in his mind after hearing the familiar voice, and the whole person suddenly became very clear. His body shook violently, and he couldn't believe his ears. Could it be that he was too weak and missed the little female too much, causing him to have hallucinations? Could it be her? Zhu Lin thought in his heart, while opening his eyes with difficulty, trying to see who was coming. Could it really be the little female he missed day and night? Zhu Lin's heart was full of expectations, but his body was so weak that he couldn't move at all. Even so, he still used all his strength to try to raise his head. When Zhu Lin finally saw the face of the person in front of him clearly, his heart beat violently. Shocked, excited, happy. It's her. It's really her. Great, great. He said that the little female would be fine. Little bird, have a bite, fill your stomach, and get better quickly. The pleasant voice came again. Zhu Lin opened his sharp beak obediently, and a small shrimp paste ball entered his mouth, which was extremely delicious. Mouth after mouthful, Zhu Lin looked straight at Yun Kaikai, with a tear falling from the corner of his eye. This was not a dream, but reality. The little female was not only alive and well, but also found him and was feeding him with her own hands. At this moment, Zhu Lin felt that he was extremely happy. He even thought that if the person who raised him was Yun Kaikai, he would not be willing to transform into a human form and would rather be a little bird in a cage for the rest of his life. Sister-in-law, the clown bird is really eating. You are so amazing. Sure enough, even birds like better-looking beasts. This ungrateful clown bird, Fenghua said with a puffy face, but her eyes were full of happiness. That's great. The clown bird will finally not be killed by her. Yun Kaikai just thought it was because Fenghua gave the bird shrimps with shells. After all, it was really hard for the bird to eat a whole prawn with shell. Soon, the shrimps in her hand were all fed. Fenghua said excitedly, "Let me try." Okay. She peeled the shrimps, and Yun Kaikai kneaded them into shrimp paste and handed them to her. Fenghua then began to feed the clown bird like Yun Kaikai. But when she reached out her hand, the bird in the cage moved away again, and its sharp beak closed tightly, refusing to open. Fenghua. This clown bird is too much of a bully to humans and animals. Fenghua was really angry this time. Yun Kaikai handed over the shrimp paste ball in her hand, and the bird started to eat it obediently again. Fenghua. I'm so angry. After all, she is a little phoenix that everyone loves. Why is she so unpopular with the clown bird? Yun Kai was surprised. How come the little crow is so smart now? Will it choose to feed people by itself? But it shouldn't choose her. Yinghua is a phoenix, and it is born to suppress birds. If this bird is smart, it will only choose the phoenix, the king of birds, instead of its natural enemy, the cat, right? No matter how you think about it, it doesn't seem right. Does she have any talent for animal affinity? Unless Yun Kai thought of a possibility that is, the little crow knows her. She remembered that the 100 Birds tribe lived next to her tribe, and the 100 Birds tribe gathered all kinds of small birds. Yun Kai frowned. Could it be that was it because the information sent back at the beginning was wrong? Did Zhu, the chief of the 100 Birds tribe, think that she had an accident, and then sent the bird beast man out to look for her? Yun Kai stared at the bird in the cage and wondered if this little crow could be a beast man from the 100 Birds tribe. Zhu thought that Yun Kai recognized him, and his eyes were full of excitement. Yun Kai was now more certain that this little crow should not be an ordinary bird, but a bird beast man who was locked up by Yinghua by mistake. Yinghua, please open the cage, Yun Kai said. Yinghua saw that the smile on Yun Sai's face disappeared, and then she realized it belatedly and said, "Auntie, what's wrong?" Yun Kai sighed. "I'm afraid that the little bird you raised is not an ordinary bird, but a bird beast man."
Ah?
Yinghua crashed on the spot.
Bird beast man?
No way. Yun Kai stopped explaining and just said, "Yinghua, open the cage. No matter whether it is a bird, an animal, or a human, it needs to be treated with medicine." "Yes, fortunately my sister-in-law is here." Yinghua nodded repeatedly and went forward obediently to fiddle with the birdcage for a while before opening it. Seeing the birdcage opened, Zhu was delighted. A light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately struggled to climb out of the cage. He used all his strength and was trying to climb out. At this moment, a slender and warm hand reached out and carefully took him out of the birdcage. Zhu suddenly felt a sense of relief and liberation in his heart, as if he was reborn. He finally escaped from this strange birdcage. There was a faint fragrance in the palm of Yun Sai's hand, and he was lying in the hands of the little female. This realization made Zhu feel extremely relieved and happy. However, due to the previous injury as well as so many days of hunger, tension, and fatigue, its body could no longer bear it. Under such emotional excitement, Zhu suddenly lost consciousness and fainted directly in Yun Sai's hands.
Ah!
"The clown bird won't die," Yinghua exclaimed as she looked at the bird that suddenly became motionless. "Don't worry, it's not dead." The bird lay in the palm of Yun Sai's hand, so she could feel its faint heartbeat. "Yinghua, bring the water here, I'll feed the bird." "Okay." Yinghua turned around and reached for the wooden bowl that was half filled with water. "This is the water I just filled for it today." "Put it down, I also need a very thin branch that can fit into the bird's mouth." "I'll go find it right away." Yinghua ran out in a hurry. Seeing Yinghua disappear, Yun Kai took out a fitness pill and dissolved it in water, then gently opened the bird's beak, dipped her fingers in the bowl of water, and dripped it into its mouth drop by drop. Before Zhu fainted, he knew that he was lying in Yun Sai's palm, so he felt very relieved. He relaxed his tightly closed beak and let Yun Kai play with him. When the water slid into his throat, Zhu began to swallow unconsciously. 1 drop, 2 drops. Soon, half of the water had entered Zhu's stomach. Zhu suddenly felt warm all over, and the injured part didn't hurt so much. Feeling that the bird trembled slightly, and Yun Kai paused with her right hand. She looked over with cold eyes. If the bird drank all the water, it would be alive and kicking immediately, but she would not give it. Although the bird might come to find her, it was enough for it to drink this. This would ensure that it would not die, and the injuries in its body would slowly recover, and it would not be so noticeable. Before knowing the identity of the bird, and before confirming whether it was trustworthy, Yun Kai could not completely consider the bird. At present, what she did was enough. At this time, Yinghua, who had found a suitable twig, ran back. "Auntie, I found it. It's also cleaned, take a look." "This one is just right, Yinghua, you take a rest first." Yun Kaikai took the branch and began to symbolically dip it into the bird's mouth, originally to get her out of the way. Andy, I'm not tired, but is the clown bird really a male beast man? Feng Hua asked worriedly. Yun Kaikai stopped what she was doing, smiled at her soothingly, and said, "Let's do this for now. We will go back to the beast cave and let your brother and the others sense it, and we will be sure." Feng Hua was a little embarrassed. But my brother and the others don't know. Why, are you afraid that they will know? Yun Kaikai asked with a smile, while gently stroking the little crow in her hand. Feng Hua took a deep breath and said loudly, "I'm not afraid. Sister-in-law, let's go." Feng Hua, who mustered up the courage, led the way, and Yun Kaikai raised her eyebrows and followed behind her. Soon, they arrived at the beast cave. Feng Hua's pace suddenly slowed down, and then she turned back and said tangledly, "Sister-in-law, why don't we not say that it was a bird I raised secretly? Just say we just picked it up, okay?" There was a hint of pleading in Feng Hua's eyes. Yun Kaikai looked at Feng Hua, then glanced past her and smiled helplessly. It seems too late to say it now. As soon as the voice fell, Feng Hua heard a familiar voice in her ear. "Feng Hua, what did you raise this time?" Feng Hua felt a chill on her back and turned around. It was her brother.
E.
"I didn't raise it to death." After saying that, Feng Hua covered her mouth, and her eyes rolled around. Feng Hua, seeing her brother with a black face, Feng Hua hurriedly ran to the jungle. In an instant, several colorful pheasants were startled in the forest.
"'Tis Feng Hua."
She raised fish before, but the fish died in a few days. She said that fish were not easy to raise, so she wanted to raise birds, chickens, and rabbits. As a result, all the lively animals were half dead in her hands. Then what? Yun Kaikai was a little surprised that Feng Hua couldn't keep anything alive. "And then they all died, so we couldn't waste them, so we prepared to eat them. But I don't know what she fed them. They were all very unpalatable, and we forced ourselves to eat a few bites, and all the animals got stomach upset." Feng Nian was angry and amused when recalling the past. "After that time, I made an agreement with her that she was not allowed to keep anything in the future. If you raise them, they will die, and if they die, you can't eat them. Isn't this a pure waste of food?" Yun Kaikai suddenly realized. No wonder Feng Hua hid the food secretly at the beginning and put the bird in such a hidden beast cave. He also told her that this was a secret and not to let anyone know. So this was the reason. Thinking of this, Yun Kaikai looked at the little crow in her hand with complicated eyes. She didn't know how long it had been raised by Feng Hua. It was still alive. It was really lucky. Feng Nian followed Yun Kaikai's gaze and looked over. When he saw the miserable condition of the little bird, he couldn't help but have a headache. He frowned. "Oh, is it no longer able to survive? This is..."
No.
Feng Nian's expression straightened up, and he moved closer to carefully check and perceive. This is not an ordinary bird. It is obviously a male bird beast man. Long Yue and Xuanwu also surrounded him after hearing this. After a moment, Long Yue also nodded and said, "It is indeed a male beast man." Xuanwu also nodded and said nothing. Yun Kaikai thought to herself, it was just as she thought. It seems that the reason why it can still be alive is that the male beast man is much stronger than the average bird and beast. But on the other hand, a strong male beast man was raised to this miserable state by her. TSK, this little female Feng Hua, is really extraordinary. If it can be used in the right place at the right time, it can be regarded as a rare ability, right? Little female, let me take care of it. Feng Nian thought a little sourly. He also wanted to be held in the hand and palm of the little female. But his beast form was too big, so this idea was absolutely impossible to realize. Long Yue and Xuanwu were not to be outdone. "Yes, leave it to us. We are very good at taking care of beasts." Yun Kaikai shook her head and said, "Although I have never seen it, it should be a bird beast man from the 100 Birds tribe. If so, it is likely to come to me. Leave it with me first, and you will know everything when it wakes up." Feng Nian and the others were a little unwilling, but they had no choice but to agree. So the three beasts watched anxiously as Yun Kaikai carried the ugly, black bird into the beast cave, and then gently placed it on the stone bed. So jealous. They didn't even have this treatment. A little bird actually got there first. After a stroll outside, Yinghua felt that her brother should be much better, so she quietly returned to the beast cave. Fengnian looked at his little sister who had sneaked back and felt tired. He warned Yinghua again, and Yinghua nodded repeatedly and promised obediently that she would not raise anything in the future. With Yun Sai's persuasion, Fengnian did not punish her, so Yinghua survived this time of brothers' accountability without any danger. Yinghua smiled and sat next to Yun Kaikai heartlessly, then held her cheek and looked at the still unconscious bird. It turned out that the bird she picked up was really an orc. I wonder what he looks like. The beast form is so ugly. The human form should not be much better. Alas, things are so unpredictable. How could a good clown bird become a bird orc? But at least I saved his life, and when he wakes up, he should be very grateful to me. An hour later, the clown bird on the stone bed moved. The first thing it did when it woke up was to look up. The moment it saw Yun Kaikai, Zhulin finally let go of his worries. Only then did he realize that he had gotten out of the strange bird cage.
Shwa.
The clown bird on the stone bed immediately changed into a human form. He saw the little female who had locked him in the cage staring at him eagerly. Otherwise, what if he was captured by her again? Zhulin felt that if it happened again, he would definitely not survive. Zhulin was excited. He walked towards Yun Kaikai devoutly and half knelt on the ground. Goddess, I have been looking for you for a long time. Today I finally see you. I hope you are okay. Thank you for saving my life. Yun Kaikai was stunned. She exclaimed, Zhulin? It's you. She guessed that he would be a bird-beast man from the 100 Birds tribe, but she never expected it to be Zhulin. It was because Zhulin's beast form was very elegant and beautiful. She still remembered that it had 2 long silver white tail feathers behind it. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't match the current black short-haired bird. You are not well yet, get up and talk. Yun Kaikai motioned him to sit down, but he saw Yinghua staring at him, and his hair stood up. He slowly moved to the other side, and then sat down next to Yun Kaikai. The shadow in his heart dissipated. Yinghua got angry when she saw this. She pinched her waist and yelled, Hey!
Zhulin, right?
I saved your life. It would be fine if you don't thank me, but why do you hide when you see me? Zhulin said with a fake smile, I really have to thank you. If you hadn't saved me, I would have recovered long ago. I wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable way. Yinghua defended herself. I saw you fall to the ground, so I took you back, and didn't I take good care of you? Zhulin's face became even uglier when he recalled the care he gave him during those days. I did fall to the ground, but it was just because of exhaustion. I can wake up by myself after a while. Yinghua said angrily. Then I didn't block your mouth. You are an orc, and you won't tell me. Can't you talk after changing into an animal form? That's not right. Zhulin snorted coldly. Yes, I want to ask you, what did you give me to eat on the first day? My throat was fine, but after eating, my throat was burning and painful. I couldn't say anything and could only make 2 hoarse sounds. Yinghua was stunned. She ran to the wooden box beside her and searched for it. Soon she ran back with a green grass in her hand. This is a magic medicine that can save lives and cure diseases. I have eaten it. The witch doctor said it was very precious, and I remembered its appearance very well. I found a piece in the woods that day and fed it to you. I just want you to get better soon. I have collected quite a few of them myself. Brother, you should have a share of these good things too. Yun Kaikai was a little puzzled. If it is precious, how can it grow in one piece? Fengnian took it and took a closer look, then said with a dark face, Yinghua, you made a mistake.
Ah.
Yinghua looked at the grass in his hand with a puzzled look, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Fengnian shook his head helplessly and explained, This magic medicine is rare. How can you find it easily? This is not the magic medicine that the witch doctor gave you. It just looks very similar. As he spoke, he rubbed his temples and felt a headache.
Ah?
How could this be? I think they are exactly the same. Fenghua looked at the grass in her hand carefully, with an expression of disbelief on her face. She began to doubt her judgment, and her heart was full of confusion and puzzlement. Fengnian sighed, pointed to the grass, and said, "The real magic medicine has 4 white marks under the leaves, and these only have 3 white marks. The one with 4 marks is the magic medicine, and the one with 3 marks is poison." After that, he looked at Fenghua quietly, waiting for her reaction. Fenghua's eyes widened, staring at the grass in her hand, as if she could see through it. Her face turned pale, her lips trembled slightly, and she couldn't say a word. She thought she had found a life-saving straw, but she didn't expect it to be a deadly poison. Fenghua's eyes gradually dimmed, and tears flashed. She had worked so hard to dig so much, but it was all poison? Or the kind that would kill the animal if eaten too much. Fengnian, hurry up and throw away those precious things you have hidden in the bottom of your box. You really make me worry. Fenghua forced back her tears, pouted, and said weakly, "I know, brother. By the way, Zhulin, I'm sorry, I really didn't know that this grass was poisonous." Zhulin waved his hands. "You mean well. However, you should be less kind in the future." Fenghua finally understood and said, "So later you didn't eat the things I brought you, but just drank some water?" "Yes." Fenghua suddenly thought of another question. "By the way, you are a male orc with a certain rank. Can a small wooden cage trap you?" Seeing Fenghua looking at him suspiciously, Zhulin smiled. "Why do you think my feathers were burnt and turned black? I also want to know the origin of this wooden cage." Fengnian. "Fenghua, did you take away the precious golden ebony cage that Grandpa gave me?" Fenghua said guiltily. This is a good thing Grandpa gave you. I thought brother made this cage out of boredom." Would I hide something I made myself? You even found it out. I'm really impressed. This is a golden ebony cage containing the element of fire. It's the only treasure of our phoenix. Fengnian tapped his little sister's head fiercely. "Fenghua, you are really great. Hurry and bring me the golden ebony cage right now." "Brother, don't be angry, I'll go right away." Fenghua ran away. Fengnian looked tired, turned around and bowed slightly to Zhulin, saying, "Brother Zhulin, I'm really sorry, it was my sister who did the wrong thing this time. The golden ebony cage is a holy treasure. Anyone who is locked in it and tries to break out will be burned. Alas. You have suffered a lot these days, Brother Zhulin. I apologize to you on behalf of my sister. I will give you a gift on the way back and owe you a promise. How do you think this is okay?" Zhulin is not an ungrateful beast. The one in front of him is the king of birds Phoenix. He is just a small ribbon bird. The bird tribe he leads is just a group of ragtag troops. Now it is a great thing to get a promise from the Phoenix. Thank you very much. Seeing that Zhulin did not hold on, Fengnian was relieved. Fenghua's behavior really made him feel guilty. Next, Zhulin told the reason for coming to Wuwang Sea. It turned out that when he heard the news of the death of the little female from the peregrine falcon, he flew to the direction of Wuwang Sea as soon as possible, just in time to meet Fengnian, who arrived at the tribe the next day. Xuanwu, who originally did not take the black-grayed bird seriously, couldn't help but frown after hearing this. It was another male who liked the little female. Originally, the grade was so low that it didn't pose any threat, but now, it's hard to say. After hearing what he said, would the little female be soft-hearted and take him in? Then when would it be his turn? Xuanwu, who was always calm, was a little anxious at the moment. Yun Kaikai secretly took note of it in her heart and said with a little emotion, "Zhulin, you've suffered a lot on this trip. Your injuries are not healed yet. You should eat something and have a good rest first." Because of Yun Tsaitsai's feeding before, Zhulin originally thought that he was in good condition and wanted to stay by her side, but after hearing Yun Tsaitsai's words, he couldn't think of a single objection in his heart and just wanted to obey. So he followed Fengnian obediently to the beast cave next door, where there was the soft and mushy food that Yun Kaikai had asked them to prepare earlier, and it was still warm. Zhulin, who had been hungry for many days, had his eyes light up. He didn't feel hungry before, but now his stomach started to growl again when he saw the food. He immediately sat down and ate with big mouthfuls. Woo woo woo, God knows, he was really starving to death. The feeling of being full was so happy. The food smelled so good. This long-lost feeling of fullness. After eating, Julin finally felt that he was alive again. At this time, Fenghua came back carefully holding the cage. Brother, here, it's fine, not broken at all, Fenghua said with a shameless face. Feng Nian rolled his eyes at her, and then carefully took it. Yun Kaikai looked at it with great interest. This simple-looking wooden cage actually had such great power. That night, Long Yue and Xianwu were ruthlessly driven to the beast cave, next door by the little female. Tonight, she wants to favor Feng Nian alone. Feng Nian looked at the little female with burning eyes. God knows how long he has endured. Ever since he heard her and Long Yue's movements at the bottom of the sea, Feng Nian wanted the little female in front of him. But Long Yue and Xianwu played tricks on him and delayed him for 10 days before he could see the little female. The suppressed desire now gushed out. Feng Nian held Yun Saicai's cheek, breathing rapidly. He stared at the delicate cherry lips, kissed them gently, and gradually went deeper. It was sweet and delicious. Feng Nian's desire became more turbulent. He gently brought the little female to the stone bed, grabbed one hand, clasped his fingers, pressed on the top of her head, and kissed her forehead, eyebrows, and lips. He gently caressed them and then continued to move down, as if he wanted to absorb more sweetness and tenderness. As the kiss went deeper, his breathing became rapid and the originally gentle movements gradually became warm and hot. Yun Kaikai lay quietly on the bed, her light golden long hair cascading down like a waterfall, spreading on the head of the bed, exuding a faint fragrance, and occasionally some of her long hair mischievously ran under her body, making her skin look smoother and whiter. Under Feng Nian's passionate offensive, Yun Saicai's body trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes were blurred and seductive. For a moment, Feng Nian was shocked by the beautiful scenery, and then he couldn't help but linger, again and again. Outside the cave, the moonlight poured down like water, gently falling on the ground, as if covering the whole world with a layer of silver yarn. The breeze gradually rose, gently blowing the leaves in the forest, making a slight rustling sound. The leaves swayed slightly, like dancers blown by the breeze, dancing gracefully. However, as time went by, the wind gradually strengthened and became more and more violent. Some branches had to bend down under the strong wind and let the wind sway. The branches collided and rubbed against each other, making a creaking sound, as if telling people about the majesty and power of nature. Today's sea breeze was also particularly strong. It blew all night, blowing the trees on Phoenix Island, blowing them all over the place, and the trees couldn't help but make a whimpering sound. When I got up in the morning, I saw that many leaves had fallen on the ground. Fortunately, the roots were deep and the leaves were lush, so they could still support themselves to some extent. The next day, Xuanwu and Long Yue both had dark circles under their eyes, and it was obvious that they hadn't rested well. Who could blame them for listening to the sound of wind, leaves, and moans all night? No beast could stand it. Fortunately, Julin's cave was far away, and the whistling wind and occasional sound of waves became his lullaby. After a sound sleep, Julin felt refreshed. He actually felt that he was half recovered. Feng Nian was a beast who was in high spirits when he met a happy event. He couldn't help but grin and show his big white teeth when he touched the mark on his forehead. This morning, the little female endured the sleepiness and fell asleep after carving her figure. With the mark of the mate, it marked that Feng Nian officially became the 6th beast husband of Yun Kaikai. Xuanwu saw Feng Nian's forehead and felt upset. All those younger than him were ahead of him. Long Yue curled his lips. He didn't care after all. He was the 5th one ahead of Feng Nian. It's just a little sour. Seeing this scene, Julin's heart stagnated. He pursed his lips and sat down. He didn't even have the qualifications to be jealous. If it was in the past, he would have had the strength to compete. But now when he saw that the little female was surrounded by dragons, phoenixes, and Xuanwu, each of whom had unfathomable strength, but all rushed to be her beast husband. Zhu Lin knew that he, a Xianpin, how could he be worthy of the goddess? Being able to guard silently like this is already very good, Zhu Lin told himself. Long Yue leaned close to Xuanwu's ear and whispered, "This time I'll give you the blame. Uncle, it depends on whether you can grasp it." It sounded a bit sarcastic, but Xuanwu said he was not angry. It was finally his turn to be alone with the little female. Moreover, Long Yue didn't know that he didn't have to bear the blame in the first place, and now he got the benefit. In short, he was in a good mood. Long Yue dragged Feng Nian to find wild animals, otherwise he would wait for the little female to wake up at noon. "Is it okay if there is nothing to eat?" Feng Nian deeply agreed. His cooking skills have improved a lot. He must let the little female taste it, so he asked Xuanwu to take good care of the little female who was tired all night and the sick Zhu Lin, and then he went to tinker with Long Yue to make food. After the two beasts left, Xuanwu stared at Zhu Lin, who was sitting next to him with a smile in his eyes. Zhu Lin suddenly shuddered. Why did he feel that his smile was so scary? Okay, they are all big guys. He can't afford to offend. But it's impossible to get him to leave. So Zhu Lin got up and walked to the farthest part of the beast cave, then transformed into a beast and tried to reduce his presence as much as possible. Seeing this, Xuanwu retracted his gaze. He took light steps, carefully approached a few steps, and then slowly sat on the stone bench next to him. His eyes were fixed on the little female sleeping on the stone bed, as if he was deeply attracted to her. Xuanwu's eyes revealed a little fascination and obsession, as if at this moment, the whole world only existed with her and him. Although he had a strong desire to communicate with the little female and hear her sweet voice, Xuanwu still held back. He didn't want to wake up the sleeping little female because of himself and destroy the tranquility and beauty. Time passed by, and Xuanwu just sat quietly beside him, staring at the little female in front of him. As time went by, his eyes gradually became complicated, and the impulse in his heart became stronger. He couldn't resist staring at the little female's white and tender skin, and an indescribable desire surged in his heart. He really wanted to reach out and touch it, to feel her softness and warmth. He couldn't help but imagine whether he would feel the intoxicating touch when his fingers gently brushed her cheek. However, Xuanwu finally held back the impulse. He remained quiet and did not make any movements. He just continued to stare at the beautiful profile of the little female with a nostalgic look. Zhu Lin, who was hiding in the corner and dared not move, felt very bitter when he saw this scene. He did not even have the qualifications to look at the little female openly like this. However, Zhu Lin could not help but sigh that this male did not rely on his high rank to force the little female to accept her, but waited quietly. It seems that he is also a beast who respects the little female very much. When Long Yue and Feng Nian came back, Yun Kaikai just opened her eyes. She found Xuanwu's loving eyes in her sleepy eyes. Xuanwu looked back steadily, with a strong face that could not be ignored. Yun Kaikai sat up, looked at her candidate beast husband, and smiled gently. "Xuanwu, your beast form is huge, wide, and stable. Tomorrow, you and I will go to the bottom of the sea to pick up the cubs. It's good to have someone patiently take care of the cubs for her on the bottom of the sea, which is very worry-free." Before she and Long Yue came to Phoenix Island, they left enough milk powder for the cubs to drink, and it would be just right to pick them up tomorrow. The cubs should also go back to the tribe to recognize their fathers. We can prepare to set off tomorrow and head to the Divine Cat tribe. A faint smile lit up Xuanwu's eyes, and he readily agreed. Okay. Long Yue and Feng Nian looked at each other. The two beasts curled their lips. Their hands kept picking up wild animals, and tacitly did not make trouble or speak. Forget it. Uncle Xuanwu is pitiful enough. He is already very old. They should just let him go. Hey, where is Zhu Lin? Yun Kaikai searched around, but couldn't see him. The little black bird in the corner hadn't changed its feather color yet, and its white tail feathers hadn't grown out. It was a small ball huddled in the corner, and it was so dark that it was really hard to be found. When Zhu Lin heard the call of the little female, he changed into a human form and said shyly, "Goddess, I'm here." Yun Kaikai smiled and said with concern, Zhulin, how is your body? Zhulin touched his head and said, I feel much better. Although the burnt hair has not recovered yet, it feels that the inside of the body is almost healed. It's amazing. Could it be that his physique is special and he recovers quickly from injuries? So when he fell into the hands of Fenghua, the little female, it was not so easy to die. In an instant, Zhulin's mind filled in a lot of things. Yun Kaikai smiled and said, That's good. Then we will set off together to return to the tribe tomorrow. After hearing this, Zhulin's eyes lit up. I will follow your instructions. That's great. He can go with the goddess. Seeing Zhulin's happy look, Yun Kaikai didn't think much about it. She just thought that he was obedient because of the effect of the loyalty pill. In addition, he could take a ride on the phoenix back to the tribe, which was fast and labor-saving. Whoever was in his situation would be happy. After a simple meal, the 5 beasts, 1 female and 4 males, started chatting around the campfire. Long Yue said sullenly, Kai, what should I do? You haven't left yet, and I've already started to miss you. How about I go with you? Kai smiled and said nothing, letting them discuss. After that, Long Yue looked at Feng Huang. If he were to be included, Feng Huang should be able to do it, right? As a result, Feng Nian refused with a high-sounding attitude. No, don't forget. In addition to the little female and Zhulin, I have to take more than 10 cubs. I can't add any more. Of course, Feng Nian had his own selfish motives. If he didn't take Long Yue, wouldn't he have no beasts to bother him on the way to the Shinmao tribe this time, and could spend time with the little female openly? What if I asked Zhulin? Zhulin was quiet and careful, and was usually an invisible beast. Moreover, when he was resting, he could just show them the cubs, and he could enjoy the scenery with the little female. That's it. Long Yue's little head was spinning rapidly, and he continued to talk to Feng Nian with a flattering face. Good brother, you and Kai will go back to the tribe tomorrow, so can you let me have the night? Feng Nian was immediately proud and laughed. Good brother, am I your good brother again? Long Yue, let me tell you, there is no way I can give in. Don't forget the good things you did before. Long Yue stopped talking. Having been outmaneuvered by Feng Nian, Long Yue said he was very suffocated. But there was no other way, he could only hold it in. Who asked the little female to watch here? He also wanted to establish a good image of being well-behaved, obedient, and sensible. The crackling of firewood and the shallow firelight made Xuanwu's face more elegant. He just smiled and watched them quarreling, and his gentle eyes fell on the little female from time to time. The sky was getting darker and darker, and the other 3 beasts left the cave tactfully. With the departure of the other 3 beasts, Feng Nian felt extremely excited. He once again occupied the little female for a whole night, enjoying the time alone with her. An ambiguous atmosphere permeated the beast cave, and the breathing sounds of the 2 people were intertwined, as if there were only the 2 of them in the whole world. Not long after, a faint and suggestive moan came from the beast cave. This seductive voice was like the sound of nature, intoxicating people. Even the crescent moon hanging in the sky couldn't help but feel shy, and it quietly hid in the clouds, as if it was embarrassed to witness this scene again. The next day, Xuanwu woke up early and patiently waited for the call of the little female. The beast form of Xuanwu is different from that of ordinary sea turtles. It is huge in size, but has a bird-like head, a snake-like tail, a black body, and its shell is covered with complex and mysterious jade textures. Its limbs are strong and powerful, and it can move freely in the sea and on land. Xuanwu Yun Kaikai sat steadily on the turtle shell, tightly holding the water-repellent beads given to her by Long Yue in her hands. Her body did not shake at all, as if she had merged with the turtle shell, and the turtle shell was like a hard rock, holding her body steadily. Sitting on the turtle's back, Yun Kaikai felt like she was sitting on a flat ground, which made her feel very stable and at ease. As Xuanwu slowly sank to the bottom of the sea, Yun Kaikai looked at the beautiful deep blue scenery around her, but her mind was not on the beautiful scenery, but on this silently lurking black turtle. She thought to herself she was not a person with high moral standards. She had been in the beast world for more than a year. After counting all the things, she already had 6 beast husbands: Yinghua, Song He, Ganlai, Hua Yan, Long Yue, and Feng Nian. If it was the days when she first came to the beast world, even if Xianwu was not interested in her, she would have tried to lure Xianwu back home.
But now she was thinking about it.
Was she actually getting cocky? Yun Kaikai reflected on herself deeply. Xianwu was the highest-ranking beast man she had met so far. He was a top-quality male beast man. She should have taken him down long ago. Why was she still struggling here? Yun Kaikai thought about it. Was it probably because of the preconceived notion she had when they first met? Back then, Long Yue called Xianwu uncle as soon as he came up, and she followed suit. Could it be this reason? At this time, Xianwu interrupted her thoughts. Little female, do you hate me very much? It was a nice bass voice, full of magnetism, mature and charming.
No.
You hesitated. You must think I'm too old. Xuanwu's voice suddenly dropped. Yun Kaikai was dumbfounded.
No, really not.
Uncle Xuanwu. Xuanwu, you're only 7 years older than me.
I don't care about that.
Then what do you care about? Little female, please tell me. Yun Kaikai was silent. Was she going to say that she didn't know whether Xuanwu believed it or not? It was just the sudden hesitation and entanglement. I watched them being affectionate and laughing in front of you every day. I'm jealous and going crazy. Little female, please take a look at me, okay? Xuanwu's voice was full of humility and pleading. Yun Kaikai pursed her lips. If this scene were put before the end of the world, wouldn't it be the reversal moment when the heir with a net worth of tens of billions falls in love with the heroine? He has the strength and the looks, and the single diamond bachelor is humbly courting her online. He doesn't even ask her to be the only one, he just asks to be allowed to join this big family.
Hey.
Thinking about it this way, I am a little bit ungrateful. Yun Kaikai is not a hypocritical person. After persuading herself like this, she just gave up and said, anyway, there are already 6, a few more can also be possible. The emperor still has 3,000 beauties in the harem. She is just a nobody. Besides, when she gives birth to a top-quality baby, the points will definitely be higher. Maybe one can be worth 2. Her rank will soar up. After thinking about it again, Yun Kaikai said, Xuanwu, what do you think? Xuanwu's voice was a little broken. Does it matter what I think? Little female, I want to be your beast husband right now, and I can stand beside you openly.
Can I?
The broken voice was filled with hope. The dragon palace was right in front of them, and Yun Kaikai said, pick up the cubs first. Xuanwu looked at Yun Kaikai and avoided answering, and his heart sank to the bottom of the sea. He thought that his strength was enough, and although the little female would not love him the most, she would immediately accept him and rely on him.
But now,
the little female politely rejected him. Xuanwu controlled his strength and slowly stopped. Yun Kaikai jumped off the black turtle, and Xuanwu immediately returned to human form, helped her, and let go immediately after she stood firm. This wave of viewing experience is very good. Yun Kaikai walked towards the sea blue stone cave, and when she got closer, she saw that she and Long Bao were feeding the cubs with milk powder. Long Bao, look how cute this cub is. I like it so much. Thinking of this, I can't wait to see Long Yue's cubs. Long Bao chuckled, and his movements were extremely gentle despite being a rough man. I think so too, and then the 2 of us will continue to look after the cubs for them. Of course. We must let our Kaikai have a good rest, and then don't worry about anything. She just needs to play around happily. Yun Kaikai felt warm in her heart, and she smiled and continued. Then I will have to continue to trouble my father and mother.
What's so hard about this?
It's hard when you are pregnant and giving birth to cubs. Yun Kaikai smiled slightly. I know how much energy it takes to take care of the cubs. My father and mother have worked hard during this period. I plan to take the cubs back to the Shenmao tribe today and let them follow their father. You should also have a rest. When I come back, I will show the cubs to Long Yue. Hailon knew that Yun Kaikai was a little female with ideas and abilities. After hearing that Yun Kaikai had made all the arrangements, she stopped talking. Kaikai, you are right. The environment on land is more suitable for them. I miss these cubs when I leave. Long Bao patted Hailon on the shoulder. We will meet someday. Yun Kaikai also said, yes, it is very convenient. It is indeed convenient to have a phoenix. However, we can't just grab one tribe. I heard that there are many giant bird tribes. Maybe we can cooperate or recruit them. Then we can form a flying group and go wherever we want. It will be so impressive. Hailon asked, do you want to put the cubs on the wooden bed and take them away? Yun Kaikai shook her head. No, the wooden bed is heavy and not safe in the air. If they encounter something to avoid, the cubs will fall down if they are not careful. And if the disobedient ones try to climb out, it is not impossible for them to fall down if they are not careful. How can I carry so many pups? Hailon was worried about Yun Kaikai. Just use a leather bag. Long Yue made it before. It's very convenient. This leather bag is actually a magical tool for carrying pups produced by the system. It looks simple, but it actually has its own space inside. It just needs to be opened by Yun Kaikai. In fact, one is enough, but in order to make it less obvious, she took out 2 leather bags and put the pups in them. The space was not open for the time being, so it looked bulging. The little pups squeezed each other and moved around. After packing the pups, Yun Kaikai carried one in front and one in the back and sat on the basalt shell to return to Phoenix Island. On the way back, Xuanwu was silent for a long time and finally asked unwillingly, "Little female, do I really have no chance?" He swam in the sea with a dark look in his eyes. Then he heard a sweet voice. "Since Uncle Xuanwu wants the status so much, then I agree." Xuanwu's breathing stagnated. Did he hear it right? What was the little female saying? She agreed? She agreed to be his partner? Boom, boom, boom. Xuanwu heard his own heartbeat, which was getting faster and faster. He had already made the worst plan, but the little female suddenly gave him hope. "Little female, you are not kidding me. Are you serious?" Xuanwu confirmed again. Of course it's true. Xuanwu was very excited, but still slid steadily. "Little female, will you carve your shape with me now? Since Uncle Xuanwu is so worried, I will carve your shape first, and then when I come back from the tribe, I will truly be your partner, okay?" "Okay, little female, I'll listen to you." Xuanwu raised the corners of his lips. As long as the carving is successful, the little female will be his, and no one can separate them. When the little female comes back, he will get what he wants. Xuanwu's speed is even faster. Sitting on the tortoiseshell, Yun Kaikai is filled with emotion. It is stable and fast, not bumpy at all. He is really an old driver. Soon, a giant black tortoise surfaced. After getting ashore, Xuanwu took over the 2 large bags of animal skins and followed the little female to the beast cave in a good mood. When they arrived at the beast cave, Feng Nian and Long Yue surrounded them all of a sudden. Yun Kaikai squatted down and carefully let the cubs out. Seeing them peeking out, she said, "Long Yue, Feng Nian, and Zhu Lin, you take the cubs to the outside of the cave to get some fresh air first, and we will set off in a while." "Okay," 3 voices said in unison. Soon, only Xuanwu and Yun Kaikai were left in the beast cave. Yun Kaikai smiled and took 2 steps forward. Xuanwu's heart skipped a beat. He could see the little female's long, slightly curled eyelashes, like a small fan, blinking, making people feel itchy. At this moment, Xuanwu's vision was blocked for a moment, and he felt a cool touch on his forehead. It turned out that the little female stood on tiptoe, raised her arm, and touched his forehead. Between breaths, bursts of pleasant milky fragrance penetrated into his nostrils. Xuanwu suddenly became a little restless. He held his breath and dared not smell it again. Xuanwu, who didn't know what the little female was going to do, stayed where he was, not daring to move. After a moment, a pleasant voice sounded in his ears. "Okay." The cool and soft touch on the forehead disappeared. The little female took 2 steps back, and the milky smell also lightened a lot. Xuanwu came back to life and began to breathe again. But what does it mean to be okay? Xuanwu thought belatedly. He saw the little female in front of him smiling sweetly, raising her white arm and saying, "The carving is successful. Hello, my 7th beast husband." Carving? Xuanwu touched his forehead fiercely. He ran to the wooden basin next to him and saw, sure enough, there was a lifelike little orange cat on it. Is that all? His eyes widened slightly, full of shock. There was no bleeding, no pain, and no need to find a witch doctor. The little female just let go of her hand and stayed for a while, and then she succeeded in carving the shape easily. He had never heard of any witch doctor who could do it. Xuanwu was just shocked by her fertility at first, and wanted to give birth to a cub as soon as possible, but now the little female has the ability to carve the shape at will. It's really surprising. Does the little female have other secrets that he doesn't know? Xuanwu stroked the little orange cat on his forehead, with a complicated heart. Uncle Xuanwu, can you rest assured now? A little teasing, a little naughty. Xuanwu looked back, with a deep possessiveness in his deep eyes. Little female, I really don't want you to leave. Yun Kaikai glanced at Xuanwu, who had already set up a tent high, and said suggestively, Uncle Xuanwu, wait for me to come back. A beast that has just tasted the pleasure can't stop at all. Okay. Thinking about Yinghua, who I met at the beginning, she actually took into account her weak body at that time and forced herself to come only once or twice. Thinking of this, I want to go back to the tribe to see them. As we are about to set off, Xuanwu should just bear with it. Xuanwu's breathing was rapid for a few moments and soon returned to normal. Okay, little female, I'll wait for you to come back. After packing up, Yun Kaikai did not delay any longer. After giving Long Yue and Xuanwu a hug each, she took the 2 bags of cubs and got on the back of the phoenix. Seeing that Zhu Lin was still standing there stupidly, she waved at him. Zhu Lin, hurry up and get on. Oh, okay. Zhu Lin was very frightened. It could actually sit on the back of the phoenix? It's really the opposite of Tiangang. Yun Kaikai waved to the people underground. Don't think about me, I'll be back soon. Long Yue waved his hands desperately, his eyes slightly red, and shouted loudly, Sister, I will wait for you to come back obediently. Xuanwu's eyes were deep. He really hoped that the little female could stay with him in Wuwang Sea forever and never leave him.
Clang!
The phoenix flapped its wings and quickly disappeared into the sky.